Hello, welcome. I'm Jennifer Joy, author of The Immovable Mr. Tanner. Please stay all the way to the end for a sneak peek behind the research. Happy listening.
The Immovable Mr. Tanner, a Pride and Prejudice variation, A Meryton Mystery, Book 4. Written by Jennifer Joy. Narrated by Nancy Peterson. Chapter 1. Jonathan Tanner crossed his arms over his chest and glared at the fuzzy-haired, pocket-sized woman before him. Undeterred by his intimidating pose, as he had anticipated, for his disapproval had never prevented Mrs. Molly from speaking her mind before, the elderly housekeeper balled her pudgy hands into fists and mimicked his stance. "You need a wife!" Tanner groaned. Not this again. She continued, offering the same argument Tanner had learned to ignore. "I have been your housekeeper since you took over this inn for Mr. Stanhope. I ought to be sitting in my rocking chair sneaking biscuits to your children and telling them stories about their troublesome father, instead of clambering up and down these infernal stairs. I am getting old." Mrs. Molly stepped closer to him, continuing, "You need to apologize to Mrs. Annesley and beg her to marry the most stubborn man ever to be born." Tanner stepped back at the mention of Mrs. Annesley. Arabella, as he addressed her in his own thoughts. Mrs. Molly's mention of her was a new argument, an unfair one. Few things struck fear in Tanner's heart, but Arabella terrified him. Her delicate features and slight figure made Tanner feel oafish and clumsy. Not to mention the effect Arabella had on his knees. They shook like a wobbly colt taking its first steps when she was near. Her fine manners, as proper and refined as the elite ladies of the highest circles, filled him with inadequacy and self-doubt, qualities he grappled with and largely ignored with every determined fibre of his being to become the proud soon-to-be full owner of the thriving inn and tavern in Meryton. The memory of the sun shining on Arabella's golden hair was enough to make Tanner forget how to pour ale from a barrel. No, Arabella was a lady through and through. She deserved a life of leisure, not the back-breaking, sleepless work of running the finest inn to be found in Hertfordshire. "Do not puff your chest up at me, young man. You look like Brutus when he is in a huff," snapped Mrs. Molly. "I do not." Tanner uncrossed his arms and, not knowing what else to do with them, rested his fists against his hips. "And be so kind as to leave Brutus out of this," he added, resenting any harsh words directed toward the finest stallion to ever be shod, and, incidentally, Mrs. Annesley's greatest admirer. Tanner struggled not to cross his arms again. One mention of the lady's name, and already she had taken over his thoughts. He tried to look cross at Mrs. Molly for bringing up such a subject, but it was difficult to maintain a frown and furrowed brow when her grey hair frizzed around her face from under her cap. Tanner had a soft spot for Mrs. Molly. "I have offered to take on another housekeeper to assist you," he started, adding quickly when she bristled, "But what you ask of me is impossible. Who would want to marry me?"
"Who would not want to marry you is the real question. A strong lad who treats a meddling old woman kindly is hard to come by. And a hard worker. I am proud of what you have accomplished, Tanner, and any lady worth her salt, like Mrs. Annesley, will be too."
Mrs. Molly had been with him since the beginning, attaching herself to him while he had learned the ins and outs of managing an inn from his stepfather. When Tanner had left, she had followed him. Tanner had taken over the Meryton Inn from Mr. Stanhope 6 years before, agreeing on a monthly payment schedule as regular as the post-coach until the inn was paid for in full, an accomplishment Tanner was proud to expect to achieve that very year if business remained steady. He had a home and the respectability and purpose that came along with it.
You are quite the catch, if you will stand still long enough to be caught. I like Mrs. Annesley, you know. She would do you credit, I am certain.
Mrs. Molly patted his arm and smiled at him. Mrs. Annesley would do anyone credit. Arabella could make a dingy room beautiful. Tanner would no sooner insult her by making an offer than he would cast a string of pearls into the mire before the proverbial swine. Mrs. Molly softened her tone, her teasing banter gone.
It is high time you made a family of your own, just as your dear mother has done. She is happy, and you ought to be too.
Tanner's heart squeezed before he could prevent it. Fortune had smiled upon his mother, and he was grateful for it. But nobody wanted him. He would never marry. She continued,
Mrs. Annesley is a fine lady with superior taste.
Tanner grimaced. The points Mrs. Molly made in Arabella's favour were the very qualities which would prevent her from even considering an attachment to an illegitimate son with a borrowed name. Mrs. Molly puffed her hair out of her face.
Well, she took a fancy to you, did she not? I would say she is an excellent judge of character.
A moment ago you called me the most stubborn man in existence.
She shrugged. No man is without his faults. If you can learn to be stubborn about something worthwhile, I would say even that could become a point in your favour.
Mrs. Annesley will have forgotten about me by now, he said, hating how his heart vainly, stubbornly, hoped she remembered him still. As soon as Darcy had left Meryton with Mrs. Darcy and Georgiana the year before, taking Arabella with them, Tanner had put all hopeful thoughts out of his mind. He had thrown himself into his work with all the frustrated enthusiasm of one grieving the family to which he could never really belong. Aside from the Darcys' occasional visits to see Mr. Bennet and Mrs. Bingley at Netherfield Park, Tanner did not expect to see them again. They certainly would not return for his sake. Why should they? He would only cast a shameful shadow over the otherwise impeccable Darcy name. And he cared too much for his half-brother and sister to allow it to happen. He was, and always would be, the unwanted Darcy, a cast-off, no matter how much they attempted to persuade him otherwise. Mrs. Molly huffed.
If she has forgotten you, it is your own doing. You have refused every invitation Mr. Darcy has sent. Mrs. Lizzie has practically begged for you to join them at Pemberley, and you will not budge. There is a perfectly fine young woman who I am convinced would be thrilled to see you, but you slap away their welcome so you can stew in your own resentment toward a society you stubbornly refuse to forgive.
You do not understand, Mrs. Molly. She bunched her cheeks and threw her arms up in the air.
Understand what? How many times must they invite you before you realize they really want you in their lives? Lord knows why, but they seem to enjoy your company.
She looked around the tavern, ensuring the tap-room was empty.
Is that how you treat family? Mr. Darcy is your brother, and it is plain for anyone to see how Miss Darcy adores the ground you walk on. Even Mrs. Annesley, Lord grant her forbearance, holds you in high regard. And you have been a fool to ignore it. And for what? To nurse the grudge you hold against the man who cast your mother out of his home after he had ruined her? He is dead. Your mother is happy. And you must move on. Let the past be, and live your life, Tanner. He replied a touch too loudly.
I accepted their invitation to London, did I not? I could be part way there by now instead of bickering here with you.
As if you have not been dilly-dallying around to delay your departure, mumbled Mrs. Molly, folding her arms over her chest with a puff of breath that sent her frazzled hair flying again. As much as Tanner hated to own it, Mrs. Molly was right. He was dragging his feet. He had hoped time and distance would help his brother forget him. Nothing good could come from their association. But Darcy was impossibly stubborn. He insisted on treating Tanner like the long-lost older brother he said he always wanted. And Georgiana looked at him with her big summer blue eyes as if he was a prince worthy of her admiration. He would hate to disappoint her. If the circumstances of his birth were found out, Tanner shuddered at the thought. Scandal and gossip had ruined many a family before, and he refused to allow it when Darcy and Georgiana had proved themselves to be honourable, distinct from their father. Tanner often thought he must have inherited all the negative tendencies of their sire, to leave the best for his brother and sister. In his mind, they were practically perfect. Though he would die before admitting as much to Darcy, it would only go to his head. And then there was Arabella. Tanner had avoided her for over a year now, convincing himself she felt nothing for him, that her kindness toward him was merely an exhibition of her politeness. But the butterflies in his stomach knew better as they fluttered in a nauseating frenzy at the thought of seeing her again. Heaving a sigh, Tanner asked the errand boy to saddle Brutus and lead him out to the front of the inn. Mrs. Molly grinned at him, her tired face transformed with her rosy cheeks. Bring her back, Tanner.
Tanner grunted in reply.
I am serious. If you do not come back with a wife, I shall have to change the locks and refuse you entry.
Into my own inn? She pointed her finger at him.
I will do it. Do not put me to the test.
Mrs. Molly was serious, and Tanner knew her well enough to know she would carry out her threat. Already he was imagining ways to sneak past her and break into his own home. 1 month in London did not a married man make. What would a fine lady like Arabella want with a man like him anyway? He looked over the polished tables and chairs covering the floor of his inn, and tried to imagine Arabella crossing the room to sit beside him near the fire at night when it was quiet. He shook his head to rid his mind of the pleasing image before it took root and sprouted hope in his heart. She was a lady. She would not want him. Precious few did. Arabella might as well have been the moon, glorious to contemplate from afar. And Tanner had the entire journey from Meryton to London to convince himself how out of reach such a woman was to him. Chapter 2. Arabella Annesley placed herself beside Elizabeth Darcy as Lady Catherine de Bourgh, the self-declared matriarch of her family, entered the drawing-room at Darcy House. She heard Elizabeth sigh, and it pleased Arabella to observe how Georgiana looped her arm protectively through Elizabeth's in sisterly support, the three ladies forming a unified buttress against a woman whose imposing tongue shot burning arrows. "I heard from Anne today. She is recovering well, despite her husband's insistence they remain in the country," Lady Catherine said, as she settled into the chair Mr. Darcy normally occupied. Anne had married the third son of Lady Catherine's rival, Lord Havisham, and though nearly a year had passed since their marriage, she still refused to address her daughter by anything other than her Christian name whenever she could get away with it. Propriety paled under the shadow of her intense dislike for the gentleman. Elizabeth answered with a genuine smile. "I was pleased to hear Anne had a healthy boy. How fortunate she married a doctor. Anne is much improved, and sounded so blissfully content in her last letter. You must be pleased your daughter had the good sense to marry such a responsible man." Lady Catherine huffed at the compliment to her son-in-law. Arabella rolled her eyes at her ladyship's ignorance, performing the gesture in her thoughts only, of course, ladylike manners and such. Had she no idea how rare responsible men were to come by, much less marry? Anne was indeed a very fortunate woman. Georgiana peeked at Arabella from the corner of her eye, the flash of the dimple in her cheek indicating she knew Arabella's thoughts as clearly as if she had spoken them aloud. She knew her too well, and Arabella loved her like a sister. Clearing her throat, Georgiana asked, "Do you plan to visit them soon? I wonder who the baby favours in looks." Raising her nose in the air, Lady Catherine said, "If they could not be bothered to allow the best doctors in London to attend to Anne at a convenient distance to me, then I do not see how they expect me to travel to the coast, when they could have easily spared me the trouble." Arabella bit the insides of her cheeks. It must trouble Lady Catherine deeply to have her daughter defy her so completely, and not have the satisfaction of watching her suffer for her poor choices. Elizabeth caught her eye, and Arabella knew she was up to something. There were a great many things Arabella would like to say to her ladyship, but the constraints placed upon her by her own upbringing and her position as Georgiana's companion in the Darcy household made her bite her tongue. She had to remember her place, and thus show her gratitude for the family she most respected and admired for extending their mercy and kindness to her, when she had begun to think such qualities no longer existed in the world, no matter how badly she wished to speak plainly. In feigned disinterest, Elizabeth said, "Lord Havisham departed from his estate yesterday to join them. It is his first grandson." Lady Catherine stilled at the mention of her old foe, but her voice was sharp. "I am not surprised he would impose on their hospitality during Anne's recovery. She is not fit for company, and he shall make himself a nuisance, as he always does." Georgiana followed Elizabeth's lead. "He had the most adorable rocking horse made for the babe, and he told me he intended to keep a pony in his stables for his grandson. Is that not wonderful?" "A babe on a pony? He will topple on his head and meet an early death," gasped Lady Catherine. "Of course, I ought not be surprised at his irresponsibility. He always was too impulsive for his own good." Widening her eyes, Georgiana expertly reined the topic back to her chosen path, saying, "I am excited to see what you have done for your first grandson, Aunt Catherine. You have such splendid taste.
I am certain your gift will be far superior to even Lord Havisham's.
Arabella struggled not to laugh at the perfectly orchestrated way Georgiana and Elizabeth manipulated Lady Catherine's pride for her own benefit, and that of her newly born grandchild. The lady puffed up her chest like a preening peacock, her eyes narrowing and her lips pinching into a thin line. Then, with a bored sigh, to prove how unaffected she was by anything related to Lord Havisham, no doubt, Lady Catherine said, "I suppose, since I am here in town, I might as well have one of the rooms made into a nursery for the child. If they insist on countryside air, I could just as easily do the same at Rosings. The air there is far superior to the coast, and the paths surrounding the park are much more suitable to a young child learning to ride a pony than that thoughtless man's estate." Arabella nodded at Elizabeth with a discreet smile in acknowledgment of a job well done, proud not only to be in her employ, but also to be her friend. Their triumph, however, was short-lived, for it was at that moment Lady Catherine brought up the subject most painful in the Darcy household. "It is a pity you have not yet borne a child, Elizabeth. It is most unusual when you have been married over a 12-month. I cannot call on an acquaintance in town without seeing them embroidering christening gowns and indelicately implying a daughter is in confinement. They do so like to brag. It is most unbecoming." Evidently not so unbecoming and indelicate for her ladyship not to mention this subject, thought Arabella, clamping her teeth on her tongue and looking down at her hands lest her distress be observed by the hawk-eyed caller. She had to intervene, but how to do so delicately? One peek out of the corner of her eye confirmed Georgiana was in the same predicament, while Elizabeth attempted to smile, as if she had not been cut to the core. Just before their silence became awkward, and a reply became necessary, the perfect argument presented itself in Arabella's mind. She addressed Georgiana, since it was Lady Catherine's belief that companions, much like children, servants, or anyone who might oppose her own opinion, should be seen, not heard. "With Lord Havisham being the only relative able to attend to the babe, it would be safe to assume they will honour their newborn with his name." Georgiana gasped. "Naturally. I wonder if they will name him Augustus, after Lord Havisham's Christian name, or Harvey, in honour of his title." Arabella watched in satisfaction as Lady Catherine's face turned a mottled shade of purple and red. If Arabella could guarantee Elizabeth a season in London without Lady Catherine's barbed comments, who was she to allow the opportunity to pass her by? There was nothing unladylike in her voiced musings. She added, "With no one on the maternal side of the family to uphold their legacy, the child will most assuredly be named exclusively after the father." "And would not dare," Lady Catherine huffed, the sweat on her brow belying her concern. Arabella put her hand over her mouth. "I do apologize, Lady Catherine. It was never my intention to speak out of turn or to upset you." No, upset was not enough. Arabella wished for the great lady to depart from London to her family. It was where she belonged, instead of making trouble in the Darcy's drawing-room. Elizabeth's sisters Jane and Kitty were happily married, and already adding to the number of their households with rosy-cheeked babies with chubby feet and adorably tiny fingers. Colonel Fitzwilliam and Charlotte had also recently welcomed their first child into the world. Elizabeth was happy for them, but Arabella saw how the longing for a child of her own wore on her dear friend. Elizabeth had endured quite enough of Lady Catherine's company. And yet, though her ladyship was clearly distressed, she did not rise from her chair. If Arabella did not act quickly, her remark would backfire in her face like a misfiring pistol. Already, Georgiana and Elizabeth sought to appease the lady who would never think to give them the same consideration. Footsteps echoed in the entrance hall, a servant, most likely. But Arabella knew how to use the sound to the household's advantage. Raising her hand to her ear and inclining her head in the direction of the doorway, she asked Elizabeth softly enough for Lady Catherine to suppose she whispered, but loudly enough to be overheard. "At what hour do you expect Mr. Tanner to arrive?" Her breath caught as his name passed her lips. Even after a year, her memory of him was strong enough to make her pulse race. Lady Catherine protested immediately. "You would invite that insufferable man to your home?" "He is to be our guest for as long as we can convince him to stay," Elizabeth clearly delighted in informing her ladyship. Lady Catherine's skin burned bright red. "He is neither a gentleman nor suitable company for a lady. I insist on speaking with Darcy this instant. I demand to know why he would allow such a man into his home. Are the shades of Darcy House to be thus polluted?" She rose, ready to invade, but paused at the doorway, uncertain where to direct her attack. "Go west, your ladyship. Go west until you meet with the shoreline. Go and kiss your grandson and fuss over your daughter like a mother ought to do," Arabella thought, while she pinched her lips closed. She had said enough already. "Did he not assist in clearing your name of any involvement in Mrs. Bennet's murder, when you were the primary suspect? I should think you would wish to call here often during his stay to properly thank him," Georgiana remarked innocently. Arabella nearly burst out in laughter when Elizabeth caught her eye and arched her brow. Lady Catherine and Mr. Tanner went together, as well as oil and vinegar, and Georgiana knew it. She was becoming quite the actress. "He threatened to remove me from his inn. Anne had to share her room with Mrs. Jenkinson." Lady Catherine moved toward the door. It was progress. "An innkeeper worthy of my patronage would have made the necessary arrangements instead of stubbornly refusing to meet my reasonable demands," Lady Catherine declared, pausing in the doorway. Arabella cleared her throat when a chuckle threatened to escape. When were Lady Catherine's demands ever reasonable? And why would she think Mr. Tanner would ever bend to her will? He was as immovable as the cornerstones of Darcy House. So immovable, in fact, he had refused to budge from Meryton, despite Mr. Darcy's repeated invitations to Pemberley. Arabella understood his reasons in avoiding them, the very points Lady Catherine now raised against him, but his indifference insulted what remained of her vanity. Did he not care a fig for her? Oh, how quickly she went from bemusement to despair. Her heart palpitated wildly, a mixture of anxiety and anticipation bold enough to make her forget about Lady Catherine when thoughts of Mr. Tanner filled her mind. Had her memory glorified his features with the passing of the seasons? For surely no man could appear so powerfully formidable and be as gentle as she remembered him to be. He was stable and responsible, and so completely opposite to Lieutenant Nicholas Annesley, her departed husband, in every regard. Had her heart betrayed her yet again? Was she a fool to hope Mr. Tanner would ever choose her. Would she never learn the danger of following her impulsive desires? Although, to be fair, it was hardly reasonable to consider her regard impulsive after 13 months of waiting. The door to the drawing-room opened, and Mr. Darcy stepped inside with his arm over Mr. Tanner's shoulders, as if he had been forced to wrestle him into the room. Arabella willed her skin to cool. Lady Catherine snorted. "I do not approve of the company you keep, Darcy. This will not be the last you hear from me about the matter. I only hope you will have come to your senses by the time I return from the coast," she said, her stiff silk skirts swooshing as she departed from the room with a parting glare at Mr. Tanner. Apparently, it was not expected to display good manners to one who had threatened to place her in the stables with the mule, where, she was told, she ought to feel in good company, rather than his finest rooms. Arabella could not care less about her ladyship. There was a collective sigh of relief as Lady Catherine left the room to what one could only hope would be an extended stay with her new grandson. Arabella would write a letter of apology to Anne later, but for now, her eyes watched the man who did not return her affection, pulling her attention to him with a force she was powerless to control. It made her heart sore to see how accurate her memory of him had been, and how sorry she was he had not seen fit to call before now. Had her beauty faded so greatly she could no longer hold a man's attention? Georgiana launched herself at Mr. Tanner. He kissed the top of her head, pressing his cheek against her hair and rocking her in his embrace.
"Oh, brother, you finally came! With you here, and Arabella effectively sending Aunt Catherine away to the coast, I declare today to be perfect," she said, to which Mr. Darcy requested a more thorough explanation, leading to an animated retelling of Lady Catherine's call that made everyone except Mr. Tanner laugh heartily. He grimaced when put upon, but his attention was clearly elsewhere. Arabella's dreams of him pining away for her would have been justified, had his appearance been altered. But no. His muscled thighs, strong shoulders, and tanned face were not the traits of a star-crossed lover. How dare he come here looking so insufferably handsome? He lifted his eyes to meet hers, and her thoughts stilled as the room fell silent. Chapter 3. Tanner knew he was supposed to say something, but words escaped him with Arabella so close. Even in his mind, he thought her name as tenderly as a child holding a butterfly. She reminded him of every fragile thing he had ever fumbled between his fingers, making him step lighter on his feet and breathe softer. He had felt her presence as soon as Darcy had shoved him through the doorway. Tanner had been deaf to Lady Catherine's snub, not that he paid her any more attention than he did to a braying donkey. And when Georgiana ran up to him, Tanner returned her embrace with his eyes down, grateful for the distraction, and the precious seconds it gave him to catch his breath. But Georgiana stepped away, and the light-hearted conversation in the room dimmed when he finally looked at Arabella. Dear Lord, she was every bit as beautiful as he remembered her. More so, even. Her eyes were stormy ocean blue with silver flecks, which could either be the promise of good weather or an impending lightning storm. Her porcelain skin tempted him to trace his fingers down her cheek, just to see if it was as smooth as it looked. He clenched his hands into fists, his rough skin scratching over his calluses to avoid the temptation.
She wore her fair hair in a modestly braided array, gathered together loosely enough that he could see the natural wave in her flaxen locks. He crossed his arms over his chest to keep from reaching up to touch a loose curl tumbling over her shoulder. It felt like minutes had passed, and he could not speak. There simply were no words, unless he wished to make a worse fool of himself by blurting the only coherent thought he had. "You are beautiful, Arabella." She curtsied, and he remembered his manners enough to bow. Try as he might, he could not pull his eyes away from her. He must have looked like a giant oaf. He felt like one with his mouth agape, staring like a bumbling fool. What was a man supposed to say when he had spent the past year avoiding the woman now standing an arm's length away? Distance had allowed him to justify himself. But now, 4 shallow steps away from her, he knew his excuses were not good enough. Fortunately for Tanner, Darcy chose that moment to speak. "We are happy to receive you, brother. Allow me to show you to your room, and I will ask the maid to draw a bath for you to freshen up before we dine." Tanner resisted the urge to sniff under his arms. "My room?" he asked, grappling to make sense of Darcy's words, and avoid acting as foolish as he felt when his thoughts were so muddled. "You did not expect me to put you out in the stables with Brutus, did you?" Darcy teased, deftly steering Tanner away from the ladies in the drawing-room and leading him upstairs to a bedchamber so large the entire tap-room of his inn could have sat easily within the papered walls. Tanner grumbled, "I would be more comfortable in the stables." "Nonsense." With a solid grip on Tanner's shoulder, Darcy pushed him inside, ordering the servants about with the ease of a general in his camp. It pleased Tanner to hear the gentle tone in his brother's voice, and the respect with which the servants regarded him. Darcy was a good gentleman, unlike their father, and most society gentlemen. "Try to relax before dinner. If I judged the tension in the room below correctly, you have a lot to answer for, and 3 females who will ensure you do just that." Darcy grinned. Tanner groaned, but he would face the consequences of his course, starting with Darcy. "What about you?" "Me?" Darcy shook his head. "I do not pretend to understand your rationality, for in doing so I would have to admit to some level of reasonableness on your part." Confound the man. Why would he not leave good enough alone? "You admit your own stubbornness prevents you from understanding how your association with me could harm your family?" Darcy's eyes crinkled, though his face was a mask of sincerity. "Our family," he corrected, continuing. "And why not, when you stubbornly refuse to understand our point of view? Like it or not, we are family. Your pride and, shall we call it, tenacity, clearly mark you as a Darcy. It is a trait we both inherited from our father." Those would have been fighting words coming from anyone else, but Tanner chuckled on hearing it from Darcy. While Tanner hated the idea of inheriting anything at all from that man, he was, at least, in good company. Darcy released his shoulder. "If you need anything at all, I am down the hall in my study. Richard sent a bottle of his best brandy for your visit, along with his apologies for not being able to join us." "How is the Colonel?" asked Tanner. Darcy's lips curled up, but his eyes betrayed sadness. He is happy with Mrs. Fitzwilliam. She is too delicate to travel as yet, but Richard loves to brag how quickly his daughter charged into the world. She is bound to be a hearty child with a will of her own, just like Richard. I only hope she possesses the good sense and practical mind of her mother."
Tanner nodded, feeling uncomfortable for bringing up a subject which obviously caused his brother pain. Of course, he ought to have noticed it before. They had no children of their own as yet. It must weigh on him and Mrs. Elizabeth a great deal, especially when her sisters and best friend were blessed with wee ones of their own so soon after their weddings. Feeling clumsy on all accounts, Tanner clapped his brother on the shoulder. Having nothing significant or profound to ease the melancholy weighing on Darcy, he simply said, "Your turn will come, and you will appreciate it all the more for the time you had to wait for it." Tanner was not a religious man, but he said a silent prayer in his heart that Darcy and Mrs. Elizabeth be blessed with a child soon. Darcy looked down at his boots and blinked. Tanner stood beside him in silent support, willing to stay in the same attitude for as long as it took, until, finally, Darcy sniffed and stood erect. "I could say the same to you, Tanner," he said. With that, he departed, leaving Tanner alone in the strange room to ponder his parting words. Darcy said his turn would come. His turn for what? Life had never been so kind as to grant Tanner anything more than that for which he worked his fingers to the bone. He held no vain expectation his fortune would ever change, nor did he wish it either. He took great satisfaction in his work. He took pride in his achievements, knowing he had earned them. His inn was a symbol of what determined dedication and relentless labour could accomplish. And Tanner wished it no other way. By the end of the year, he would hold the title to his property. It was all he wanted. Or so he said to himself, in an attempt to mask over what his heart understood to be Darcy's real meaning. Tanner looked down at his best trousers, worn at the knees, and his scuffed boots. He had polished them to a high sheen before leaving Meryton, but travel had coated them with dust. His cravat, tied in a simple knot, lay limply around his neck. A woman would have to be blind to love a rough man like him. He could never allow himself to hope a lady would ever regard him with anything more than polite endurance, as Arabella did. What was he doing here? He felt out of place, surrounded by the rich fabrics and fineries in the bedchamber. He had not been teasing entirely when he said he would feel more comfortable in the stables with Brutus. Before he could dwell on his awkwardness too much, Lawrence entered the room with a peremptory knock. Darcy's valet saw to the bath and offered to brush Tanner's clothes. The tub was large, and the footman filled it full of steaming water. When everyone had gone and Tanner could finally enjoy the hot bath in the solace of the room, he ducked his head under the water, hearing his breath come out in bubbles as he wondered what on earth had possessed him to come to London. Tanner should have known Georgiana was up to something. Her smile was too sweet. It had pleased him to see his shy half-sister capable of more than complacent smiles and acquiescent conversation. But it soon became a cause for alarm when she turned her attention to him and he realized that whatever her plan was, it involved him.
"Oh, bother! I am such a silly goose. I do believe I left a candle burning in my bedchamber," she said when dinner was announced.
Arabella's eyes flashed displeasure, a look which Georgiana ignored. Darcy said, "Do not concern yourself. Surely a maid will have seen it." He stopped, speaking abruptly, when Mrs. Elizabeth shot him such a look as to extinguish a dozen flames. "You had best see to it. You will not enjoy your dinner or our company until you are certain you will not burn the house down," Mrs. Elizabeth said. Georgiana bounced up from her seat.
"Please do not wait for me. I will only be a moment."
Darcy rose, holding his arm out to escort Mrs. Elizabeth into the dining room, which left Tanner with Arabella. She sat coolly in the chair farthest away from Tanner. Yes, he had noticed how far away from him she had placed herself. Not once had she peeked at him from under her thick eyelashes. Not that he had any right to a stolen glance, no matter how much his ego craved it. Arabella's fingers barely touched the broadcloth of his coat as they walked silently out to the hall and into the dining room. He held her chair out, leaving the servant intended for such duties without a task. Tanner realized his mistake, and while he ought to have stepped to the side, he saw his gesture through as he inwardly grumbled at his forgetfulness and his distaste of being waited upon. It was yet another reminder of how much he did not belong at Darcy House. He tugged at his now damp cravat and strained his shoulders against the confines of his blasted coat, wishing more than anything to free himself of it and roll up his sleeves. Tanner tried not to notice how Arabella's dress hugged the curves of her form, how the candlelight sparkled in her eyes, how the pearl-drop earrings tangled in her loose curls and shimmered against her neck. Before the first course was served, Georgiana slipped into the dining room. She had the audacity to wink at Tanner as she settled into her chair. He would have to watch out for her. She clearly had an agenda which ran at cross purposes to his own. All he wanted to do was to leave, to return to the life he had carved for himself at the inn. Arabella tensed beside him, and Tanner did his best to clear his mind of her when his every other sense was intoxicated with her presence. She even smelled good, a far sight better than Mrs. Molly's bread and the brew he sold at his tavern. Sweet, with a touch of spice that made him want to... Tanner swallowed hard and tugged at his cravat. Dinner would be insufferably long. Pent-up tension coiled his muscles so tightly. He felt confident that if Mrs. Molly barricaded the door to his inn, he could barge through it. He would return to his inn on the morrow, alone. Chapter 4. Arabella was angry. Were she to defy decorum, she would demand an explanation from him, but she could not. She was a lady, and she refused to cause a scene at the Darcys' expense when they had been nothing but good to her. Mr. Tanner was their guest, their family. Who was she to question him? And worse, what if he stayed away because he did not care? As much as such an admission would disappoint her, it would devastate Georgiana. She loved her eldest brother dearly. In her eyes, he could do no wrong. She would take his absence as proof of his disinterest in her, and that was a burden Arabella was unwilling to permit Georgiana to feel, not when it was her job to protect her. Arabella pinched her lips together between bites, determined to keep her peace and remember her place. Oh, but it was difficult. The silence grew unbearable as dinner dragged on, and her awareness of Mr. Tanner's every move lit her nerves on fire. If he were an honourable man, he would attempt to ease the tension at the table. If he held any regard for his family, he would offer an explanation. He would apologise. Could he not see how his sister suffered to keep her cheer when conversation faltered? Even Elizabeth's inquiries only received clipped replies. So wrapped up in her own thoughts was Arabella, she flinched when his gentle baritone pierced through her mounting objections against the gentleman and his growing need to apologise. "I owe you an apology. I did not realise my refusal to accept your invitations would lead to disappointment." He looked at Mr. Darcy, then Elizabeth, then Georgiana. All of Arabella's defensive arguments against him wilted like a flower arrangement under a chandelier. She bit her lip, waiting for him to look at her. Did he include her in his apology? Or was this his way of telling her how little he had thought of her? Oh, the misery of him acting precisely as a gentleman ought, only to exclude her! She twisted her hands in her lap and bit her tongue, which was becoming raw from the constraint she forced upon it. Sometimes being a lady was tiresome and painful.
"Why would you think we would not be disappointed?"
Georgiana asked. He swallowed hard. "I am out of place here. I do not belong."
"Nonsense!"
Georgiana and Elizabeth snapped in unison with Arabella's thought. Mr. Tanner cast a pleading look at Mr. Darcy. "We do Georgie no favours by shielding her from the truth," he replied. Georgiana nodded.
"I am aware of the appalling behaviour our father displayed toward your mother, and I despise it. However, I will not blame you when you could not help the circumstances of your birth. Nor can I regret that our father later married my mother, or we never would have known you. What happened in the past is hardly your burden to bear."
Arabella winced. It was not his burden to bear, true, but society imposed it upon him. That fact might be easy for Georgiana to overlook or disregard for the absurdity it was, but obviously Mr. Tanner could not. Society would make him regret it were he to forget. It was the height of injustice. "I would only bring shame on you. Do you not realize what would happen to your chances of making a good match if it were found out you had received the illegitimate son of your father into your home? That you welcomed me, the shame of your family, with open arms? The newspapers would love nothing more than to drag your name through the mire, and it would be my fault." He rubbed his hand over his face, and Arabella regretted every unfavourable thought she had held against him moments before. His feelings were based on rules the Darcys would never uphold when they excluded one of their own and were thus unreasonable to them. But his anguish was sincere. Arabella's stomach lurched when he added in a low tone, "I should never have come here." Mr. Darcy spoke in the gentle voice he used with Elizabeth when another month passed without any sign of a child in their near future. "Do you really believe the habits of our father were so well hidden as to be unknown? I refuse to be the means by which his indiscretions are revealed," Mr. Tanner retorted.
"Do you really believe yourself capable of ruining our family? Even if your identity were exposed, it would only be the sensation until the next scandal circulated. You give yourself too much credit, Tanner. I assure you, society will easily forget that of which they themselves
are too often guilty," Elizabeth said. The muscles around Mr. Tanner's jaw quivered, and his pulse pounded visibly at his temple. "You would suffer cruel whispers and unjust cuts for my sake?" "That is what family does," she answered, which only upset Mr. Tanner more. "I am not, nor could I ever be, family to you. Not really. How could I possibly ask you to endure society's snubs for my sake when I can prevent it? You would soon hate me, and I would loathe myself." Arabella could not comprehend his reaction, but her heart understood him. If her family would extend their forgiveness to her and accept her back, she would return to them in a heartbeat. Did he not know what he denied himself? Love, acceptance, undying affection, belonging? "You speak of yourself as if you are an imposition, Tanner. You are family, and we wish to claim you as such." Georgiana's voice dropped to a whisper, adding, "Are you not happy with us?" And just like that, Arabella's anger flared at Mr. Tanner for making Georgiana doubt herself. Arabella's husband had cast his own faults and failings onto her, not being man enough to shoulder them himself, just as Mr. Wickham had done to Georgiana. And now, to have Mr. Tanner, a man Georgiana trusted and admired, uncover a wound she had taken great pains to help heal. It was enough to make a lady's blood boil. She took a deep breath and forced her shoulders to relax, knowing better than to utter a word until she regained her composure. She was encouraged to speak her mind in the Darcy household, but she was cautious never to abuse the freedom they permitted her. Mr. Tanner spoke just as Arabella exhaled. "It is not you, little Pearl. I only mean to protect you from those who would use me against you." Mr. Darcy said, "When have I ever cared for society's opinion? Do you think our sister gives more credit to them than I do?" "You will not so easily ignore them when they make our sister the centre of their taunts," Mr. Tanner said, his voice riddled with anguish. "I should not have come. Please, you must allow me to depart in the morning. It was a mistake." "That is a hurtful thing to say," Arabella said, swallowing the words she had carefully chosen when Mr. Tanner turned to her. She wanted to stay enraged with him, but he looked like a whipped puppy with his eyebrows bunched up and his shoulders slumped helplessly, leaving Arabella in a quandary of anger and sympathy. The butler tiptoed across the room and, muttering his deepest apologies, whispered to Mr. Darcy. Perhaps the interruption was for the best. Mr. Darcy looked as if he wished to knock some sense into his stubborn brother. Georgiana shed no tears, but Arabella took note of how many sniffs it took to keep her cheeks dry. Elizabeth reached over and squeezed Georgiana's hand, glaring at Mr. Tanner as she did. "Tanner," Mr. Darcy's voice echoed loudly in the quiet room. He stood, and with a nod at the butler, he said, "There is a matter we must attend to. A stranger has come to call, and I wish for you to join me. I almost feel his untimely call is providential." Elizabeth looked at Mr. Darcy in concern. His attempt at humour at such a time was alarming. "A caller at this late hour?" she asked. "We will return shortly," he said, with a weak smile that made Elizabeth frown. Mr. Tanner joined him, trudging behind his brother, his jaw set and his eyes alert. Arabella shivered,
not having any other way to divest herself of the conflicting emotions coursing through her. Mr. Tanner was a steady man, but he unbalanced her like no one else. Perhaps Mr. Darcy was right. The stranger's arrival was providential. Chapter 5. Tanner walked beside Darcy, his heart heavy, his fists clenched, and his jaw tight, ready for whoever had alarmed his brother enough to leave the ladies at the table without greater explanation. Something was wrong. They followed the butler into the front parlor, nodding to each other in mutual understanding of the uncertainty awaiting them before stepping into the room. A fair-haired man with fashionably long side whiskers paced in front of the window. At first glance, Tanner dismissed him as a dandy with his perfectly tailored coat cut at an angle to display his colourful waistcoat. His collars were tall, like blinkers on a carriage horse. He turned away from the window out of which he peered, letting the eyeglass pressed to his eye dangle lazily from a gold chain. His polished boots had high heels and tassels. There was something in his features which put Tanner on edge. Something familiar. The man twisted his hands together, his grey eyes darting about the room before dashing back to the window to peek between the curtains into the darkness beyond them. Darcy exchanged a curious look with Tanner. For a certainty, the man looked familiar, but he had never seen him before. Apparently, he was unknown to Darcy as well. Beads of sweat glistened off the man's blanched face, as if he had seen a ghost on the other side of the window pane. The man was trouble. Tanner sensed it as clearly as he could spot a thief in his tavern. He spoke abruptly. "I apologize for my intrusion at this late hour, and I thank you for receiving me when I am a stranger to you." Without pausing for an acknowledgement from Darcy, he continued urgently. "Decency demands, I warn you. I have tried to stop him, but it is never enough. You are all in grave danger. He means to act soon. I have proof." He patted his pocket and turned again toward the window. Tanner shivered. "If you fear something outside, you had best step away from the window." Before Tanner could close his lips, a flash lit behind the man, and a deafening shot pierced through the darkness. Tanner grabbed Darcy's arm, pulling him to the floor and throwing himself in front of him as shards of glass flew through the parlor. "Get down, blast it!" Tanner shouted, hoping the foolish dandy had not been hurt. At the same time, his knuckles burned to thrash him thoroughly for bringing whatever danger about which he claimed to warn them to Darcy House. He ought to have listened to his instincts. Another shot sounded, and Tanner knew from the sickening thud it made that it had hit its mark. He turned in time to see the stranger fall to his knees, his shocked eyes fixed on Tanner as he clutched his chest and fell forward. Darcy crawled around Tanner to the man, keeping his head down. A footman skidded to a halt in the doorway beside the butler, his eyes as wide as tea saucers at the sight of their master kneeling beside the bleeding stranger, dragging him closer to the wall, where thick oak furniture offered some protection. Tanner crept to the window, making sure his shadow did not betray his position at the sight of the casing, and squinting his eyes against the black night for any signs of movement. He was not fool enough to run after someone who was clearly an excellent shot, in the dark, on a street he did not know. "Did you see anyone?" asked Darcy, feeling for a pulse on the man's wrist and watching for breath. Tanner leaned as far into the window as he dared, but the street was as quiet as Meryton in the dead of night. "No. Is he alive?" he asked, still searching. For his brother's sake, Tanner wished this was merely a dreadful dream, but the broken glass crunching under his boots was as real as the bloodstains spreading over the carpet. No, he is gone. Tanner clenched his jaw. Great, just great. His first night at Darcy House, and there was a dead body in the parlour. He would not leave on the morrow, not after this. He heard Darcy sigh. And so it begins again. Another murder to solve. Another mystery. Footsteps echoed from the hall, and Tanner looked at the doorway in time to see Mrs. Elizabeth push the shocked footman out of her way, to burst into the room followed by Arabella and Georgiana. "Stop!" Tanner and Darcy shouted in unison. Mrs. Elizabeth pulled Georgiana into her arms when she saw. Unfortunately, it was not the first dead body Mrs. Elizabeth had seen, but Tanner wished he could have spared the ladies the sight. Arabella ignored their admonition, walking as one unaware of her surroundings or the danger she put herself in. She crossed the room and knelt beside the man. Her face was as white as the dead man's. She took his hand and raised it to her cheek, her tears streaming down the lifeless hand she wept into. Darcy attempted to extricate Mrs. Elizabeth and Georgiana from the room, to no avail, but Tanner's attention was riveted on Arabella. He could not look away from her. She had known this stranger. She had loved him. He ached to turn back time and pull the stranger away from the window just to spare her. Why had he not spoken sooner? Maybe the stranger would have heeded him and lived. Then he could have told them why they were all in danger. Tanner's ears buzzed and his limbs tingled with anxiety. The man had said they were in grave danger. What else had he said? He means to act soon. Who? How? Tanner ran his hand over his face, pressing his palm against his forehead to alleviate the pressure pounding against his skull. Tanner concentrated on every word and every movement as he remembered it. Decency demands I warn you. I have tried to stop him, but it is never enough. You are all in grave danger. He means to act soon. I have proof. The man had said. He had patted his pocket. Did he have some information on his person which would answer all the questions he had raised? Who was he, and what was his close connection to Arabella? What had been his intention? If only he could have said more. If only Tanner could have kept him away from the window. If only he could have prevented the man Arabella so deeply cared for from dying. If only. I could not get to him in time, Tanner said, feeling as wretched as he had the day he had learned he was the reason his mother could not get a respectable job. Arabella said nothing, but she laid the stranger's hand on his chest and dried her tears. You are not to blame for the bad choices of others. Grief darkened her eyes to the colour of a cloudless midnight sky. Once it became clear the immediate danger was over, Darcy set the man's head down gently against the ruined carpet and rose. Quickly and quietly, he gave orders for the man to be moved, for his trusted surgeon to be called, and for boards to be placed over the window until it could be repaired on the morrow, instructing the servants to be cautious and alert. No strangers were to be allowed near the property, and he was to be notified immediately if they noticed anything unusual. He looked frequently at Tanner, and Tanner imagined the stranger's words were repeating themselves in Darcy's mind too. For their safety, they could not risk forgetting them. It was time for answers.
Who was he?
Asked Tanner softly. The room fell quiet as they waited for Arabella's reply.
He was my brother,
she whispered. Tanner's stomach clenched.
His name was Ambrose.
Her voice was tight with restraint. Straightening her shoulders, she asked,
Why did he come here?
He came to warn us, Darcy answered, repeating word for word what Ambrose had said. Tanner watched her reaction closely, praying she would understand more than he and Darcy did.
He did not say of whom he spoke or how he means to act, she asked,
her eyebrows furrowed in confusion and concentration. She knew no more than they did. Blast. Years of experience as Meryton's elected constable took over, and Tanner knew what they must do next, what they ought to have done already, if Darcy agreed. It was his household, and the circumstances were extraordinary. Darcy, a man was murdered in your front parlor. We ought to have summoned a hue and cry by now. But I will do nothing without your permission when the man said your entire household is in danger. Darcy ran his hand through his hair, pinching the back of his neck. For all we know, you were included in the warning too, Tanner. We must all be cautious. Nobody else peeked outside their windows or opened their doors when the shots were fired? He asked in frustration, gesturing at the window. That is not what I was looking for. But I do not recall seeing anyone or hearing anything. Odd. It is a quiet evening, but would not curiosity move one of your neighbours to look?
Mrs. Elizabeth spoke. The Chuftons hosted a ball this evening. I imagine we are the only family at home on the entire street, she suggested.
It is possible I simply did not see them because my focus was on a single figure in the street, added Tanner, smacking his fist against his palm. He ought to have seen something. Maybe he should have run outside. Even a skilled marksman would have needed time to reload his pistol.
Do not blame yourself, Mr. Tanner. Whoever did this must have had motive enough to kill Ambrose sooner or later to risk shooting into a gentleman's house and injuring others, said Arabella, moving away from her brother to sit in the empty space between Mrs. Elizabeth and Georgiana on the couch. Tanner went to the far wall, looking down at her brother. The shots had hit him in the back, but one had pierced through his heart.
Whoever did this is an excellent shot. Had he wished to hurt anyone other than your brother, he could have easily done so.
Arabella pinched her eyes and lips closed, and shook her head as if to rid herself of a horrible memory. My brother was known to keep questionable company. He favoured the Corinthian set.
It is a good start as any, Tanner mumbled, though he did not relish seeking those particular gentlemen out. They were proud of their sportsmanlike abilities, and took pleasure in flaunting their skills over their peers. More than one, on taking offence at Tanner's size, had attempted to goad him into a pugilist match, as if thrashing around at each other bare-chested and bare-knuckled proved they were anything other than barbaric savages hiding beneath the tailored coats of a gentleman. Wolves in sheep's clothing, the lot of them. I think it best not to take this before a magistrate until we notify the family. I would rather not make this public, and give our unknown enemy greater cause to conceal himself until we know who he is, Darcy said.
Another mystery to solve? Mrs. Elizabeth asked, with too much enthusiasm for Tanner's taste.
"Of which I hope you will do your best to stay out," Darcy replied, his voice thick with warning. Tanner knew from experience how well Mrs. Elizabeth would manage that, but he respected his brother for trying. "We had best work quickly," Tanner said. "Starting now. Mrs. Annesley, your brother patted his pocket when he said he had proof. Do I have your permission to search him?" She nodded, holding herself together with admirable strength. Tanner pulled a folded paper from the breast pocket of Ambrose's coat and handed it to Darcy. Darcy gritted his teeth, his full attention on the page. When he had read the contents in full, he thrust the paper at Tanner angrily. A few lines down the page, Tanner understood Darcy's reaction. It was about Arabella. Chapter 6. The writer's hatred seeped through every word he wrote against Arabella. The pleasure he took in his plan to forever mar her name in society reeked of obsession. She had cut him in the past, how he did not say, and he intended to make her suffer for it, when he did not specify. He wanted her to grovel at his feet, to beg him to do things to her only a revenge-hungry cad would be capable of thinking. His aim was to deny her mercy after humiliating her. He wanted to watch her hang from the gallows, and his confidence in his ability to do so knotted Tanner's stomach. Tanner was tempted to rip the vengeful words to shreds, but it was the only clue they had. Finding the writer was a priority. "What? Is it that awful?" asked Georgiana, holding her hand out for the paper. Tanner held it far out of her reach. There was no way in heaven he would expose his little sister to the vile thing. "Who wrote it?" Mrs. Elizabeth asked. "We do not know," Tanner answered. Arabella pressed her hands against her red cheeks. "I am so sorry. I do not know why this has happened, but it disturbs me greatly to be the source of these troubles. I will pack my things and leave immediately," she said to Darcy, already rising from where she sat with Mrs. Elizabeth and Georgiana. Georgiana caught her by the arm. "You will do no such thing. You are so much more than a companion to me, Arabella. You are one of my closest friends. And right now you are in trouble. How could we cast you off as if you were of no import to us?" "We do not turn our backs on one another. We are in this together," Mrs. Elizabeth added, looking to her husband for confirmation, which he readily gave. It made Tanner proud to see how quickly they rallied to Arabella's aid. She fit with them in a way he never could, and while the thought was bittersweet, it gave him comfort to know she would always have a home, just like he had his inn, and how he longed to return to it, now he knew for a certainty he must stay. Tanner smoothed the page in his hand, searching for anything which might help them identify the writer. The handwriting was bold, the ink thick, the edge on one side was ragged. Darcy pointed at it. The paper was torn. If it was taken from a private journal, then there is a greater chance its contents are still secret. We will have to read the newspapers and listen to the gossip at the club every day, but I do not think he has executed his plan, whatever it is, yet. Tanner handed the paper to Darcy. "Put it somewhere safe until such a time we are able to burn it." Darcy tucked it into his pocket as the eyes of 3 inquisitive females looked between them. Mrs. Elizabeth spoke. "If you do not wish for us to read it,
Will you at least tell us what it says in your own words? Perhaps we can offer some insight as to who wrote it."
Darcy took a deep breath and began. "The paper is of excellent quality, and since the writer seemed to be known by Mrs. Annesley's brother, we can assume he is also a gentleman. He wrote that cost is no concern, so we know him to be a gentleman of means. He stated that, though his plans had been thwarted up to then, he would bide his time and ruin anyone who would attempt to help Mrs. Annesley."
"Like Ambrose might have tried to help me?"
Arabella whispered, her eyebrows furled. Shaking her head, she added, "I wept for my brother, but I do not know if he was my ally or my enemy. It is a dreadful thought, but true all the same. Ambrose never did anything that did not serve his purpose." "Typical gentleman," thought Tanner. A lesser woman would have lamented her troubles, but Arabella's eyes sharpened. She said, "You mentioned plans. Were they mentioned in the letter?" "Whoever penned it is bent on avenging himself against you, saying he would see you humiliated publicly and ruined beyond reparation." Another deep breath. Then Darcy said in one exhale, "He says he can prove you murdered your husband." Tanner gritted his teeth at the suggestion. It would take much more than the malicious accusation of a revenge-seeking blackguard to make Tanner believe Arabella capable of taking a life. Arabella sat abruptly on the couch, the bit of colour she had regained draining from her face. "It is not possible. I could not save Nicholas, but I did not kill him." Mrs. Elizabeth's eyes narrowed, already mulling over the details revealed to her while Georgiana grabbed Arabella's hand and pressed it to her cheek.
"I do not believe it. Brothers, we cannot allow it," Georgiana said resolutely. Why did Ambrose carry the torn page in his pocket when it lacked so many pertinent details? Who wrote the blasted thing? Who murdered Arabella's brother? How did the writer mean to accuse Arabella of murder? Would he slaughter Darcy, Georgiana, or Elizabeth as easily as he had rid himself of Ambrose? How could they stop him? Silence reigned as Tanner, and everyone else in the room, pondered what had happened and what it meant. But thoughts would only get them so far. They must act, and quickly. Tanner looked intently at Arabella. "Now is not the time for delicacy or secrets, Mrs. Annesley. Who would write this about you? And, assuming the writer is the shooter, why did your brother lead him here?" All eyes were on Arabella as they sat in a circle in the drawing-room. The surgeon had come and gone, the parlour had been tidied up, and her brother lay peacefully in the cellar until they could convey him to her family. There was no other pressing task to delay the telling of her story. More was the pity. Until then, there had been no need to reveal more than this basic fact. She had married for love, and it had not gone well. With all the effort it took to repress her impulsive nature, it shamed her to have to speak of her weakness so openly to a family she admired. What would Mr. Tanner think of her when he knew her suffering had been her own doing? But the embarrassment she felt before her friends paled in comparison to what awaited her on the morrow. What she should have seen to immediately, had she possessed courage enough. She would have to talk with her father. It fell to her to give him the news that his favourite child, his heir, was dead.
She could already hear him ordering her off his property. Again. Setting her teacup down, she said, "I held fanciful views of love when I came out in society. Nothing but the deepest love would persuade me to accept an offer." "A prospect every young lady should entertain," said Elizabeth. "Perhaps so, if they have sense enough to choose wisely. My father urged me to consider fortune and position, but I was adamant. I convinced him to allow me more time, not thinking it unreasonable to fall in love with a gentleman who possessed what my father required, along with a heart I could complete." Her chest felt hollow and heavy with regret. How young and ignorant she had been. "Unfortunately, I grew more headstrong and determined as my father became more insistent. Fueled by rebellion, I encouraged the attention of a young soldier with neither fortune nor a title. He was everything I thought a young man ought to be: gallant, charming, handsome in his uniform. We conversed for hours on every subject, from fashion to politics. I thought he was a man to encourage my mind, a man who respected a woman with opinions. I ignored the gentle warnings from my closest friends, and the subtle behaviours I ought to have seen as proof of his hypocrisy. I fell in love." She pinched her eyes shut, regret enveloping her, consuming her. A hand rested on her forearm, and Arabella opened her eyes. Georgiana smiled supportively, her expression devoid of judgment or disapproval. Of anyone in the room, Georgiana understood what it was like to fall in love with a fortune-seeking soldier. How fortunate she had a brother who looked out for her best interest, unlike Ambrose. Taking a deep breath, Arabella continued. "My father's patience had reached its limit. Ambrose had developed some expensive habits while at Cambridge, and after years of self-indulgence, he had placed our family's estate in peril with his debts." Arabella could still see her father's stoic face in her mind. "It is high time you put the needs of your family before your own selfish desires for a change," he had said, making no mention of how Ambrose's selfish pursuits had endangered their home. She had resented his favoritism then. Now, Arabella did not know what to think. It was hard to resent her brother now. Her father's next words had truly broken her heart, giving rise to her spirit. She repeated them aloud to her friends. "The evening before I eloped, my father said, 'I have arranged your affairs to all of our satisfaction. You will do what all women in society must do. You will make the most of it for the betterment of your family.'" Something inside her had snapped. Even then, her voice trembled under the burden of his words. Father had always encouraged her to nourish her mind, to express her informed opinions respectfully, and to act with decision. He had never treated her like most fathers viewed their daughters, like nothing more than an object for trade. She had blamed Ambrose for that. But it hurt more than Arabella had ever allowed herself to admit that her father had repeated her brother's oft-expressed opinion to her. Forcing her anger aside, she continued, "My father arranged for me to marry Lord Lofton. He had always been a close friend to our family, a man of considerable wealth and property, as well as Ambrose's dearest friend. My marriage to him would solve all of our woes, and my brother could continue in his cause with no thought for the consequences of his actions, so long as others would sacrifice their happiness to cover his debts." The injustice stung her throat and made her words bitter. She regretted them as soon as they passed her tongue.
I apologize for my poor manners. It is improper of me to speak ill of the dead.
Arabella purposely kept her eyes away from Mr. Tanner, ashamed to reveal before him how her heart had blinded her, how resentful she was toward a brother who could harm her no longer. Mr. Tanner said firmly, "You should not have to apologize for speaking freely. We have all been threatened, and you have been accused." She interrupted him.
Do you think I murdered my husband?
"No," he answered, without pausing for breath. Arabella waited, but when he offered no explanation for his simple answer, she asked,
Why not?
She chewed the insides of her cheeks as she waited for his reply. She knew the claim on the page found in Ambrose's pocket was made out of spite, but she needed to hear it from Mr. Tanner. She needed to know. "Colonel Fitzwilliam never would have recommended you to Darcy had he questioned your innocence regarding your husband's death. And after what happened with the last companion, that detestable Mrs. Young, Darcy would have gone out of his way to ensure your qualifications before welcoming you into his home." Mr. Darcy nodded gravely, and Arabella swallowed hard. But of course he would have been cautious before allowing her to come near his sister so soon after her own heartbreak. He knew then how Nicholas had been caught cheating at cards. He knew her husband had been so badly beaten she had sold her wedding ring to secure the surgeon to pay for drafts and manage Nicholas's pain. All that effort, and it had not been enough. Nicholas had died, and she was freed. With no money, no home, and nothing left to sell for bread. Some freedom. But she had still felt blessed to have it. Arabella shuddered to think what would have happened to her had Colonel Fitzwilliam not intervened when he did. He and the Darcys had saved her. Mr. Tanner's reasoning was perfectly sound, the epitome of logic. But still she pressed.
My husband's death was a relief to me. I did not mourn his loss. How can you be so certain I did not help him along?
Her insistent question sounded crazy in her own ears. Did she want him to believe her guilty? Why was she doing her best to make him question her, when she knew she was above reproach? He met her gaze fully, his eyes reflecting the pain she felt, reaching into the bruised depths of her soul and comforting her with his understanding. The burden of judgment lifted from her completely when Mr. Tanner said, "It is as certain to me as the sunrise every morning. You are not a killer." This time she believed him. Her shoulders relaxed as she exhaled. "Besides," Mr. Tanner added, "Brutus likes you. He is an excellent judge of character."
Your horse likes me, and so I must be innocent?
Arabella's lips curled up, despite the gravity of the past few hours. "You cannot lie to a horse. He sees people for what they really are."
Georgiana said, I suppose we ought to ask his opinion on our situation. We could lead him about London and ask him to bite whoever murdered your brother and wrote that horrid note.
Everyone snickered, but the idea was not half bad. Their only other option was to compare the handwriting on the paper to the manuscript of hundreds of gentlemen known to Ambrose in town. A daunting task indeed. Mr. Tanner narrowed the search with one question. "You jilted a gentleman with a title?" Arabella chuckled at the absurdity of the suggestion. Only a viscount. You think he is acting the part of a jilted lover? Lord Lofton knew I never preferred him, and I always suspected I was nothing more than the latest prize he had won in a bet lost by Ambrose. He was kind enough to honour it, and thus come to the aid of my family, but he would have regretted his good nature. Tell us more about him, Mr. Darcy said, pinching his chin and narrowing his eyes. Arabella shrugged her shoulders. There is not much to tell. He is as amicable as Mr. Bingley, and as responsible as you. He got my brother out of more scrapes than I can recall. I never gave Lofton any encouragement, and I dare say I ignored him completely when I met Nicholas. He could not have been surprised or overly disappointed when I eloped with another. Mr. Tanner's chair groaned as he leaned back and crossed his arms. You believe him incapable of resentment, would you? I do. There are few gentlemen so kind as Lofton. The way Mr. Tanner's eyebrows raised suggested he doubted that. Chapter 7. Arabella pressed her cold fingers against her puffy eyes. It had been a long night. The Darcys had been full of reassurances, adding to Arabella's misery for being the cause of their current predicament. Cellars were for wine, not a dead body. Her brother's dead body. Would that Ambrose had said more. Would that he had not come to Darcy House. Would that he had even once given her reason to believe him sincere. Then she would not doubt his desire to help. Instead, she questioned his motives, believing him capable of putting her and the Darcys in danger, in an effort to lessen his own problems. What a horrible thing to think of her own brother. Arabella tried to think of an instance where he had placed the welfare of another above his own, but she could not recall a single occasion. What a selfish, sad life Ambrose had led. And now he would never have the chance to redeem himself. The realization filled Arabella with melancholy so that she cried again for the brother she had not liked at all, but whom she had loved despite his many faults. Her father would be devastated. Arabella's chin quivered for the man who had disinherited her, for she remembered a time when he had loved her too. Her body ached to see her mother. Such a mixture of want and dread coursed through her as she made her way to the breakfast room. It was an unexpected but welcome relief when she found the entire household conversing around the table. She glanced at the wall clock. It was earlier than their usual time to gather to break their fast. Elizabeth greeted her with a smile. William has made all the arrangements, Arabella. We shall go to Shadewood Manor in the open carriage. The day is lovely, and it would be a pity to waste it when our spirits are in need of sunshine. Arabella felt her shoulders ease down. She ought to have known they would not send her alone to her father's estate. Georgiana pushed her plate away and harumphed. I would go with you, but I must call at the Chuftons to smooth over ruffled feathers. Looking at Mr. Tanner, she continued, I stayed at home to see you instead of going to their ball. You, sir, owe me a dance. Mr. Tanner's fork stopped part way to his mouth. Grimacing at the bite of sausage, he set his cutlery down and shoved his plate away as if his little sister had quite spoiled his appetite. I do not dance, he grumbled. Georgiana's eyes glinted in merriment at his gruff manners. Not even with me? She asked, batting her lashes, knowing he would not refuse her. Only with you, and only if there are no onlookers to laugh, Mr. Tanner said with a pointed look at his brother.
Mr. Darcy shrugged his shoulders.
It cannot be helped. My wife dearly loves to laugh, and I am powerless under her influence.
Elizabeth chuckled. And there is no more welcome sound to my ears than your heartfelt laughter, my love. Surely Tanner would not deprive us of such a simple pleasure when he, too, could benefit greatly from a hearty guffaw, she teased.
Do not count on it, Mr. Tanner said, his grumbly exterior fading as he pulled his plate closer and consumed the greater part of a muffin in one bite.
Arabella wondered what he would think of her Banbury cake and jam tartlets.
Mr. Darcy cleared his throat, then said, I sent letters by messenger to Lieutenant Annesley's acquaintances, as well as to the surgeon you named. If you are accused of your husband's murder, we will be prepared. My man is making inquiries about your brother as well. If he had enemies amongst his friends, or any unsettled debts or disputes, he will find them. Until then, we will do our best to appease your family after delivering the distressing news.
Elizabeth added, You and Tanner ought to make inquiries about Lord Lofton at your club, William.
Mr. Tanner snorted. Me? In a gentleman's club?
Mr. Darcy's eyes narrowed, inspecting his brother.
Mr. Tanner's shoulders hunched up, and he folded his arms over his chest. A gesture Arabella suspected meant either disapproval or restraint, or perhaps both. Right now, he looked as if he wished to strangle his brother, but Arabella knew he would not. He was an imposing figure, but every single person she had discreetly pressed for details about Mr. Tanner's temperament had attested he was never violent. Forceful when necessary, but never provokingly aggressive. He ended the fights in his tavern. He never started them. Finally, after some time, Mr. Darcy spoke. You are quite right, Tanner. Your dress suits you well for the country, but it is not quite the wardrobe of a gentleman. Before Mr. Tanner could object, Mr. Darcy added, We shall visit my tailor this afternoon. The shock on Mr. Tanner's face was enough to make Arabella's troubles disappear, if only for a moment. But, oh, what a glorious moment! She imagined how he would look in breeches and a fitted coat. When a sigh escaped her, she hastened to close her gaping mouth. Tanner could not change the subject quickly enough. He would rather have a tooth pulled than wear pointy collars and tight breeches. Glaring at his infernally annoying little brother, who dared to grin at him still, he said, You are certain that 2 extra footmen accompanying Georgiana are capable? Were it up to Tanner, he would have sent a regiment of footmen, all of them armed to the teeth, to accompany Georgiana and her maid on her social calls.
We shall draw more attention to ourselves with so many attending me, objected Georgiana, clearly wishing she could accompany Arabella and Mrs. Elizabeth to Shadewood Manor, instead of soothing a society matron's hurt feelings. Humour me, Georgie, said Darcy, his words tender, but his firm gaze brooking no argument. She returned his determined look, and Tanner almost laughed at how similar the two were in temperament. It filled Tanner with pride to see the obstinate streak in her. She was not so delicate as her fair appearance let on. Tilting her chin defiantly, she finally said, Very well, but I expect you to tell me everything upon your return. She looked imploringly at Arabella. I would not dream of keeping anything from you, answered Arabella. She was uncharacteristically flushed. It struck Tanner as odd
But as it was becoming, and not feverish, he did not inquire after her health. Mrs. Elizabeth added, "Your role is an important one, Georgiana. We must keep up appearances. We do not wish for word to spread about what happened last night. And your calling on Mrs. Chufton lends a sense of normality to our habits. It is why your brothers have decided to drive through Hyde Park on our way to Shadewood Manor. We are simply a family enjoying an outing, appropriate since we have family visiting us and making calls." Tanner's eyelid twitched. He had not agreed with Miss Elizabeth's scheme to put them all on display by driving leisurely through the park. How was he to go unnoticed when she was intent on making him a spectacle? And would the Chuftons not wonder why Georgiana was accompanied by her maid rather than her companion? Surely the prim and proper people-watchers in Hyde Park would wonder why Arabella was enjoying a leisurely drive with Mrs. Elizabeth instead of Georgiana. It was an unsatisfactory arrangement which would only lead to unbidden curiosity from onlookers. "Stop that," Georgiana said, shoving at his crossed forearms. Tanner looked around him, oblivious to what she spoke about, but willing to indulge her. Arabella's hand covered her smile, while Mrs. Elizabeth did not bother to hide her glee. "Stop what? I only sit here." "You look like an angry bull. Unfold your arms before you have everyone in your path thinking you are looking for something to smash." He dropped his arms to his sides and tried to relax his shoulders to the laughter of his brother. Tanner did not care. He would do anything to please Georgiana, even learn how to dance. She was probably right, anyway. He would only draw more attention to himself if he scared the friendly folks in the park. Was Arabella frightened by him? Casting what was meant to be a quick look across the table, and promptly wishing he had not done so when he could not redirect his gaze as he had intended, Tanner at least reassured himself Arabella did not appear frightened in the least. Her hand dropped from her mouth to the lace at her throat. The soft smile with which she regarded him, and the curve of her shoulder visible under the lace she fingered, warmed him. Blast it! Now he was sweating and uncomfortable, and at a loss for what to do with his unfolded arms. He rose from the table. He needed to act, to do something, anything. Georgiana popped up on her toes and kissed him on the cheek.
"That is better. You are not the only one unhappy with today's arrangements, but I promise to behave if you will do the same."
She was a clever one, and Tanner proudly smiled at her in earnest. "I promise. No angry looks, no smashing." He was rewarded with dimples and a tinkle of laughter that made him forget how to feel surly. Even 2 hours later, when it was time to depart for Arabella's childhood home, he sat a little taller in his saddle as he watched the wheeled fortress conveying Georgiana to her social calls roll away from them. Brutus pranced like a vainglorious popinjay beside Arabella, knowing his big black form was the only thing she could see out of his side of the carriage. He snickered every time she looked away from him. "He remembers you," Elizabeth teased Arabella. "I do not know whether to be flattered or humbled that my greatest admirer is a horse." Arabella smiled at Brutus in such a way as made Tanner grip the reins tighter. She did strange things to his insides, but it was sobering to remind himself that her smile had not been directed at him. How demeaning to be jealous of his own horse. "Show off," Tanner grumbled, to which he received nary a flicker of Brutus's ears. The park was crowded with fashionable people clearly out to sea, and be seen. Hats tilted at rakish angles, riding habits in colours meant to rival the brightest spring blossoms, horses groomed to a shine comparable to their masters' boots, and polite, inquisitive nods from everyone they passed. It made Tanner uneasy. Mrs. Elizabeth laughed. "You cannot avoid people's looks, Tanner, and I do believe Brutus is enjoying himself immensely. Do as he does, and make the most of it. You are new in town and associated with us, so you are bound to draw a great deal of attention, not to mention the season is upon us, and you are unmarried." Great. Just great. "And I suppose an unmarried gentleman must be in want of a wife?" he asked sarcastically. "It is a truth universally acknowledged," she said, with a level stare at him. Tanner grimaced as they continued down the path, feeling as if he was some shocking display at an exhibition when couples pointed and whispered in his direction, and lone riders slowed down to get a better look as he rode by. Did they have nothing better to gape at? He only relaxed when they seemed to have passed by most of the spectators. In fact, Tanner did not see anyone else about. Ah, sweet relief. Darcy interrupted Tanner's momentary tranquility, saying, "Welcome to the marriage mart, Tanner." Him? In the marriage mart? Preposterous. Sorely tempted to spin Brutus around and gallop home to the peace of his inn, Tanner held his hand still when a whip cracked through the air. It was not a ball of lead from a pistol, but the effect on him was the same. His senses on full alert, Tanner looked farther down the path to see a gentleman in coachman dress and a top hat driving a curricle with 2 matching greys. He weaved expertly, if not carelessly, around carriages and riders. Darcy's face clouded. "Thoughtless man," he said, instructing his coachman to give the gentleman a wide berth, an easy enough request to fulfill, given the straight stretch of wide path before them. The whip-wielding man in the curricle rounded a turn, advancing toward them at an alarming clip. Brutus's ears flinched, his disapproving snort reaffirming what Tanner feared. Tanner watched the coachman's hands, but the man held his reins straight in front of him. He did not attempt to alter his path. He aimed his curricle at top speed directly at Darcy's carriage. Darcy's driver swayed the carriage to the other side of the road, but the coachman followed them. The ladies shrieked in alarm when their driver veered abruptly to the opposite side once again. Darcy shouted, throwing himself over the ladies and holding them against the carriage floor, offering what little protection he could with his body. Tanner snapped at the sound of the coachman's whip. "Hi-yah!" he shouted, leaning forward and squeezing his thighs around Brutus's flanks. His fearless stallion charged forward. A cool calm fell over Tanner as he focused on the man and what he must do if it came to that. Seconds stretched before Tanner. If the crazy coachman did not veer to the side soon, Tanner was going too fast, and in the wrong direction to grab one of the horses' bridles to lead them away from the coach. A risky maneuver in its own right. Brutus was agile, but he could not whip around that fast. They would plough through the middle. It would be messy. Brutus raised his head, ready for the impact. Tanner clenched his jaw and braced himself. Come what may, he would stop the carriage from hurting his family. Tanner heaved Brutus to the side as the man pulled his reins violently, turning the curricle abruptly to careen perilously toward them. The leather harnesses of the speeding pair of matching greys grazed past Tanner, the rush of disturbed wind from the curricle a dangerous remembrance of how close he had been to a collision. Tanner could have reached out and grabbed the man by the collar, he was so close. He saw the sneer on the driver's face. He had meant to scare them. Tanner spun Brutus around and followed the man until he passed Darcy's coach. Sorely tempted to follow the fool, Tanner reined Brutus in and watched as the racing curricle continued down the path while Darcy's coachman travelled at a healthy clip in the opposite direction. It was for the best. Tanner held his breath when another carriage became visible down the lane, but the dangerous driver did not rush it as he had done to them. In fact, his pace slowed considerably. No, he had targeted them. Only them. Tanner shook in rage and cooped up relief, but he decided it best to follow the Darcys and Arabella rather than drag the ruffian by the collar out of his fancy curricle and smash him. He was no fool. He had learned long ago that conflicts were best resolved without fists, especially when careless fools were involved, and he would not break his promise to Georgiana. No smashing. Chapter 8. Arabella clutched her stomach and exhaled slowly. She had never been ill inside a carriage before, and she was not about to lose her composure for fear of never regaining it again. Mr. Tanner's selfless act filled her with awe, and stomach-twisting, throat-stinging, limb-shaking anxiety, which best expressed itself in the least appropriate emotion. "Why did you do that? Did you not realize you could have been killed?" she blurted angrily, twisting her hands around her reticule. They did shake so. She ought to have smiled. She ought to have spoken her gratitude aloud. But the weight of what had just happened, and what Mr. Tanner had been willing to do to prevent it, turned her into a ball of nerves. "I only did what needed to be done," he said with a shrug, adding, "Anybody would have done the same." Arabella could think of precious few men who would have thrown themselves in the way of a curricle for the sake of a family he refused to allow to acknowledge him. Had Mr. Darcy been on horseback, he would have done anything to save Elizabeth. Colonel Fitzwilliam, had he been present, would not have thought twice before intervening. That made 3 men. 3 men out of the hundreds she had met in her lifetime. Mr. Tanner's calm only agitated her more, but she had said enough. "Thank you," she said in a clipped voice. He turned Brutus aside to trot beside the carriage, their tense posture alert for any more impending danger. A chill shook through Arabella. They were in danger. Because of her. Because of Ambrose. But why? What had Ambrose done to involve her and her friends in his schemes? Whom had he crossed to provoke such a violent end, and their continued persecution? And why should an honourable man risk injury for her sake? Mr. Darcy kissed Elizabeth. She ran her fingers over her husband's face, as if she were reassuring herself he was real and unharmed. Arabella was grateful they seemed to ignore her, but their intimacy made Arabella painfully aware of what she lacked. Arabella wrapped her arms around herself, acutely aware of Mr. Tanner riding beside the carriage. She could not imagine a safer place to be than inside his strong arms, and her desire to wrap herself up in his protection, to share the burden weighing on her, overwhelmed her until she realized the foolishness of her wanton thoughts. He had enough to worry about without her,
No matter how capable and broad his shoulders may be, she would be as selfish as Ambrose if she allowed herself to wallow in her own grief when someone was out to harm the people for whom she cared the most. She must focus on the problem at hand. She must find the man who killed her brother and stop him. Mr. Tanner and Brutus aside, what had she seen? Arabella closed her eyes, focusing on the curricle and the driver. He had worn a coachman's coat with a shoulder knot and large mother-of-pearl buttons, which had made her blink when the sun flashed on them. The brim of his top hat had been wide enough to prevent her from seeing his face. Other than the matching greys, she had noticed nothing about the curricle. Her lips pinched together in disappointment. Blast it all, it was not enough. The crowded roads on the other side of the park prevented them from driving faster than the horses could walk, an advantage which allowed Arabella to calm her nerves and attempt conversation as the lanes widened and the busy sounds of London dwindled to a low hum. Her father's estate, Shadewood Manor, was a comfortable distance from town, close enough to be considered fashionable and convenient, far enough to hear birds sing and appreciate the smell of freshly cut grass. They passed by fields where she used to collect wildflowers. The gnarled tree she had climbed near the embankment still opened its branches in welcome, its rustling leaves offering shade and whispering old promises. How often she had peered through its limbs to the sky, dreaming and planning. Her throat tightened as memories of the happier times she had foolishly taken for granted clouded her eyes. A handkerchief dropped into her lap, making her jolt. "I meant to hand it to you, not startle you," Mr. Tanner said apologetically. Arabella reached up to her cheek, the tips of her white gloves damp when she examined them. "Oh, I had not realized." She let her words trail off, unwilling to admit how much she missed her family and her home. "The road is dusty," Mr. Tanner offered. She dabbed her eyes, grateful for the excuse he gave her, though anyone could see the roads were still packed hard from the recent rain. "Thank you," she said, pressing the smooth linen against her cheeks and inhaling the comforting sense of fresh bread, hearth smoke, and rosemary. How she wished she was on her way to Tanner's Inn instead of Shadewood Manor. She would ensconce herself in the kitchen and fill the rooms with the delightful aromas of her baking. She already had a collection of tried and tested recipes. Arabella imagined what it would be like to carry trays of her creations to hungry travellers, feeling useful and accomplished in something worthwhile. Working shoulder to shoulder with a man she trusted and respected, a man who valued her. Would his kisses taste as good as his handkerchief smelled? She peeked over the linen at Mr. Tanner, and her body melted at the warm embers he sparked to life within her. Pulling the dangerous linen away from her face, she held it at a safer distance from her nose until she could return it. That was the difficulty of being a widow. There was a time when she knew the pleasure of being loved, what it felt like to curl her fingers around her husband's hair, the sting of his whiskers brushing over her skin, the heady rush of anticipation when he tilted her head up, his breath tickling her face the moment before his lips finally met hers. She remembered. Arabella shook her head. Now was not the time for daydreams, nor should she ignore her problems by hiding in a kitchen,
or by thinking of sensations she had long since buried. She breathed in the crisp country air and cleared her mind. Perhaps it was her desire for clarity. Maybe sufficient time had passed since Nicholas. Or more likely, it was Mr. Tanner's immovable reliability and trustworthiness. Whatever it was, Arabella felt the significance of the moment. For the first time since her wedding night, she longed for the love of a good man again, the man of whom she had dreamed as a girl. Had she been dreaming of Mr. Tanner? She was undeniably attracted to him, but surely she did not love him. Part of her impulsive, passionate nature, which had led to the beginning of her woes, was convinced the admiration she felt for him was the beginning of a love like that of the Darcys. But another part of her, the cautious, rational thinker she had learned to become, warned her not to rush to conclusions, just because her first thought would be to tuck herself under his arm if he raised his hand. Not flinch and shield her face. She looked out of the other side of the carriage and sighed louder than she had meant to. Would Mr. Tanner consider loving a woman like her? She was not so beautiful as she once was. She had scars. She would be a challenge. Elizabeth squeezed her hand. "You are not alone." Arabella smiled in appreciation, pleased she had gained the mastery over her reactions once more, and just in time. The wrought iron gates marking the entrance to her family's property loomed ahead. What if they refused to see her? Or worse, what if they were happy to see her when she bore the worst possible news? Chapter 9. The park was impeccably manicured, with bright flower beds winding alongside the gravel path leading to a limestone house with white curtains fluttering in the open windows. It was elegant and inviting, unlike the reception Arabella expected.
"Miss Hardcastle? Is that you?"
exclaimed a deep voice behind her. She had not heard the lone rider's voice over the sound of the wheels of their carriage. Turning to see who called her, relief flooded her when she recognized the rider's dark green eyes and wide smile. He doffed his hat, his sandy blonde hair perfectly arranged. Ambrose had always been envious of Lofton's ability to take off his hat without bearing its hair-crushing mark around his head. Lofton dismounted his chestnut stallion, who received a disapproving look from Brutus as father's groom ran up to take him to the stable. Arabella descended from the carriage and greeted his lordship with a smile. It seemed like an eternity had passed since she had last seen him. "Viscount Lofton, how good it is to see you! Please allow me to introduce you to my friends."
"Only if you address me as you used to, as I refuse to think of you as anything other than the beautiful Miss Hardcastle, my dearest friend's charming younger sister."
He raised her gloved hand and touched it to his forehead as he bowed. She felt like a maiden experiencing her first season. Lofton showed himself enchanted to meet her friends, and after performing introductions and exchanging the normal pleasantries, the groom approached, uncertain what to do with the unknown arrivals. Lofton's manners became more solemn.
"I do not pretend to be ignorant of the situation between you and your family, Miss Hardcastle. I fear something dreadful has happened to bring you here. I sense your friends also understand your relationship and are here to give you support and protection."
Nodding at Mr. Darcy, Elizabeth, and Mr. Tanner, he added,
"I thank you for your kindness toward one who has been treated poorly. I have been relentless in my efforts to appeal her case before Mr. Hardcastle, but he is proud.
Maybe you will have greater success where I have failed."
Mr. Darcy bowed, and Elizabeth considered Lofton thoughtfully and thought Arabella found him favourable. Mr. Tanner crossed his arms. That was like him. To think Mr. Tanner had suspected him. "Thank you, Lofton. I appreciate your efforts on my behalf, no matter how they have been received."
It is not my custom to forget my friends, nor to allow an opportunity to repay in kind to pass me by when it presents himself," he added with a chuckle. "If I did not hold myself to a high standard, your brother would certainly expect it of me. He will be happy to see you."
Mr. Tanner narrowed his eyes at Lofton. The groom still waited, and the butler stood at the entrance of the house, watching them. Arabella knew her entry into the house very much depended on her next words, and so she spoke pointedly. "Ambrose is dead." Lofton pinched his eyes shut, his hand clutching his heart.
"I was to meet him today. That is why I am here."
He shook his head slowly, pressing his hand against his forehead, his eyes blinking, the tears threatening to brim over.
"I am so sorry. Your father will be devastated."
Mr. Tanner said in an embarrassingly accusatory tone,
"What was your business with young Mr. Hardcastle today?"
Arabella gave him her best glower. Could he not see Lofton's anguish? The man was this close to weeping over the loss of his dear friend, and Mr. Tanner was questioning his reason for being present. Lofton, being the tactful, gentle soul he was, noticed Arabella's consternation. Holding his hands up, he said,
"Please, do not be distressed on my account, Miss Hardcastle. I dare say you have suffered enough of late. The very nature of your friend's suspicious looks and forthright question leads me to suppose you suspect foul play. If that is the case, I applaud your friend's caution."
Mr. Tanner answered,
"He was murdered in front of Mr. Darcy and myself."
Lofton gasped.
"How horrible! No wonder you regard me with suspicion after such a traumatic experience. When did this occur? Please, let me be of assistance. What happened?"
Arabella opened her mouth, ready to tell him everything, but Mr. Darcy spoke before she could utter a word.
"He hardly had time to speak at all before shots were fired into my home. We did not even know who he was until Mrs. Annesley identified him. Mr. Hardcastle died immediately," he said.
Arabella did not understand why Mr. Darcy did not say more than he did, but she knew better than to speak when he gave her a stern look. Lofton bowed his shaking head.
"I am so sorry. I had always held the hope you would eventually be restored to favour with your family, Miss Hardcastle. I have reassured your father many times. I harbour no resentment against you, or him for our failed arrangement."
Arabella looked smugly at Mr. Tanner. "Thank you, Lofton. That is kind of you to say."
"And I mean it wholeheartedly. However, I fear my influence was not enough to intervene on your behalf, nor was I able to save Hardcastle from himself."
Arabella snapped to attention. "What do you mean?" Perhaps Lofton would be of assistance after all, if he could tell them in what Ambrose had involved himself. Lofton sighed, his eyes wincing, as if the words were painful to utter.
"You are aware of the expensive habits he developed at university. I bear a lot of the guilt, and I have attempted these past couple of years to make reparation for encouraging him. Looking at Mr. Darcy, he added, "Like most young gentlemen born into privilege, I abused the advantages I had been given. I spent too much of my time at the gambling tables, and in company which only encouraged certain vices and indulgent behaviours. I was not a good friend to Hardcastle at that time." He clenched his jaw, creases of anger and contrition etching his brow. He looked directly at Arabella when he continued, "I am grateful to you, Miss Hardcastle. It was your sudden departure, your choice of another gentleman you believed to be superior to one who believed himself inferior to none, that brought the error of my ways to my attention. For the first time I saw myself as I imagine you did, and I did not like what I saw. It brought me to my senses, and when I realized the extent of the damage I had caused, not only in my own life, but that of my closest friends and acquaintances, I was horrified and deeply humbled. I vowed to change, and I tried with concerted effort to influence Hardcastle to do the same. But once again I failed you, and for that I beg your forgiveness."
Arabella could not help but forgive him. His remorse was too sincere to doubt, and after what she had done to him, she was in no position to refuse him. "Please do not assume responsibility for the mistakes of others. You can hardly be held accountable for the choices of my brother."
Mr. Tanner interrupted. "You have yet to answer my question, Lord Lofton. What was your business with Mr. Hardcastle today?"
Lofton rightly glared for a split second before his pleasant manners covered over Mr. Tanner's abruptness.
"Of course. How thoughtless of me." He looked bashfully at Arabella, adding, "Actually, it involves you. Hardcastle asked me to meet him here to help him prevent a gentleman to whom he owes a large amount of money from using his family against him in revenge. He especially feared for you. I gladly would have loaned him the money had I realized how serious his predicament was."
The writer of the diary page. It had to be him. Whom did he owe? Arabella asked, her fists bunching, ready to demand justice for her no-good brother. Once she knew where to direct her ire.
"I wish I knew. Hardcastle had been acting strangely this past fortnight. I knew something was wrong, but I had no idea it would lead to this."
"You owe nothing?" Arabella squeaked.
"I will make inquiries at the clubs Hardcastle frequented. I promise to communicate the details to Mr. Darcy, and I do apologize, but I have forgotten your name," he said to a brooding Mr. Tanner. "Mr. Tanner," Mr. Darcy answered, when Mr. Tanner did not seem inclined to say anything at all. Lofton looked between the two men. "You resemble each other." Mr. Darcy added smoothly, "Mr. Tanner is a relation from my father's side of the family."
Lofton raised his eyebrows.
"Darcy, I apologize, Mr. Tanner. Today's distressing news has affected my memory. Where is your coachman's coat?"
Mr. Tanner asked. Arabella shot Mr. Tanner a confused glare. Why would he ask such a ridiculous question? He did not think Lofton had been the one to charge them in the park, did he?
"I do not understand. The only gentlemen I know who would wear a coachman's coat are the members of the Four Horse Club, and I find their rules too restrictive to be tempted to join." "You prefer to charge ladies and gentlemen taking a leisurely drive through the park?" Mr. Tanner pressed.
"Mr. Tanner,"
Arabella hissed, looking to Mr. Darcy and wondering why neither he nor Elizabeth intervened. His questions were accusatory and rude. Mr. Tanner stepped forward, his eyes set on Lofton. "I want to know why a gentleman who says he holds no resentment against Mrs. Annesley would attack the carriage she rode in at the park." Lofton stood his ground, his chest swelling as Mr. Tanner took another step forward. Arabella had not noticed how tall Lofton was until the two men stood facing each other so closely. Mr. Tanner, with his strapping frame and extra 3 inches, was larger than most men, but Lofton held his own. The two of them looked like puffed-up roosters ready to attack. Stepping between them, Arabella said, "This is ridiculous." Turning to Mr. Tanner, she added, "Lofton arrived moments behind us. How could he possibly have been the driver in the curricle? He was going the opposite way. And he would never be so irresponsible as to endanger lives like that madman in the park did." "As fast as he was driving, he could have done it," Mr. Tanner glowered. Lofton chuckled. "It is no matter. I have no idea what you accuse me of doing. But, as you could clearly see, I arrived on horseback, not in a curricle. All the same, it was you I saw." Tanner ignored Darcy and Mrs. Elizabeth's warning glances. Arabella looked embarrassed and angry. But Tanner had got too close a look at the curricle driver to allow the Viscount— he could have been the Prince Regent for all Tanner cared— to put people in danger and get away with lying about it. His dislike of the smooth-talking gentleman with the straight nose and perfect teeth knew no bounds. With a smile, Lord Lofton chuckled, saying to Darcy, "Your relative has not been much in London, I see. His estate must be very far from civilization and society indeed. For him to imply I did— whatever it was that happened in the park." Broadening his grin, he added with a tussle on Tanner's shoulder meant to make him react. It did not. "I find your honesty refreshing, good fellow. And if such strange goings-on are plaguing Miss Hardcastle, I am pleased to know Darcy House is equipped with 2 capable, strong gentlemen to keep her and everyone else in the household safe." Tanner did not take that as a compliment. As was his habit, born from self-preservation until he had grown into his arms and legs, he had sized Lord Lofton up as soon as he had appeared. Tanner had the advantage in height, but his lordship had the slight build of an agile athlete. He was the sort that made Tanner break a sweat with the increased effort to throw them out of his tavern when they got too familiar with the barmaids. As the liar worked his charm on Mrs. Elizabeth and Arabella, smiling and making promises he had no intention of keeping, Tanner amended his estimation of the gentleman. He would be the type to conceal a shiv in his boot. He would be the first to strike when one least expected it, like a sly snake biting its prey. They turned toward the house, Lord Lofton offering to smooth the path leading to Arabella's father. He, of course, made it sound as if he did her a tremendous favour, even going so far as to suggest an imminent reconciliation. Just as he had expounded on the great lengths he had gone to for Arabella's brother, when he should have answered Tanner's question plainly and honestly. He was a thespian, an accomplished hypocrite. Arabella lapped it up like a thirsty kitten with a bowl of cream. Darcy pulled Tanner aside, muttering, "Take care, Tanner. He isn't some brute you can toss out of your tavern. He is a peer." "It was him, Darcy." Darcy tensed. You are certain? I have no doubt. I believe you, but take care what enemies you make. He would be a formidable opponent. Do you think he murdered Mrs. Annesley's brother? Tanner answered honestly, I do not know. I am inclined to think he was involved. For a certainty, he knows more than he lets on. They turned into the house where the butler led them expressionlessly to Mr. Hardcastle's study. Tanner would have preferred to stay outside with the horses, but he was not about to allow Lord Lofton any more time alone with Arabella without being present to overhear his falsehoods. He did not trust the man, as she clearly did. Chapter 10. Lofton nodded his head in show of his support. As promised, he had prepared the way for her, speaking with her father before he could cast her off his property. Without another word, Lofton departed from the house while the butler led them to the library. It was a disappointing beginning. Even father's study would have been better than the library, the first door to the right of the entrance hall, the room closest to the front door. It was the room father always chose to meet with callers he did not wish to converse with for very long. Mother was there. She had not changed much. She was softer and had more lines around her eyes than Arabella remembered her having. But she was lovely. Arabella's heart leapt up into her throat, and she came perilously close to running across the room to embrace her. But father's protective posture prevented that. He stood behind the chair where mother sat, holding her hand protectively. Father looked rigid and grossly displeased. His salt and pepper hair was now completely silver. Arabella stood awkwardly beside Elizabeth, clutching her hands together and trying not to stare at her parents. Mr. Darcy, what a pleasure to receive you into our home. I hope your family is well, father said politely. Thank you, Mr. Hardcastle. I believe you were acquainted with my mother? Mother answered, We went to the same finishing school. She was the picture of elegance and grace. I am told Miss Darcy is the image of her mother. You must be very proud of her. Arabella heard the tension in mother's voice. Thanks in great part to the influence of your daughter, Mr. Darcy said. Still, neither mother nor father would acknowledge Arabella. It was as if she were invisible to them. After a few heavy seconds, Mr. Darcy introduced Elizabeth and Mr. Tanner. When everyone in the room had been properly presented, and the usual pleasantries exchanged without so much as a glance in her direction, Arabella felt like she would scream. She could have managed their scorn, but their indifference was insufferable. Mr. Tanner grimaced and crossed his arms. He clearly did not approve of the scene either, but Arabella did not dream he would address her father as he did then. Mr. Hardcastle, Mrs. Hardcastle, I do not believe you have had the pleasure of meeting Mrs. Annesley. She has been a valuable addition to the Darcy household, and reflects well on her upbringing, he said. He acted as if they did not know who she was. She supposed, after hearing his exchange with Lofton, she should not be surprised at his tactlessness. Then again, it was difficult for Arabella to remain cross at Mr. Tanner, when his gruff attempt at a compliment toward her parents was meant for her benefit. I am surprised to hear you say so, Mr. Tanner, father said in a harsh tone. I once had a daughter in whom I took a great deal of pride. Given the nature of your unexpected call, I had supposed her impulsive nature had once again hurt the people closest to her. Arabella bit her lips and clasped her icy fingers together for warmth. He had not forgiven her. Elizabeth gasped. "That is not it at all, Mr. Hardcastle. Your daughter is one of my dearest friends. She is highly regarded in our circles." Mr. Darcy took Elizabeth's hand, saying, "I think it best for us to state our purpose directly. I fear it is dreadful news. Are you certain you would not prefer to hear it from your daughter?" "I do not have a daughter," Father said, the sadness in his tone burning Arabella's eyes. She blinked furiously, determined to be as unaffected as he was, and wishing she had someone to hold her hand as he had her mother. "Then we will waste no more of your time than necessary. First, please allow me and my entire household to express our deepest sorrow," Mr. Darcy kindly said, allowing them time to prepare themselves. "Yes," Father said, both he and Mother giving their full attention to Mr. Darcy. "Last night, your son called at my home. He was highly agitated and warned us of danger. Do you know why he would do that, Mr. Hardcastle?" Father's thick eyebrows knit together in confusion. "I do not. My son is not one to involve himself or anyone else in matters of a questionable nature. He is entirely too responsible for that." Arabella bit her lips together. Mother squeezed his hand and looked down at the floor, while Father's blindness to Ambrose's faults continued. She did not appear so easily swayed. She took in a breath to speak, but Father interrupted her. "Is that all, Mr. Darcy? Ambrose did not return home last evening, and if you have any knowledge of his present location, I would be grateful to know it." Mr. Darcy shoved his hand through his hair. It was unfair for him to have to bear the burden of telling her parents about Ambrose's death. It was not his burden to bear. Speaking as quickly as she could before Father silenced her, Arabella said, "Ambrose remembered he had a sister. He came to warn us of an unknown enemy set on ruining me and anyone who would come to my aid. It was an honorable thing to do, and it is how I will choose to remember my brother." Mother looked up, tears sparkling in her eyes. She let go of Father's hand to cover her mouth. "I am so sorry, Mamma. Papa. Ambrose was shot. He is gone," Arabella said, hating to be the cause of their heartbreak again. Father gripped the back of Mother's chair, his face blanching to match his cravat. He stood stunned, while Mother wept for some moments until he turned again to Mr. Darcy. "Where is he?" he asked. "He is in my home. My personal surgeon attended to him, but there was nothing that could be done. We wanted to give the news to you gently before arranging to transport his body." "I thank you, sir. That was thoughtful." "If you wish to speak with my surgeon, I will gladly give you his address. I did not think it my place to involve a magistrate without consulting with you first. But I intend to make private inquiries, given the astonishing circumstances of his death in my home." "How did it happen?" Father asked. "As he was warning us of danger, he was shot through the window of my front parlor. He did not suffer." Mother gasped, her chest heaving with a fresh bout of tears. Arabella rose to go to her. "You have done enough," Father exclaimed. "Do you not see how you distress your mother? Had Ambrose not gone to you, he would be here with us today." Arabella's feet stuck to the Turkish rug, too heavy to budge. Even in death, father would choose Ambrose over her. Elizabeth reached for her, pulling her back to the settee. Father continued, I thank you, Mr. Darcy, for your attentions on behalf of my son. I will send a cart to collect him immediately. Do you wish to see the magistrate? Mr. Tanner and I are at your disposal, should you require our testimony. Mr. Darcy said in a business-like clip. No, I think it best to keep this to ourselves, as you have done, said father, rubbing his chin. If there is anything to find out, it will be known by Ambrose's closest friends. Like Lord Lofton? Asked Mr. Tanner, his eyes narrowed into slits. Yes, he has been a tremendous help to our family over the years, and he will feel the loss as we do. I trust him implicitly. Mr. Tanner's jaw set. He had made his disapproval of Lofton as clear as crystal, and it disappointed Arabella to see such blatant evidence of his continued prejudice against the upper classes, manifested against her old friend. Father asked more questions, which Mr. Darcy answered efficiently. It was clear their call had come to an end. Mother had buried her face in father's handkerchief, and father avoided looking in Arabella's direction entirely. Was she so hideous to them now? Or had something else happened of which she was unaware? She held her head up as they went out to the carriage, but she felt like a shell of herself going through the motions. Her emotions were trampled so badly, only one clear thought remained. She would find Ambrose's murderer. She would avenge his death. And maybe, just maybe, her father would forgive her. If not, she would have the satisfaction of knowing she had done everything she could to repair the breach she had caused. Maybe then she would have peace. Georgiana met them in her favourite room, the music room, with a spread large enough to rival their morning meal and a pot of steaming tea placed on the table in front of the window overlooking the garden. Arabella sensed her concern and saw Georgiana's nervous glances in her direction, but she need not worry. Arabella knew what desperation felt like, and she was not there yet. Instead, she felt the serene level-headedness of one with purpose and enough hope to see her objective come to fruition. The calm before the storm she was determined to abate for the benefit of her friends, who had stood beside her as her own father had tried to ignore her. It struck her as forced now. He had tried too hard. Had it come easily to him, she would not have dreamed of reparation. But he had struggled. He had stood over Mother, holding her hand for support, as much for himself as for her, Arabella suspected. It was something. It was a small indication they still cared. It was enough for Arabella. "Please do not tread so lightly around me," she implored their group gathered around the table. "I am not so delicate as you might think, and right now I am more determined than ever to discover who is behind Ambrose's murder. I will not rest until I know who dares threaten me, whose grudge is so vile as to include you in it." She saw the objections on Mr. Darcy and Mr. Tanner's face, so she added, "I am quite determined. If you try to prevent me from avenging my brother's death, I will pack my things and leave immediately." Georgiana gasped, "Oh no, not that." Elizabeth sighed. "I felt the same way when my mother was murdered. My husband may not like it. He objected back then. But he knows better than to interfere when a woman's mind is made up." Mr. Darcy's scowl lightened at his wife's gentle smile. Mr. Tanner grumbled. "Where would you go?" Arabella had not thought that far ahead, even though she had meant her words completely. Where would she go? She was not welcome at her home, and she had no other family who would defy her father's wishes to welcome her into their homes. That only left one option. "I have some money saved. I would rent a room." "A lady? Alone?" Mr. Tanner challenged her. Arabella stiffened her shoulders. She did not care much for his questions. They were much too logical. "If it comes to that, I will do what I must." She levelled her eyes at him. If he did not think she would go through with it, he was in for a surprise. She had lived above a laundry, eating nothing but scraps of stale bread before. She could do it again. Mr. Darcy's scowl returned, aimed at his brother. "It will not come to that, Mrs. Annesley. The anxiety we would experience at your departure is well worth your staying here where we can offer protection." She understood the order in Mr. Darcy's tone, giving her no option. She would stay. Not that she wished to leave. Not really. Wishing to change the topic of conversation away from herself, Arabella accepted a cup of tea from Georgiana. "Did you find the Chuftons well?" she asked her. Georgiana very nearly rolled her eyes.
After I appeased Mrs. Chufton for my absence at her ball, I had the good fortune to inquire after her daughters. They had only today received an invitation to Lady Templeton's ball this coming Saturday. The Viscount Lofton is rumoured to have accepted the invitation, and the Mrs. Chufton could talk of nothing else."
Elizabeth tilted her head toward Georgiana, eyeing her curiously. "You have no desire to meet Lord Lofton? Pray, do tell us why not." Georgiana lowered her voice, too well-mannered to speak ill of anyone even among friends.
"It is my opinion, from my observations and limited experience, that a gentleman of his age, who is yet unattached, is too much trouble for someone like me. I mean to keep my distance."
Mr. Tanner practically gloated. He would. He was determined to dislike Lofton on principle. Arabella bristled. "How old do you suppose he is?" she asked. Georgiana blushed.
"Oh, he is older than you. You mentioned he was a couple of years ahead of your brother in his studies, so I supposed he was around the same age as William. Not old by any means, but of an age and in a position in society which would make it very difficult for him to remain unmarried."
"What a sensible reply, Georgiana, and one I am certain has brought tremendous relief to your older brothers," said Elizabeth, tapping her chin pensively, then adding, "You also received an invitation, did you not?"
"Yes, I had planned to send my reply today. Lady Templeton's balls are always so well attended. I shall not be missed."
"My dear Georgie, I do believe you must accept," Elizabeth said, looking between Arabella and Mr. Tanner with a satisfied smirk. What was she thinking? And why was her expression so disconcerting to Arabella? Mr. Darcy agreed. Arabella considered Elizabeth's suggestion. The ball would give her the perfect opportunity to speak with Lofton. Given the circumstances of Ambrose's death, she did not feel obligated to mourn him when he very well might have been the cause of their current troubles. She would find his killer and avenge his death, but her motivation in doing so was hardly altruistic. Elizabeth's eyes danced in restrained merriment as she added between sips from her teacup, "That is 5 days from now.
That is enough time, I think." She blinked innocently at Mr. Tanner, who had sense enough to become greatly disturbed. Mr. Darcy laughed. "Let us hope you inherited the Darcy lightness of foot." Georgiana joined in the conspiracy. "You do owe me a dance, Tanner." Arabella had not thought it possible for Mr. Tanner to show fear before anything, but at that moment he looked terrified. "My tailor first. It will not do to attend a ball without the proper attire," added Mr. Darcy. Poor Tanner. He crossed his arms and dropped his chin to his chest with a groan, but not even his immovable stubbornness would change his brother and sister's minds, and Mr. Tanner knew it. Once again, Arabella found herself in the awkward position of knowing she ought to remain cross at him, but finding herself unable to remember precisely why that was. His misery provoked a strange mixture of pity and humour in Arabella, of which humour won out when a squeak escaped from Georgiana, and he attempted, and spectacularly failed, to glower at her. A glower that turned into a smile and a booming laugh that shook the prisms hanging from the gas lamp beside her. Chapter 11. It took more restraint than Tanner believed himself to possess to stand still while every inch of his form was measured to the incessant appraising remarks of the tailor. Being compared to a marble statue of a Greek god did not amount to much of a compliment in Tanner's mind. Too many of those gods had tragic ends. He endured in silence while Darcy took too much pleasure in his discomfort. Pest. Tanner even held his peace when the tailor suggested a plan to promote his growing male accessories business by making it known he was responsible for the stylish cut of Tanner's coat and the precise fit of his breeches, the description of which made Tanner blush and Darcy laugh more. Brat. When the tailor suggested waistcoats in bright colours to rival the prettiest blooms of the season, and in shimmery fabrics, Tanner decided it was time to go. Standing by the door, his hand poised over the handle, Tanner uncoiled his taut muscles and breathed in the polluted London air in anticipation of sweet freedom, when Darcy's final instruction to the tailor broke through his fragile patience. "Very well, Mr. Darcy. I will spare no expense and will be certain to send the bill to Darcy House when the work is complete. It will be done on time," said the tailor. Tanner knew better than to cause a scene on busy old Bond Street, but he had no such restraint once he and Darcy were inside the carriage. "I pay for my own togs." Darcy did not take his eyes away from the view out of the carriage glass. Waving his hand, he said, "Think nothing of it. It is my pleasure." His easy dismissal boiled Tanner's blood. "I do not need your charity." Darcy finally turned to him. "It is hardly charity when you are my brother. Families give gifts to each other all the time, Tanner. Normally, the recipients of such gifts understand it for what it is, and they express gratitude." "For what it is? I do not need your patronage." Darcy's glare deepened. "Me patronize you? I suppose you will compare me to Aunt Catherine next." Tanner was angry enough. He might have dared to make the comparison. "I pay my own way. I do not need your help." "You stubborn mule. If I want to give you a gift, I will do it. I may grow to regret it later, but I will not adjust my actions merely to suit the sensibilities and prejudices of my obstinate older brother. Whether you like it or not, we are related, and I will express my joy as I see fit. It is what families do."
If this is what joy felt like, Darcy could keep it. "You will let me pay," Tanner grumbled, sticking to his initial argument when he realized how shaky the ground was on which he stood. Who was he to tell Darcy how or when to spend his own money? So long as he spent it on someone else, Tanner's pride insisted. Darcy leaned forward, making sure he had Tanner's full attention before he said firmly, "No." He sat back and crossed his arms, his glare fixed on Tanner, who returned his determined look with one of his own. The rest of the ride to Darcy House was spent in silence, both gentlemen equally matched in their unwillingness to budge. When they stepped into the entrance hall, anxious to part ways, only to see Georgiana waiting for them, Tanner determined not to inflict his bad mood on her. Darcy, too, forced a smile. She still noticed something was off. Georgiana noticed everything. Looking between the two of them several times, she said, in an overly cheerful voice,
"It is time for your first lesson, Tanner."
If there was a merciful God in heaven, Tanner wished he would strike him down then and there. Maybe break his leg on the way to the music room. Was that too much to ask? Anything to spare him from having to prance and twirl like a dandy after the humiliations of the morning. Tanner did not dance. But neither could he refuse Georgiana when she turned her sky-blue eyes on him. She smiled at him, knowing she would get her way, and he followed her in defeat. At least her company was preferable to their pig-headed pest of a brother. Anything was preferable to his aggravating association. Except for the sight awaiting them. Arabella stood in the middle of the music room, the sunshine coming through the windows, bathing her in a radiant glow. "I hope you do not mind. I enlisted the help of your sister to provide music," Arabella said as he stood frozen in the doorway. Georgiana played a cheerful jingle, plucking at the keys of her pianoforte with a happy grin and a saucy wink in the direction of her companion. It was a conspiracy of siblings, a competition to see who could make Tanner more miserable. Georgiana won by a landslide. Tanner broke out in a hot sweat. Great. Not only was he fairly certain his face looked like a beet, but he would have to hold the woman whom he spent a great deal of energy not thinking about, while he reeked of perspiration. Being the lady she was, Arabella pretended not to notice his discomfort. She pointed to a spot on the floor 2 steps away from her and said, "We will begin something simple, and we will add to it as the week progresses." He stood where she indicated, clasping his moist hands behind his back and waiting for further instruction, while praying this dance did not require him to draw any closer to her than he presently was. Lord, but she was beautiful. Her grace under the intense pressures of recent events only raised her in his estimation. But it was her strength of character which truly won his admiration. Arabella was not a wilting lily. She nodded at Georgiana, who began playing a slow, steady tune. Taking a step closer to him, Arabella said, "You stand in place while I move in a circle around you." "Easy enough," Tanner said, his voice cracking like a stripling, firmly pressing his arms against his sides. At least he was not expected to move. He could stand in one spot easily enough. It was easy until Arabella passed behind him and he caught a scent of her spicy rosewater. What was it? Cloves? Cinnamon? When the next step required him to stand before her with his palms pressed against hers, and his worst fear was allayed when he raised his arms and she did not pinch her nose, he thought he could stand thus forever, with her hands against his. How long and thin her fingers were, how perfectly they would fit between his. If he spread his fingers ever so slightly, he would find out. So mesmerized was he at her touch, Tanner forgot how to walk when Arabella turned to the side and skipped down an invisible line of dancers holding their arms in an arc over them in a promenade. Tripping over his own feet, he tried to catch up with her like a bumbling oaf. His palms tingled where her hands had been. Georgiana giggled as she played.
You will have to crouch down just as William does. You will be in high demand at the ball.
Tanner scoffed. I doubt that. I shall do my best to blend in and stand against the wall.
You? Blend in?
Georgiana stopped playing, her eyes raised to the ceiling, and her expressions changing as she considered the possibility of Tanner's plan. Finally, she shook her head.
No, it simply will not work. You are new in town, connected with us, and dashingly handsome. Do you not think so, Arabella?
Georgiana cocked her head and raised her eyebrow at Arabella, who bit her lip and blushed, causing Tanner to break into a sweat again. He pulled at his collar, but there was no relief from the fire consuming him. He foresaw a very long week of dance lessons ahead of him. Georgiana returned her attention to her instrument, and Arabella resumed her position to begin the dance again. Tanner did his best to follow along, eventually performing the expected steps without having to give them much thought. After what felt like forever, an hour according to the chiming clock on the mantel, Tanner was ready for a break. He was out of breath for reasons other than the exuberance of the dance. It did not help that every breath he took was scented with Arabella's spicy, sweet aroma. She smelled like cake and mulled cider, his favorites. After a pivot and a turn, Georgiana stopped playing to clap enthusiastically.
That was excellent. If you learn the other dances as quickly as this one, you will have an easy time of it at the ball.
Tanner's relief was brief, for Arabella struck her hands together like a schoolmistress and said, "Again." His torture was set to a quicker rhythm this time, and he now understood why ladies and gentlemen insisted on wearing gloves when they danced. The electric bolts jolting up his arms at Arabella's every touch melted the knot of nerves in his stomach, filling it with something infinitely worse: desire. Tanner did not know which direction his limbs moved, but he kept up with Arabella. He must have done well, because she smiled at him. Georgiana increased the tempo of the music once again, and Arabella acknowledged the challenge. "Are you up for another turn, Mr. Tanner? Your sister seems to think we cannot keep up with her." Tanner stepped, turned, and swayed as Arabella had taught him to. "This is not so bad," he said, when he felt confident enough to speak whilst his feet moved. "How is it you never learned?" Arabella asked. "My mother loved to dance, and she tried to teach me, but I was an unwilling student. I suppose I never saw the point of it." He ought not to have said that. What he did not understand as a young lad, he fully understood under Arabella's tutelage. The closeness, the contact, the conversation. The dangerous combination made him dizzy, intoxicating him in a way no drink had ever done. "And now?" she asked, her lip curling up into a lopsided smile. "I see why she loves to dance," he replied, trying not to blush to his ear tips. "Your mother would be proud. You are a graceful dancer." Tanner had not noticed the decrease in tempo until Georgiana increased it again. He wished his mother were there to see him now. She would delight in Arabella's company, just as he did. Arabella laughed gleefully when she had to run around him to keep up with the music. It was easy to get caught up in her happiness, and Tanner bellowed along with her as they skipped down the imaginary promenade, making it to the end, breathless with glee. It felt good. It felt happy. Georgiana applauded, joining in their laughter.
Well done. If you can manage that, you will be perfectly fit for the ball. Nobody will doubt you are one of us.
Until I step on a lady's slipper and knock out the gentleman next to me with an ill-aimed flail of the arm, Tanner teased. He could take 1,000 dance lessons and still never truly be one of them, although it irked him to realize he now wanted to be. Not a gentleman, no, never that, but rather a part of their family. To Tanner's consternation, the desire to belong only intensified with the passing of the week as his lessons continued and he accompanied Darcy to various clubs in an effort to learn more about Arabella's brother, about Lord Lufton, about the circumstances surrounding Lieutenant Annesley's death, anything to discover the meaning of Ambrose's murder and protect the ones they loved. 5 days came and went, and the only new information Tanner learned was the new dances Arabella and Georgiana taught him, a 6 socially accepted ways to touch Arabella, and the conversation. They talked about everything from horses and pistols, of which she was an unexpected authority, to politics and trade. But more often than not, they discussed their families. When she described the abundant love and freedom she had enjoyed in her childhood, Tanner was surprised at how many happy memories he was able to share with her about his motley family. He treasured his lessons, cherishing every second he spent in Arabella's company all the more as they came to an end. Lady Templeton's ball was upon them, an event to which Darcy had assured Tanner he would be most welcome, given the Templetons' history. And Tanner's final lesson was in progress in the music room. Arabella was to teach him the waltz. He had seen the dance before. It was not so different from the others, and a frequent request at the monthly Meryton assemblies. So Tanner was shocked when Arabella raised her arms and instructed Tanner to place one hand on her shoulder and another on her waist. It is the waltz they do on the continent. It is gaining in popularity and is sufficiently distinct from the other dances. We do well to practice it here first. Georgiana added, Lady Templeton's balls are always the latest fashion. It would not surprise me for her to be the first lady to have nerve enough to introduce the Viennese waltz. Tanner swallowed hard, nearly jumping out of his skin when the door to the music room opened and the butler stepped inside.
Mrs. Annesley, there is a Mrs. Hardcastle inquiring after you. Are you receiving callers today?
Tanner watched 100 expressions cross over Arabella's face at the news her mother had called. When the elegant older lady was shown into the music room, rushing to Arabella's side with open arms and eyes flooding over with tears to embrace her daughter, Tanner felt all was right in the world. Arabella looked happy. There was hope for her yet, and Tanner decided if there was any way to restore her to them, he would see it done. Chapter 12. Mother's embrace was balm to Arabella's soul. "My Bella," she said repeatedly, patting Arabella's hair and kissing her cheek. She held her mother tightly, never wanting to let go, but finally pulling away to arm's length when she realized her mother had called for a reason, and she had best find out what it was. Taking her by the hand and leading her to the nearest settee, Arabella asked about Ambrose's funeral. Mother sighed.
It was a quiet affair. I wish you could have been there.
Arabella felt her brother's loss intensely, but the loss of her father's affection was infinitely worse.
I admit I held a tiny flicker of hope Father would allow me to stay with you during the burial. But I must not harbour such hopes any more, it would seem. Oh, how she wished Mother would refute her assumption.
Mother squeezed Arabella's hand and implored,
"Please be patient with your father."
Mr. Tanner cleared his throat and stood, holding his arm out for Georgiana. Let us leave mother and daughter together. They must have a great deal to discuss. Arabella appreciated his gesture, but the truth was, she had already forgotten they were in the room, so intent had she been on her mother. Mother raised her hand.
"No, please stay. In fact, if I might impose further on your hospitality, I should like for Mr. and Mrs. Darcy to join us if they are in. I think they will want to hear what I have to say."
Georgiana asked,
"Shall I ring for tea?"
already calling for a maid.
"Oh, no, thank you, Miss Darcy. It is very kind of you, but I cannot stay for long."
Mother bowed her head, adding,
"I appreciate your family's kindness toward Arabella when her father and I ought to have been the ones to come to her aid. It breaks my heart to learn it was nothing but a misunderstanding."
Arabella replied before her thoughts caught up to her tongue.
"Would I could believe this was all merely a horrible misunderstanding. But I have Father's letter."
Mr. Tanner's gaze shot from Mother to Arabella. You still have his letter? The one... He clamped his lips shut, visibly upset at himself. Arabella finished his sentence for him.
"The one where he disinherited me? Yes, the very one."
Mother said sharply,
"You should burn the cursed thing."
Sadness softened Arabella's voice.
"I know it, but I cannot. It is all I had left of you."
As hurtful as it was, she carried it with her always. Right now, it was tucked inside the bandbox of her favorite bonnet in her bedchamber. Mother patted her hands.
"That is something I hope to change. I risk your father's anger in deceiving him to call here. But if it brings our daughter home, I will accept the consequences."
Mother wanted her, but Father did not.
"I am glad you are here,"
Arabella said, clenching her jaw shut to keep her chin from trembling. Better one parent than none. Mr. Darcy and Elizabeth joined them, looking cautiously about the room before taking their seats beside Mr. Tanner and Georgiana.
"Thank you, Mr. Darcy, Mrs. Darcy. I am grateful for your attention," Mother said, continuing. "There is something you should know. After Ambrose's funeral, I went into his room. I missed him, and I wanted to feel close to him."
She pressed her hand to her heart, looking off into her memories. Elizabeth said,
"We are sorry for your loss, Mrs. Hardcastle. Is there anything we can do to alleviate your grief?"
Mother's eyes focused again.
"Thank you, Mrs. Darcy. Time will heal the wounds, but I digress. I do not know what possessed me to search his possessions. Maybe I thought I would find a clue, a threatening letter written by his killer. I do not know. But I did find something. I found these tucked behind some correspondence in a small compartment in his desk."
She pulled a package of letters wrapped in a pink ribbon from her reticule and handed them to Arabella.
"Love letters?"
she asked, taking them. Mother shook her head.
"Look at them."
Arabella thumbed through the folded letters, not needing to open them to know what they said. She ought to remember. She had written them. "I do not understand. I wrote these to father. Why did Ambrose have them?" she asked. Bile stinging her throat as the only explanation possible became clear. Mother clasped both of her hands around Arabella's, warming them between her own. "We never received your letters, Bella. All this time we believed you indifferent to our pleas for you to return home." Arabella cried out, and Mr. Tanner was quick to supply his handkerchief. No tears came, her distress laced with too much anger to spare so much as a teardrop. But Arabella pressed the linen against her face, disappointed when the comforting aromas of his kitchen were replaced by the perfumed lavender soap used in the household's wash. Intertwining the handkerchief around her fingers, pretending it was Tanner's firm grip tightening around her hand, she looked through the rest of the letters. The final 4 envelopes were addressed to her in father's elegant handwriting. Arabella rubbed her thumb over the smooth paper. "Keep them," Mother said. "He loves you, but he has spent the years since your elopement thinking you wanted nothing to do with us." "But Ambrose kept these from us. Why?" Arabella said, proud of how well she contained her voice when she wished to shout. "I do not know. Your father did not take the news well when I showed him. He blames himself." "Why would Ambrose keep us apart? Was he so desperate to be the favourite he felt he had to dispose of me?" Arabella's composure faded fast as her scorn toward her brother intensified. How dare he? Of all the selfish, manipulative, detestable things he had ever done, this was the worst. "I am convinced there is a perfectly reasonable explanation," Mother justified, with a calm that heaped fiery coals on top of Arabella's sense of justice. "I know Ambrose had his faults, but he had a good heart," Mother added. Arabella bit her tongue. She did not trust her reply when her mother's words felt like stabs in her back. She had always considered Ambrose to be self-absorbed and opportunistic. But now, Arabella was convinced of it. And oh, how she despised him for it. Had Ambrose been alive and in the room just then, she might have been the one to shoot him. She could do it, too. She knew how to handle a pistol. Choosing to maintain peace in the music room rather than spout her violent thoughts aloud, Arabella changed the subject. "Have you learned anything about Ambrose's murder? Did anyone unusual show up at his burial?" "Only Lord Lofton and our family attended. Your father felt it best under the circumstances not to draw any unnecessary attention." Arabella sensed Tanner's tension at the mention of the Viscount. His intense and immediate dislike of Lofton was every bit as unjust as Ambrose keeping her away from her family. Full of vinegar and bite, she asked her mother, "Do you have any reason to suspect Lofton and Ambrose might have had a falling out?" She glared briefly at Mr. Tanner. She would make him see how unreasonable he was. Mother did not disappoint. "Oh, no, they were the best of friends, inseparable," she replied. Arabella gloated at Mr. Tanner. Mother continued, "Sometimes I wish Ambrose had made other friends." Arabella was too stunned to reply. What was this? Did her mother just cast doubt where Arabella was convinced there was none? Elizabeth asked, "Why do you say that?" Mother picked at the embroidery on her gown. "Lord Lofton is charming, and everything a gentleman ought to be. It is only, well,
I do not exactly know. It is neither wise nor kind of me to speak out of turn. I apologize."
Arabella's mouth gaped open now. Mr. Darcy said, "Mrs. Hardcastle, Mr. Tanner and I have asked about Lord Lofton at various gentlemen's clubs, gambling houses, and sporting academies, only to be met with silence. Even the mouths of the most infamous gossipers pinched shut at the mention of his name. If you have any insight into his character, it might help us along with our investigation." Arabella had been miffed to learn they had wasted their valuable time by inquiring after him when they clearly needed to concentrate their attention on Ambrose's activities. Every morning of the past week she had descended to the morning room, eager to hear the results of their findings. And every morning she was as disappointed as they were after an exhausting evening chasing after answers nobody would give. It was odd their inquiries about Lord Lofton were met with silence, but that did not make him a murderer. Apparently, Mother did not think him capable of Ambrose's murder either.
"What does Lord Lofton have to do with Ambrose's death?" she asked.
Mr. Tanner answered levelly, "We are not accusing him of pulling the trigger."
"Yet," Arabella added mentally.
He continued, "However, we do believe he knows more than he lets on."
Mother's eyes widened, and she said in a whisper, "Me too, though it pains me to admit it."
Arabella did not think she could take any more surprises. On one hand, Mother praised Lofton's gentlemanly manners, and on the other she expressed distrust toward him.
"Please explain your meaning, Mother,"
she asked, trying to keep the sharpness out of her tone, and failing badly enough that Mother raised her eyebrows in warning at her.
"I believe it is possible for Lord Lofton to withhold information to spare our family from the shame of Ambrose's true character," she said, her voice trembling.
Arabella felt lower than her boot heel for making her sweet mother voice her disappointment in her own son aloud. "You think he is protecting you? That your son was involved in something sinister?" asked Mr. Darcy delicately.
"What else am I left to think after finding those letters?"
she answered, turning to Arabella and adding,
"Did you know your father was ready to travel north to visit you? He wanted to see for himself that you were well. Ambrose convinced him not to go, saying he would go in his stead. He said he would deliver one of the letters you hold now, saying he could more easily gain the trust of your husband than an angry father with whom he had exchanged harsh words. He promised to look after you, and when he returned he said you were happy. When I read your letters, when your father read them, and we learned the truth."
She spoke quickly, her breath shallow. Clutching Arabella's hand so tightly, Arabella felt her knuckles shift. Mother whispered,
"Arabella, I am afraid. Ambrose would never betray all of us unless he had a very good reason for it."
Only a loving and blind mother would insist on justifying his behavior, despite all the evidence to the contrary. Arabella pinched her eyes shut and measured her breaths. She emphatically disagreed with her mother, but she was determined to distress her no further. Instead, she asked,
"Is that why you called today? To warn us?"
Mother raised her wrinkled hand to Arabella's cheek.
"I had to see you, to hold my precious girl, and reassure her that her mother is so sorry, that she still loves her dearly, that she never stopped loving her."
Arabella turned her face into her mother's hand, kissing her palm until the tears subsided while Mother stroked her hair. She was grateful for Mr. Tanner's handkerchief. Raising her head and sitting taller, Mother addressed Mr. Darcy. "I appreciate what you have done for my daughter, and I beg you to continue to extend your protection to her, though I have no right to presume on your kindness. I have already lost one child, and I could not bear to lose another." Shifting her gaze to Mr. Tanner, she added, "Please, will you reassure me you will keep her safe?" Mr. Darcy nodded, but Mother paid him no heed. Her eyes did not depart from Mr. Tanner. When he was not quick to reply, she asked desperately, "You do care for her, do you not?" Arabella was mortified until she saw Mr. Tanner's ears turn bright red. Embarrassment quickly turned to elation as he shifted his weight uncomfortably in his seat, and Arabella felt Elizabeth and Georgiana's eyes smiling on her. Mr. Tanner cared for her. He knew her faults. He understood the troubles her impulsive nature had caused, and he cared for her. Arabella held onto her mother's hands as tightly as she squeezed them earlier for fear of floating away in her elation. Unfortunately, Mr. Tanner said, "I merely do what any man would do for a friend." Elizabeth raised her hand to her forehead, and Georgiana rolled her eyes. As for Arabella, she came crashing back to the ground and harsh, bitter reality. She knew Mr. Tanner admired her. She felt it every time their fingers touched, every time his gaze held hers tenderly when he spoke to her, every time he spoke of his childhood and revealed a piece of himself she was certain he had never shared with anyone else. It made her heart melt to watch the effort with which the burly man attempted to be gentle when he danced with her. Surely he regarded her a touch more highly than a common friend. Her uncertain thoughts gave way to miserable doubt, leaving Arabella to feel as if she had lost something valuable, something she cherished. Ignoring the tension in the room, Mother said, "I do not believe in coincidences, Mr. Tanner. There is a reason Ambrose came here, and I found those letters when I did. Friend or not, I feel your presence and that of the Darcys in our lives is nothing short of providential." Arabella went full circle to mortification again. Elizabeth gave Mr. Darcy a look, nudging her chin in Arabella's direction. She might have spoken plainly. Do something, for all the subtlety of her gestures. Mr. Darcy chuckled softly. "Do you hear that, Tanner? You are providential. A gift from the heavens." Tanner grumbled, "And you are a pest." "Get accustomed to it," Mr. Darcy said through his smile. "You have yet to reply to Mrs. Hardcastle's request." Mr. Tanner looked into Mother's eyes, his intensity adding weight to his words when he said, "I give you my word. I will protect your daughter." He might as well have been wearing shining armor, Brutus rearing on his hind legs. Arabella would never dream of replacing the black beauty with a white steed. As Tanner pulled his sword from his sheath and lifted it so the sun gleamed off its surface in a symbol of heroic honor and hope. Tanner's promise had the desired effect on Mother. Her hands loosened their vice-like grip on Arabella's. "Thank you, Mr. Tanner. You and Mr. Darcy remind me of how Ambrose used to tease Arabella. Brothers often take pleasure in tormenting their younger siblings." Her innocent comment made in ignorance hit too close to the truth, and Arabella pitied Tanner the burden he placed upon himself. His back stiffened, but Mother did not notice. She rose to depart.
Arabella was not ready for her mother to leave. Her visit had been too brief, whetting Arabella's appetite and leaving her craving more. But wait she must. They had a ball to attend and a murderer to catch. Chapter 13. Tanner paced the entrance hall, while Darcy waited patiently at the bottom of the stairs, one arm draped over the banister in a relaxed pose. Tanner could not relax. They had spent the remainder of the day wandering London in their persistent and untiring search for the elusive answers to their questions. They had discovered that while Ambrose Hardcastle had frequented the gambling dens, he rarely gambled. One of his peers let it slip that Hardcastle had formerly been a heavy gambler, but he had tightened his grip around his pocketbook a couple of years ago. Tanner did not know what to make of it. Men were often killed in money disputes, but Ambrose did not appear to owe anybody. Tanner glanced at the clock. How much longer do they need? Darcy cast him a look brimming with pity and laughter. It takes as long as it takes. You will soon learn that the wait is well worth it. Tanner resumed his pacing, feeling ridiculous in the snug breeches and high pointy collars he wore. He felt like a stuffed peacock. He avoided the mirror beside the doorway. It had been all he could do to stand still before the mirror while Lawrence had tied his cravat. Everything he had sworn he would never become glared back at him in the glass, making him ill, in soul and in humour. He had circled the room and was about to make another round when a movement at the top of the steps stopped him in place. Mrs. Elizabeth and Arabella walked with their arms looped through Georgiana's between them. Darcy muttered, I never tire of seeing her like this. Tanner knew he spoke of his own wife, but he could not pull his eyes away from the vision descending the stairs in the pink gown, the same colour as the blush in her cheeks, and the rosebuds adorning her braided hair. He swallowed before he drooled all over his freshly polished boots. Mrs. Hardcastle had called her Bella. It suited her. She was heart-achingly beautiful. Conveyances lined the street leading to Lady Templeton's circular drive. Tanner turned to look out of the carriage at the grand house. Lights poured through the open windows, and Tanner spotted ladies leaning out of them, fanning their faces and flirting with the groups of gentlemen clumped around them. The night was cool, but it must be an inferno inside the house. In his stiff collars and puffy cravat, Tanner already sensed the evening would be an eternal torment. "How will we find Lord Lofton in this crush?" asked Georgiana, looking worriedly at the string of carriages before them. Darcy grumbled. It looks as if she invited everyone in town. His ill humour cheered Tanner. At least he was not the only miserable soul in the carriage. It was to be expected. Sir Francis and Lady Templeton's wealth came from his grandfather's trade, and while he was granted a knighthood, they would much rather be accepted by the higher circles. Her extravagant balls are meant to impress them so much. The taint of trade is more easily overlooked, Mrs. Elizabeth explained. A lot of good it will do us to come here if we cannot find Lord Lofton, Darcy retorted. Georgiana, accustomed to her brother's taciturn manners, covered her smile with a gloved hand. Mrs. Elizabeth patted his hand. Then it is to our advantage that you and Tanner are so exceptionally tall. Her teasing cheer softened Darcy's mood, but it did nothing to improve Tanner's. He already felt ridiculous, an impostor in gentleman's clothing.
Being a head taller than most of the gentlemen present would only make him stand out like a sore thumb. Finally, it was their turn to alight from the carriage. A scarlet-coloured carpet ran up the length of the steps leading to the entrance where laughter, conversation, and music poured out of the doors and windows. Perfume, from the ladies' toilet water and from the bountiful flower arrangements, overwhelmed Tanner's senses with its sickeningly sweet scent. Looking around the entrance hall, and as far as he could see into the open rooms, he saw an absurd number of hothouse flowers stuffed into brightly painted planters, arranged in ladies' hair, stuffed into turbans and gentlemen's buttonholes. Flowers were everywhere. He stepped back toward the door, desirous of a fresh breath of air, but Georgiana pushed him forward.
"We must first greet our hostess. You will soon grow accustomed to the perfume," she said.
Tanner did not think he would ever get used to it. He did not want to. Georgiana added with an impish grin,
"If your nostrils do not lose their sense of smell first."
"You might have warned me," he replied, to which she mischievously deepened her smile, making Tanner wonder of what other marvels of high society she did not warn him. He bowed and smiled when he was supposed to, feeling as stiff as a board in his restrictive clothing. He prayed the stitches held with every bend. Returning to an upright position, his face burning when Lady Templeton looked at him from head to toe and up again, Tanner did not have time to recover fully before he heard Lord Lofton's voice. "Mr. Darcy, I am pleased to see you here with your party." Looking at Arabella, he held out his arm, confident she would take it. "If Miss Darcy is willing to spare her companion, might I have the honour of Miss Hardcastle's first dance, for old time's sake?" Jealousy consumed Tanner, abated only by the prospect that Arabella might learn everything they needed from Lord Lofton, allowing him to retire early.
"What an excellent idea!" Mrs. Elizabeth exclaimed. "What better occupation than to dance at a ball?"
She turned to Darcy expectantly, and he held out his arm for her, as she had clearly anticipated he would. Tanner had spotted a group of gentlemen drinking near a wall, and he thought it was as good a place to begin his investigation as any, until two blue eyes looked up at him, smiling her little smile and tapping her slippered foot in rhythm to the music playing in the ballroom. He could not ignore Georgiana or leave her, no matter how badly he did not wish to dance. Gritting his teeth together, he took a deep breath and held his arm up. "Would you like to dance, Miss Darcy?" A gaggle of young ladies, no older than Georgiana, giggled behind their fans. Tanner did not recall saying anything to provoke their laughter. She grinned.
"I would be delighted to, Mr. Tanner," she said, sashaying past the group of silly young ladies with her head high.
"Friends of yours?" Tanner asked, as he led her into the ballroom.
"They are horrid, and they hate me right now."
"Why should they hate you?" He could not fathom how it was possible for anyone to hate Georgiana when she was nearly perfect.
"You asked me to dance with you."
Tanner scoffed. "What does that signify? I am hardly the only gentleman here," he said, scanning the multitude to prove his point. She lowered her voice, so he had to strain to hear her over the crowd.
"No matter how much you detest society's attention, you are quite possibly the most striking figure in these rooms. Not to mention the handsomest, you and William, but he is married, so he does not count."
Tanner blurted out the only reply that came to him in the midst of his horror. "They need spectacles, the lot of them."
Georgiana laughed. Even without spectacles, you are impossible not to see.
And now he would make a greater spectacle of himself by hopping around in the middle of the room. He took his place opposite Georgiana and tried to shrink into himself when he was without a doubt the biggest man standing in the long line of gentlemen, a giant oaf. The music began, and he was grateful it was the first dance he had learned. It was the one he knew the best, so long as he did not turn the wrong way or trip over his own clumsy feet. At least he would not embarrass his family. He only needed to focus on Georgiana and the steps. Easier said than done when he heard Arabella's laugh drift up to him from farther down the row. It was not a forced laugh, nor did her smile show any restraint. Drat it all. Georgiana cleared her throat, pulling his attention back to her, where it would have stayed easily enough were it not for the pull of jealousy challenging him to act upon the savage instinct to bash Lord Lofton over the head. Society would frown on that.
You are a splendid dancer, Georgiana said.
Tanner nearly turned the wrong way at the compliment. He had forgotten he was dancing. You are an excellent teacher, he replied.
I only played the music. Mrs. Annesley deserves the credit.
Georgiana arched an eyebrow and watched him intently. The little imp. Did she miss nothing? Intent on his observant little sister, Tanner did not see the floor reach up to trip him until he stumbled forward inelegantly, catching himself just before colliding into Georgiana and the lady beside her. He looked at the problematic spot, but the floor was smooth. Pausing to remember the steps, Tanner soon found his rhythm again, but he felt the stares of dozens of eyes on him, along with every giggle and snort in his direction. I apologize, Miss Darcy, he said, disturbed that he should reflect poorly on his dancing partner more so than his own embarrassment. He could not even remember how to address his own sister so as not to betray their connection. He may as well wear a large sign around his neck reading, Jonathan Tanner, fake gentleman, illegitimate son, and all-around shame. Befriend at your own peril. Georgiana's lack of a response made him look up, and the expression on her face would have wilted a greater man than him. What is it? He asked, not daring to look behind him lest he lose his footing again. Glaring daggers at someone past his shoulder, she said,
He did it on purpose. I saw it. He tripped you with his cane. And just now I saw him nod at Lord Lofton. I bet they planned it. Oh, his lordship is a viper, she hissed,
directing her attention to Tanner fully as they spun with their palms together. She said,
Men like him are accustomed to getting away with everything. I know he has the reputation of being amiable and merry, but I do not like him at all.
Hearing his own opinion of the Viscount justified brought Tanner a measure of comfort and a large dose of conviction. If only there was a way he could find out what Lord Lofton knew about Ambrose. Tanner held no delusions the gentleman would disclose the full truth to him when deception was ingrained in his character. So much so that Georgiana recognized it. Why did Arabella not see it? Even now she smiled at Lord Lofton, conversing like they were the best of friends. Tanner did not remember when the music ended, or when he walked to the edge of the dance floor, but he soon found himself standing beside Darcy. Admirable job covering up your blunder. Hardly anyone noticed, Darcy said. Mrs. Elizabeth added, That is nothing. Lydia pretends to trip over the hem of her dress to conveniently fall into the arms of the handsomest gentleman at the ball. Georgiana's delicate nostrils flared.
A man with a cane tripped him. I believe it was done on purpose, and Lord Lofton may have instigated it.
Darcy rubbed his chin. You are certain of what you saw? He needed no further answer than the glare she granted him. Arabella joined them, a glass of punch in one hand and Lord Lofton on her other side. Blast it, was Tanner supposed to have offered to bring Georgiana a refreshment after their dance? It irked him that his lordship was not only exceedingly more graceful in the ballroom, but infinitely more thoughtful in his manners. One look at Arabella's happy smiles, and at the ease which bespoke years of trust in Lord Lofton's company, disheartened Tanner. Then again, why would she notice him at all, when lofty Lofton was in the same room? Lofty. He liked that. Before his lordship could gush about what a marvellous dance partner Arabella made, or how diverting the ball was, or whatever polite foolery these gentlefolks yammered about, a high-pitched voice interrupted them.
"Oh, Lord Lofton, I did not know you were here."
Tanner kept his mouth closed, but his shock at seeing a woman so similar to Mrs. Bennet made him gasp and glance at Mrs. Elizabeth. She nodded sadly and took care to introduce the lady as Mrs. Chufton, who eyed him from head to toe and back again.
"How fortunate to have two handsome young men available to dance with the ladies. I do hope you will save a dance for each of my daughters,"
Mrs. Chufton said, continuing without pausing for breath.
"You had better act in haste, though. My girls are so very accomplished, I feel they are in high demand. But never let it be said my girls neglected the two most eligible gentlemen at a ball, a viscount and a relative of the Darcys. Dear me, no, I must call my daughters over here immediately, lest you miss out on their company."
Yes, Mrs. Chufton was the wealthy reincarnation of Mrs. Bennet. When she pulled out her fan to flutter at her face, Tanner half expected her to begin complaining of her nerves. He liked her, as did Mrs. Elizabeth. She watched the ambitious matron with the tenderness of one whose heart had a soft spot for the lady she regarded. Lofty Lofton caught Tanner's eye, asking with a sneer, "True, I hear you are a relative of the Darcys. But I cannot quite place you, sir. How close a relation are you?" Arabella's smile faded, her eyebrows furled. Tanner broke out into a cold sweat, but he kept his composure. What did his lordship know? Darcy smoothly replied, "Do you not see the resemblance? Mr. Tanner is a relation on my father's side. We only recently discovered the connection, and as my wife comes from a very close-knit family, it pleased her to deepen our acquaintance with him."
"And now you know the secret of our marital bliss, Mrs. Chufton. My wish is my husband's command,"
Mrs. Elizabeth added, expertly veering the conversation away from the touchy subject. Tanner's chest burst with pride that his brother had been smart enough to marry such an intelligent woman. Mrs. Chufton waved her fan and chuckled.
"If only all husbands were as eager to please their wives as Mr. Darcy does you, my daughter should be so fortunate," she said, with a pointed look and a coquettish tap of her fan at Lord Lofton and, to his chagrin, Tanner. But the Viscount was not done. Addressing Darcy, he said in a low, threatening tone, "It sounds as if you have gained a brother." To his credit, Darcy was completely unaffected. With a cool nod and a hint of a smile, he said, "Quite. Everyone should be so fortunate." Tanner's heartbeat pounded between his ears, dulling the deafening chatter of the crowd as Lord Lofton's sly smirk tied Tanner's stomach into nauseating knots. He knew.
He knew, and he would use it against Darcy and Georgiana if given the opportunity. Like the sick trick he pulled at the park, this was nothing more than a game to him. A game he was certain to win, unless Tanner could find a way to best him. For the sake of his family and Arabella, Tanner had to win. Chapter 14. Arabella stepped away from Lofton to read his face better. His charming smile was gone, replaced with a threatening smirk he aimed at her friends. It was clear to everyone, except Mrs. Chufton, Lord be praised, that he knew much more about Mr. Darcy and Tanner's connection, and the way he dangled his knowledge in front of them was startling and menacing. Had his constant association with Ambrose infected his integrity? Had he changed so much in the past few years? Or had Arabella been as blind to his character as her parents had been to her brother's? Fortunately, Mrs. Chufton's presence prevented plain speech. Unfortunately, that meant Arabella could not demand an explanation for Lofton's strange behaviour, nor insist on his silence. She could not even jab her elbow into his side without drawing too much attention to herself. Georgiana pursed her lips into a sly smile and looked around at each one of them as if she had a great secret to tell. Everyone in their group leaned forward. Really, the young lady was an accomplished actress.
I heard Lady Templeton intends to introduce the Viennese waltz during the course of the evening. I dare say it will be tastefully done under her guidance. What do you think of it, Mrs. Chufton? She asked, expertly bringing up a topic which would be the talk of the season, and much more interesting than Tanner's parentage to a gossip such as Mrs. Chufton. Arabella could have kissed Georgiana for her clever redirection. Mrs. Chufton fanned her face happily.
I fear a good many young ladies are not familiar with the steps. My daughters, of course, have been tutored by the finest instructors in Europe, and shall do credit to the dance. But I fear for the rest. Of course, you, Miss Darcy, will provide an exemplary model along with my daughters, if your brother will allow it, she added quickly, her fan working as fast as it could to counteract the blush rising in her face at the admission that her daughters were so well trained in a dance that many in society considered to be scandalous before ascertaining Mr. Darcy's opinion. Mr. Darcy eased her concern, saying, "If done appropriately, the waltz can be both elegant and tasteful. I assure you, my sister would demand as much propriety from her dance partner with the waltz as she would with a cotillion." His permission thus given, Mrs. Chufton sighed in relief, her flush now one of joy. With the way her eyes darted between Lofton and Tanner, it was plain she wished for them to claim sets with her daughters. Lofton said abruptly, "Excuse me, please, but the heat in the room is stifling." He extended his arm to Arabella. "Would you like to take a turn in the garden, Miss Hardcastle?" She ought to have accepted out of politeness' sake, but Arabella did not feel like being polite. "I am refreshed from the punch you were so kind as to fetch me. I will stay with Miss Darcy, who, I am certain, is anxious to search through the crush for her friends." Georgiana nodded, playing along and affirming Arabella's assumption. Lofton locked eyes with her, and Arabella read the displeasure in his gaze, returning it with one of her own, lest he think she approved of his conduct toward her friends. But there was no apology in his stare, no remorse. She needed distance from him. She needed to think objectively, an impossibility with him and the pleasant memories Lofton dredged up from the happier past.
Arabella had liked Lofton then, as children, but she was beginning to think she did not like him now. Mrs. Chufton, unable to secure dancers for her daughters, soon departed for a group of gentlemen clustered around the refreshment table in her incessant and relentless search for potential sons-in-law. Arabella and Georgiana strolled about the rooms in search of acquaintances with whom to converse, anyone with whom they could casually mention Ambrose and Lofton. They stayed true to their promise to stay in the centre of the rooms, avoiding alcoves and dark corners. Not that Arabella was tempted to walk down a quiet corridor and expose Georgiana to danger with a killer about. Tanner stayed close to Darcy, not having the advantage of friendship with London society. Georgiana nudged Arabella's elbow.
"There is Mr. Chufton walking toward the library. I suppose he means to hide in there with the other fathers until the evening comes to a close."
"How very like Mr. Bennet," said Arabella.
"If he is anything like Mr. Bennet, he values intelligent conversation," Georgiana said suggestively, adding, "Do you not think it odd the ladies to whom we mention Lord Lofton are quick to speak of how handsome and charming he is, while their fathers and husbands remain suspiciously silent? And we have found out nothing at all helpful about your brother."
Arabella had noticed. She felt the judgment of her former peers, wondering why she would appear at a social occasion when she ought to be in mourning. At the same time, they frowned and blustered before her because they had nothing pleasant or comforting to say about Ambrose. Had they known how he had met his end, they would have thought worse of him. They would not have judged her lack of tears.
"Let us intercept Mr. Chufton before he goes inside. Perhaps he will be more helpful than the others have been," suggested Georgiana, charging ahead before Arabella could disagree with her. "Mr. Chufton," called Georgiana. He turned, his alarm turning into a smile when he saw who spoke.
"Ah, Miss Darcy, Mrs. Annesley. I thought you were Mrs. Chufton here to ensure I did not hide myself away in the library for the remainder of the ball. She has the energy of a squirrel, while I must seek opportunities to nap in deep chairs in darkened rooms."
"We will not detain you from your much-needed rest for very long, then," smiled Georgiana. "We only have a question concerning which we hope you might enlighten us."
Mr. Chufton pulled out a pair of spectacles and a cloth with which he rubbed the lenses before perching them on the tip of his nose.
"You have my full attention. It is a rare thing for a young lady to wish to be enlightened about anything, and so I will relish this opportunity to assist however I can."
He motioned to the library.
"The lamps are lit. Shall we step inside for a moment?"
Arabella surveyed the room. One father sat with his feet propped up on an ottoman by the fire. He would not hear them above his snores. Georgiana nodded at her to begin. Taking a deep breath, reminding herself she had nothing to lose, Arabella began. "As I am certain you are aware, Mr. Chufton, my family recently suffered the loss of my brother." His frown deepened.
"You have my heartfelt condolences, Mrs. Annesley. Young Hardcastle was often in the wrong company, but I always believed him to be a man of quality."
Arabella had not expected to hear that. "I have come to learn I did not know my brother." Mr. Chufton shook his head slowly.
"Nor did I. Not very well. However, I am not merely speaking with the purpose to console when I tell you I truly believe he was a good man. He kept certain gentlemen away from my daughters when others would encourage an attachment."
"Lord Lofton?" Arabella asked plainly. He raised his finger to his lips and looked about the room before whispering,
He is not a good man. If you seek information about him, you will be hard-pressed to find anyone to speak against him. I have already said too much."
Arabella felt as if the floor had been swept out from under her feet, but she was too close to answers to stop to gain her balance. "Is there anyone else to whom we can speak? Anyone who might offer some clarity about Ambrose? Mr. Chufton, this was not an accidental death as everyone has been led to suppose. He was murdered," Arabella pleaded. Mr. Chufton reached out to the first available chair, supporting his weight against its backrest.
"Nobody is safe these days. Not when everyone has a secret. My only saving grace is my dear wife, Lord love her loose tongue. For years I resented it, but her inability to keep anything private has been my salvation. Because of her, I have no secrets, and I have avoided exploitation."
"Was that what Ambrose did?" Arabella asked. She had expected to see Shadewood Manor in disrepair, but it was just as she had remembered it. Had Ambrose blackmailed gentlemen for money to cover his debts? Tanner had told her he appeared to have no debt, but she could not believe it. Bunching his cheeks up and sighing, Mr. Chufton's eyes once again darted around the room before he continued in a whisper.
"He has a great many enemies among the gentle class, as well as those who have amassed fortunes through trade. It could have been the work of any one of them to cause his death."
"And yet you defend his character. I do not understand, Mr. Chufton. Please, I wish to find who did this to my brother before he attempts to hurt me, my family, or my friends."
"I beg you not to insist I give you a name. I cannot have any secrets. If certain friends of your brother have already learned something they can hold against you, I fear you are already a target, and nothing I say will change what is certain to happen. I am so sorry. I truly am."
"You refuse to help us?"
Georgiana gasped. "Spineless lout," thought Arabella, as he backed away from them with his hands up. He looked defenseless and vulnerable, and had she not been so angry, Arabella might have pitied him. Without names, without facts, how could she find Ambrose's killer? Her worst fear was unfolding before her, and she was helpless to stop it. Well, she would not stand idly by while the man everyone was too scared to name threatened those whom she held dear. She spun on her heel, leaving Mr. Chufton without so much as an adieu. "Where are we going?" asked Georgiana, hustling to keep up. "We are going to find Mr. Darcy, where I will leave you in his care while I find Lord Lofton. The conversation I wish to have with him is not fit for a lady's ears," hissed Arabella.
"You must not confront him alone. Take Tanner. Look, there he is, walking up to the balcony overlooking the gardens."
Georgiana's frantic tone slowed Arabella's steps. "You are right. The last thing I want is to be found in a compromising situation with him." Her trust in Lofton was shaken. He was Ambrose's closest friend. If he knew something, he should speak up, no matter how shameful it might be. She and Georgiana crossed the ballroom, making their way to the balcony flanked with Grecian columns and accented with rich velvet curtains through which Tanner had disappeared. Arabella stopped suddenly, Georgiana smacking into her back and disrupting their balance beside the thick velvet panels. Tanner stood with his back like a wall between the group of gentlemen leaning against the balcony's balustrade and the ballroom. He held his arms rigidly at his sides, his hands facing Arabella and Georgiana, as if to detain anyone from passing. It worked. It had stopped Arabella cold. Grabbing Georgiana before they were seen, Arabella stepped behind the curtain, pulling Georgiana along with her. Tanner's voice boomed in ire.
"Explain yourself, sir. Why do you torment Mrs. Annesley and the Darcys?"
Arabella heard the cruel humour in Lofton's voice when he said,
"What is it to you, Mr. Tanner? What do you care for them? Do not deny it was you who charged them in Hyde Park."
"Yes, I suppose you got a rather close look at my face. That was rather foolhardy of you to race at me as you did with that enormous black stallion. I only meant to have a little fun. Come now, you have never seen another man, not even the most experienced coachman, feather it as closely as I did. I bet the wheels brushed against you." Arabella slapped her hand over her mouth when her sharp intake of breath sounded too loud in her own ears. Tanner had been right, and she had stubbornly defended a man undeserving of her loyalty. Stupid! The men behind Lofton cheered, praising his skill and feeding his ego. Tanner's coat stretched over his wide shoulders as he crossed his arms over his chest. Arabella did not need to see his face to see how unimpressed he was.
"You have a sick way of diverting yourself, if you thought that was fun. You put a good family and a young lady you claim as an old friend at risk. Again, I ask, what is it to you? We both know who you really are. I am surprised a proud man such as you would stoop so low as to accept the charity of his wealthy relatives."
The men around Lofton cackled and snorted like a bunch of pigs. Arabella thought she would burst. It was obvious Lofton had learned about old Mr. Darcy's indiscretion, but she hated him for using it against Tanner. How had he discovered Tanner's deepest secret? Secret. Arabella's heart sank. What if Lofton was the name Mr. Chufton would not utter? What if he was the one who collected secrets and used them against men better than him? Lofton's taunts continued.
"Let me guess, Mr. Darcy footed the bill for his tailor so you would not embarrass him in front of his society friends. I wonder what they would think of him when they learn the truth about you. I wonder what Miss Darcy's chances are of making a good match when his family's indiscretions are aired publicly."
Georgiana stomped her foot and huffed, and Arabella gave her a warning look. They could not risk being seen. Not yet. Tanner's voice was low and gravelly, but Arabella heard every word clearly.
"If you come near my family again, you will regret it."
Lofton laughed again.
"A weak threat from such a large man. I wonder if your fists are good for it."
One of Lofton's friends exclaimed,
"I wager £1,000 you could best Mr. Tanner in a pugilist match."
Shouts and taunts fueled by the prospect of a barbaric, bare-knuckled fight ensued. Lofton did not discourage them.
"What say you, Mr. Tanner? Beat me in a fight and I will leave your family alone."
Arabella held her breath, she and Georgiana clinging to each other.
"Mrs. Annesley, too? You will stay away from her and her family?"
Arabella pulled the curtain away from the column carefully when Lofton didn't agree immediately. She did not want to miss a word of this conversation. He took a step toward Mr. Tanner, a smirk covering his ugly face. The innkeeper has fallen in love with the companion? Oh, that is rich. Just wait until I am done with you, Mr. Tanner. I have special plans for Miss Hardcastle, and I do not take kindly to interference. She felt sick. His words smacked of the letter Mr. Darcy had summarized for them. Arabella went numb. Had Lofton killed Ambrose? A million whys swarmed in her mind. But it was Lofton's next words that made her step out from behind the curtain and out to the balcony. Chapter 15. Lord Lofton jeered, appealing to his brainless lackeys for support with raised hands as he said, "I will take great pleasure in ruining you. I will make the Darcys wish they had never met you. You are a plague, a bad omen, a black mark on their otherwise perfect name. You are no match for me." They slapped him on the back and raised their fists like zealots at a political rally, and he played them to his advantage. Tanner clenched his fists, his jaw, his self-control. His own restraint surprised him, but his intense desire to smash the gentleman before him shook his limbs. A feminine voice that sent off every defensive alert in his possession said behind him, "There you are, Mr. Tanner. The waltz has begun, and you promised to dance it with me." He needed to get Arabella out of there. He would have agreed to anything, even the waltz. She held out her hand expectantly. Tanner turned to take it, hearing the snickers and jabs behind him. Did he not trip all over the ballroom floor earlier? Nearly ran a lady over, I heard. Clumsy oaf. Come, gentlemen, let us divert ourselves. I bet £100 he will take out half the dancers before the waltz ends. What a show! Let us see. Arabella's jaw jutted forward, her steps quick and stiff with determination, as she practically dragged him to the dance floor, where several couples glided in a large circle. Darcy and Elizabeth waltzed past, holding each other in an embrace that sent panic through Tanner. "We will show them," Arabella huffed. "I heard the whole thing, Tanner, and I will not stand for it. He must be stopped." How is me making a fool of myself again going to prove anything? Tanner pointed out. He looked at Arabella. Bella. She was beautiful in her fury. The gentlemen were right to taunt him. He would trip all over his feet, unable to concentrate on the proper moves with his hand wrapped around her tiny waist and the perfume in her hair scrambling his senses. Already the fire in her eyes kindled the flames spreading through his chest. This lady was made of tougher stuff than he'd given her credit for, and his admiration for her soared. He would gladly look the fool just for the opportunity to hold her in his arms. Just move your feet to the count of 3 in your head, and follow the other dancers around the floor. Easy. If you stumble, I will catch you. If you freeze, I will spin around you. Come, Tanner. If they want a show, let us give them one. Tanner wanted so badly to kiss her. Would she taste like the cinnamon spice that clung to her? He stifled a groan and redirected his thoughts before he did something stupid like kiss her in front of the entire assembly. Arabella stepped forward, her arms in the position he saw amongst the dancers. He knew where his hands were supposed to go. Wrapping his fingers around her hand and placing his other hand around her waist, he guided them into the moving mass of swaying dancers without trampling over anyone. So far, so good. Of course, his head buzzed like he had helped himself to a bottle of his best brandy. Holding Arabella was better than he had imagined. She fit. Were he to embrace her like he wished to, her head would nestle at the soft spot between his shoulder and his chest, the perfect spot for him to turn his head and kiss her on top of her forehead. "I must leave tonight," she said abruptly, pulling Tanner out of his dream with a crash. "Do not go," he blurted, adding, "Please," when her eyes flashed at him. They were full of storm clouds tonight. "I have no other choice. There is no doubt in my mind that Lord Lofton wrote the page in Ambrose's pocket. He means to ruin me, and anyone who would help me, and I cannot in good conscience allow it. Dear Lord, Georgiana, where is she?" Arabella twisted around, searching the crowd. Tanner was a step ahead of her. "She joined Mrs. Chufton. It is probably the safest place for her to be. Like Mrs. Bennet, she has a way of driving gentlemen away from her company." He felt Arabella relax as her panic subsided. "I am not fit to protect her when I bring threats into her home. I must leave," she repeated, her eyes pooling and reflecting the flickering lights of the chandelier. "Where would you go?" Tanner regretted the question as soon as he asked it. She had nowhere to go, nobody to turn to. She stiffened in his arms. "I can afford to rent a room until I can find employment." "Alone? He would find you, Arabella. He means to see you hang for murder. Who would doubt the word of a viscount when he is smart enough to provide witnesses against you?" She would not stand a chance on her own. He, too, was convinced Lord Lofton had penned the page in Ambrose's pocket. Tanner was not willing to see how serious Lord Lofton was in carrying out his threats. He was not the sort of man to be crossed, and Arabella had done exactly that when she had eloped with a soldier instead of marrying him. For a man who prided himself in his sport, he had failed to catch his target with Arabella. That would have been a mighty blow to his pride. "I heard him, Tanner. He knows too much about you. What would prevent him from uncovering our young friend's near elopement with that rascal in a militia uniform?" she whispered, taking no chances they be overheard. "And anyone who heard of the murders in Meryton could conclude the couple we love were behind them. They will read into it what they wish, even when the truth is right in front of their noses. He will ruin all of us because of me." Her eyes sparkled, but she did not give way to tears, splaying his fingers wider over her waist, wanting to press her closer against him, wanting to offer her all the protection he could provide, and knowing it would not be enough. Tanner turned to what he knew best. Work. Action. It was a daunting task sure to fail, but they had to try. "What you say is true, but I doubt we are the only ones to suffer from Lord Lofton's oppression. How would you live with your conscience, knowing he is allowed to bully others to his will, when we can silence him? Even if you run away, you would never have peace. Nobody would. We would all have to live with the knowledge he held power over us and the uncertainty of when he would choose to exercise that authority. It is no way to live." Tanner knew better than anyone else. Had he not lived his entire life in fear of being revealed as the sham he was? All that was left to him now was to stop Lord Lofton before he made Tanner's past known publicly. He had little enough to lose, but his family.
No one will help us. He has too many under his thumb, and they are all too scared he will reveal their secrets. They will say nothing against him.
The bitterness in her voice gave Tanner pause. Before the ball, she had defended Lord Lofton. Not now. Now, she openly accused him. He asked, "Why has your opinion of him changed so suddenly?" Tanner guessed she had been more successful in her inquiries than he and Darcy had been. She lifted her chin.
He threatened my friends. To me, that makes him the worst sort of villain. I believe it was he who turned Ambrose against me, whose influence encouraged my brother's worst characteristics until he purposely isolated me from my family, and at the smallest gesture of kindness toward me, killed him in front of my friends. He is evil in human form, and he must be stopped. But how? He hides behind his title like a shield. His wealth ensures he has the means to manipulate and persecute without sullying his own hands.
I am not afraid of getting my hands dirty. Tanner even looked forward to it. But would Arabella rise up to the occasion if it meant compromising propriety? Are you? He asked.
What is a little grime when I stand to lose everything? Do not underestimate me, Tanner. Her chastisement made him smile. They were partners now. All they required was a plan.
You said he collects secrets to use against others. A man such as he would have a few secrets of his own. We need to find his greatest one.
Easier said than done. I cannot hide behind the guise of friendship with him now. Not when I am convinced he killed my brother. I would be a fool to pretend to trust him.
I would never ask it of you.
He would see through me.
You do not need to convince me, Arabella.
She blushed, and he realized his blunder.
Please forgive me for taking the liberty of using your Christian name. It does not belong to me to address you so informally.
I like it, she said quietly. Meeting his gaze fully, she added, We are friends, are we not? They stood before each other. The music had stopped, and though the room was crowded, he saw only Bella. The woman who surprised him at every turn, who chose him over a childhood society friend, who felt as responsible toward his family as he did, who had defended him when it complicated her own troubles, who allowed him to dance the waltz with her before an entire assembly, even though she knew the burden of his birth. Before he could answer, Georgiana rushed up to them, holding her gown at the waist as if her modesty depended on it. Darcy and Mrs. Elizabeth followed behind her. We must leave immediately. My gown is ruined, and if I lose my grip on the fabric, I will be too, said Georgiana. Chapter 16. Tanner peeked over the top of his newspaper. What a sight they must be! Darcy himself, Arabella, Mrs. Elizabeth, and Georgiana each had a section of newspaper, which they studied meticulously for any mention of the accusation they awaited against Arabella. Darcy's eyebrows knit together, lending him an air of stern concentration to discourage anyone from interrupting him. Mrs. Elizabeth tapped her chin while one finger trailed down the page,
as she read faster than anyone else at the table. Georgiana looked as if she were engrossed in a novel, as she leaned over the page splayed out before her on the breakfast table. Then again, her engagements with her reading material might have had more to do with the gossip section set before her than anything else. Arabella's eyes were rimmed in dark circles. She blinked often at the page before her, making slow progress. Tanner could only imagine how anxious she must be. He had seen fit to implore her not to flee from Darcy House again before retiring for the evening. He had gone so far as to suggest a footman sit outside her door should she attempt to escape. Georgiana gasped, rustling the paper as she jabbed at it with her finger excitedly.
"It is here," she said.
Arabella inhaled deeply, and Tanner watched her attempt to calm herself.
"Oh, not about you, Arabella. Please forgive me for causing you alarm. It is just so unexpected. I spoke before my mind could temper my tongue."
Georgiana jabbed at the column again and looked at Tanner while she visibly pondered how to tell them what the page contained. "Now she is prudent," sighed Tanner, her contemplative silence setting him on edge the longer she looked at him. Why did she look at him? What was so difficult for her to say she could not simply say it? The pressure in the room made it difficult for Tanner to breathe until he thought he would snap at his little sister. Darcy was not so delicate. He snapped, "Georgie, what is it?"
"It is a challenge for Tanner."
The room fell silent until she added,
"Perhaps it is best if I read it aloud."
"Please," they exclaimed in unison.
"The diversions continue from Lady Templeton's ball. Not only did she successfully initiate the use of the waltz for the pleasure of her guests during the season, but she can be credited with the initiation of a newcomer to London society, one Mr. Jonathan Tanner. While little is known about the gentleman's antecedents other than a vague attachment to the respected Darcy family, he has agreed on his honour and that of his family to engage in a match of skill against Lord Lofton, renowned sportsman and worthy opponent. It would please his lordship greatly for his supporters to witness a competition of strength and agility certain to best all previous pugilist matches in English history. The details are below. He has named the date of the match for 1 week from today at Fives Court in St. Martin's Street," said Georgiana, handing the notice to Tanner. He read it again, swallowing down the bitter taste the unwarranted challenge brought up in his throat. Arabella leaned over to read it. "He is vain indeed if he thinks he can best you." While Tanner appreciated her unwavering confidence in his ability to beat Lord Lofton in a bare-knuckle fight, he had no intention of engaging in his lordship's games. Tanner knew his type too well. If he allowed him to call too many of the shots, he would lose the battle before it had even begun. "I will not fight him. It would prove nothing," he said. Darcy sighed and leaned back in his chair. "He called into question your attachment to me as well as your honour. He has guaranteed you will be the one to look bad should you refuse." "I will lose no matter what I do. His challenge makes it clear that he does not expect to lose against me, and I have no reason to believe I can best him. He claims to be a great sportsman, a Corinthian. He knows the rules and has, no doubt, trained sufficiently with professionals to feel confident in his skills. I only know how to throw riffraff out of my tavern when I must, and the only rules in doing that are whatever gets the scum out of my door. I will only do it if he agrees to leave you
all of you in peace.
But he is untrustworthy. Even if he gave his word, we would not be free of his threats, Arabella said. There must be a way. She pounded the table with her fist, the firm determination in her aspect strengthening Tanner's resolve to find a way to gain the upper hand over Lord Lofton somehow. As Arabella said, there had to be a way. Arabella felt like a plague on the Darcys. She hated it. And yet they insisted she was like family to them, that they would not turn their backs on her when she needed their help the most. They deliberately turned a blind eye to the fact she was the source of their troubles. She understood Tanner now. He felt the same, and, just as she did, he wished to spare them by keeping his distance. She would have run away by now if not for him. He had made her promise to stay, and had wisely posted a footman outside her door to ensure she kept her word. If only he could see how close their situations were, maybe he would allow his family to claim him as such. Surely the consequences of the impropriety of Mr. Darcy's father were nothing compared to what her own brother had brought on them. Oh, if Ambrose were still alive, she would strangle him. The butler came in with an envelope on a tray.
This came by messenger, sir. It is addressed to Miss Darcy.
So full of vengeful thoughts was Arabella, her first assumption was that Lofton meant to threaten Georgiana too, and had sent a message meant to break her. Arabella did not breathe until Georgiana unfolded the page and a faint sigh of relief escaped her lips.
It is a note from a dress shop. The lady who stepped on my skirt and ruined my gown has arranged for her dressmaker to mend the damage.
Georgiana handed the note to Mr. Darcy, who read it in one glance. It was kind, although perhaps a bit presumptuous, of the lady to make such arrangements, but the timing of its arrival made Arabella suspicious. Mr. Darcy asked, "Would you not prefer for your dressmaker to mend the tear?"
And deny the lady the opportunity to effect a kind deed? We have no reason to believe she has anything to do with Lord Lofton, and I refuse to allow that man to control how I spend my day,
Georgiana said. Arabella could not help but smile at Georgiana's boldness, but she also could not shake her suspicions.
"I would go with you, Georgiana, but I have not felt well all morning," said Elizabeth, the warm glow in her cheeks belying her contentment.
All eyes turned to her. Could it be? Arabella prayed it be so. Mr. Darcy's forehead furrowed in concern, while he struggled to contain a grin. "Shall I send for the doctor?" She smiled demurely.
"It is too soon yet."
"Tell me what I must do to make you more comfortable,"
he pleaded.
Elizabeth laughed. "It is only a little illness. I am not certain it means anything more than that."
Mr. Darcy turned to Tanner.
"I cannot leave Elizabeth in her delicate condition. Will you go with Georgiana and Mrs. Annesley to the dressmaker's shop?"
Tanner nodded.
"What time is the appointment?" he asked.
Chapter 17. 3 hours later, Arabella sat beside Georgiana and across from Tanner in the carriage on the way to the dressmaker. Arabella felt uneasy. "Please, tell us again what happened to your dress last night. Perhaps I am being overly suspicious, but I have a bad feeling about this. Why would this lady presume to make an appointment for you when you could have come at your leisure?"
After spending a few minutes in conversation with Mrs. Chufton, I joined a group of ladies from my finishing school. I inquired about the more eligible gentlemen present, so naturally the conversation turned to Lord Lofton.
Georgiana sighed, sinking into the squab.
I did not overhear anything useful, only an estimation of his fortune and a detailed description of a house one of the ladies had toured during a stay in Bath. He is also famed to have a villa in Italy and another in Austria. All they care about is his wealth. They said nothing of his character or habits. Certainly nothing helpful.
Georgiana crossed her arms in frustration, just as Tanner did opposite her. "The lady who ruined your dress, where was she?" he asked.
She was behind me, but I did not see her until the incident. Whether she was listening to our conversation or merely intended to refill her glass of punch, I cannot say. But when I had heard quite enough useless discussion, I turned to leave and stopped just as suddenly when I felt my dress tug and heard it tear. The lady was horrified, to say the least, and apologized profusely. I was so agitated I covered myself as best I could and departed immediately in search of you.
Tanner said what Arabella thought, aloud. "It could have been contrived. What if she is a friend of Lord Lofton, and this is her attempt to isolate you?"
Georgiana pursed her lips in thought. I lost sleep considering that possibility, but her reaction seemed so genuine, I was not surprised at her offer to have my gown mended at her expense. If she contrived this meeting, then I think we ought to hear what she has to say. She may be a friend, or it may have nothing at all to do with any of our worries. She might just be a concerned lady wishing to right the wrong done to my gown.
Arabella caught Tanner's eye. He believed in coincidences as much as she did, and it made her feel better that he was as alert as she was. A woman with a measuring tape around her neck greeted them before the bell above the door had stilled. With a curtsy and an elegant bow of her head, she said, "You are Miss Darcy, yes? I am Mademoiselle Laurent, the proprietor of this establishment. I thank you so much for coming today. Is this the dress?" Arabella detested her immediate turn of thought on hearing the seamstress's French accent. Had they walked into a den of spies? Was Lofton a spy? He certainly had a talent for collecting secrets. Was this a trap? Reluctantly, Arabella nodded to the footman to hand Mademoiselle Laurent the package containing Georgiana's gown. "Ah, yes, I thank you. I will see to this immediately. Please allow me to show you to a room where you can be comfortable." She spun on her heels, and they followed her down a hall to a room with a thick curtain separating it from the hallway. Pulling the curtain aside, she said, "Please be so kind as to wait here for just a little moment. I will return shortly with your gown." Georgiana stepped inside, and Arabella nearly rammed into her back when she stopped abruptly. Arabella tensed, as did Tanner, until Georgiana raised her hand to her chest and said, "You startled me. I had not expected to see you here." There was a woman standing in front of a large table covered in dress designs and swatches of fabric. She had raven hair, wide-set eyes as dark as coffee, and a seductive divot in her chin. Her chiffon dress clung to her figure in a fabric that would be transparent in the sunlight. "I apologize, Miss Darcy. I was hoping you would come, Mr. Tanner," the woman said, pulling a lace fan from her reticule and waving it beguilingly in front of her face. Arabella's displeasure with the woman only increased when she eyed him up and down, appraising him as she was no doubt accustomed to men appraising her. The woman turned to Arabella, moving closer to her so that Arabella caught the scent of her jasmine perfume. "You must be Arabella. Have we met?" Arabella's dislike for the brazen woman's use of her Christian name grated on her already frayed nerves. "Please forgive me. I have so often heard your name, I have come to think of you as a friend. A sister in arms, if you will. We are very much alike, you and I. Only you managed to escape in time. You do not realize how fortunate you were." She reached her hand out to Arabella, then pulled back suddenly, her boldness weakening under Arabella's gaze and waning her initial prejudices. "This is not about the dress, is it?" asked Arabella. "No. I wish to escape too." "From whom?" "Lord Lofton." When the woman sank onto the settee in the group of chairs behind them, Arabella sat beside her. Tanner recognized the restraint of an abused woman who longed for care and friendship. He employed several of them at his inn. Arabella's wariness dissipated toward the woman at the mention of Lord Lofton's name. Georgiana, always one to take the side of the injured and wronged, sat on the woman's other side. Tanner was not so easily swayed. Too many sought help, only to turn back to the men from whom they had attempted to flee. It never went well, for the woman or for the individual who attempted to help her. He would be cautious. The mystery woman and Arabella were as opposite as night and day. Arabella had regrets, but her poor choices had been made in innocence. Tanner did not believe the same could be said of the woman seated beside her. "Who are you?" Tanner asked, dropping his chin to his chest and giving her his sternest look. If he so much as suspected a lie or a trap, they were out of there. "I am Honoria Seymour, Lofton's mistress." Just as he had suspected. He nodded for her to continue. "When Arabella ran away with her soldier, Lofton took solace in me. He promised to marry me, to take care of me when my father died and my stepbrother cast me out of my home with 2 younger sisters. I am not proud of my choices, but it enabled me to provide for the needs of my sisters in such a way they, at least, could keep their dignity." She added softly, her shoulders sagging in a moment of vulnerability that lent her more credibility. "They are married now, and want nothing to do with me." Georgiana exclaimed, "That is awful!" Mrs. Seymour sneered. "There is nothing just about this life, Miss Darcy. But I am desperate enough to risk death to leave my old way of life and begin anew. Pray I succeed, where Ambrose failed." Arabella sat forward. "What do you know of Ambrose?" "His kindness toward me gave me hope," Mrs. Seymour said with a tender smile. Arabella's forehead furrowed. "Ambrose was never kind to me," she said, more in conflicting observation than in complaint. Mrs. Seymour placed her hand on top of Arabella's. "Perhaps you did not know him well enough. If he held you at a distance, it was for good reason." The woman clearly knew much more about Arabella and her brother's strained relationship than they could imagine. Arabella had said nothing about him keeping her from her family, and yet Mrs. Seymour knew. Before Arabella could ask anything more about her brother, Mrs. Seymour continued. "No, I cannot risk staying much longer, or all will be lost. I have the means to take down Lord Lofton. Will you help me?" "How do we know he did not send you?" Tanner asked. "You do not. You will have to trust me, just as I will have to trust you. If you fail me, I am as good as dead. He killed Ambrose, and I will be next if I am found out." She clasped her fingers together and picked at her thumb nervously. "He always finds out." "Then why did you call us here?" Tanner fumed. "You have endangered us further by arranging this meeting." She bit her lips and looked away. "I am sorry. I had hoped not to involve your sister." There was not enough air in the room. Panic coursed through Tanner, and no matter how he pulled at his cravat and tugged at his collar, he could not fill his lungs. How did she know Georgiana was his sister? Who else knew? She continued. "But it could not be helped, you see. Do you not realize what he means to do not only to you, but to your family? He has taunted you openly in the newspaper. It is his favorite way of controlling the gentleman he blackmails. He knows who you are, Mr. Tanner. He knows all of it. Unless you do exactly as he bids, he will hit you where it most hurts." Darcy, Mrs. Elizabeth, Georgiana, Arabella. Tanner felt wretched. "So you see, you have no choice but to cooperate with me." Mrs. Seymour held her chin up and looked at him unwaveringly. Tanner felt trapped. Mrs. Seymour held all the cards, and his inclination was to leave before the trap sprung. He flinched when Arabella broke the silence. "What do you want us to do?" Mrs. Seymour spoke to Georgiana. "Go to your favorite bookshop on the morrow. I will provide what you need along with instructions on how to use it. It is a simple plan, but it will work." "That is all?" Georgiana asked. "That is the easy part." Tanner rebelled. She knew far too much about them, and what did they know of her? "No, Miss Darcy is to have no further role in this. Keep her out of it, or we leave, right now." "Need I remind you how skilled Lofton is with a pistol?" Mrs. Seymour snapped, adding, "Or with a team of horses? Or in swaying popular opinion and keeping his name above reproach when he is everything vile? He is equally skilled with his fists, and though you have the advantage of size, do not think for a minute that you can best him in the boxing ring." She spoke quick and hard, her words dripping with desperation. "If you are content to expose your family and the woman you love to his threats, then so be it. But your tenacious determination to protect your family has convinced me that you are a man to be trusted. You will not bend before him no matter how deeply he strikes at you. I pray you do not prove me wrong, Mr. Tanner. Now answer me. Do we have a deal?" Tanner's ears rang and his pulse raced. He opened his mouth to contradict her, to say that his feelings for Arabella did not extend beyond admiration, but he could not. But love? Tanner did not know enough about the sentiment to recognize it. "Yes," said Georgiana. "Yes, we will go to the bookshop on the morrow." Though she had been given the reply she wished to hear, Mrs. Seymour's stare did not depart from Tanner. He needed more time. If he were convinced of her reliability, If he could think straight, he would not hesitate to agree to her plan. He would have liked to discuss the matter with Darcy. His level-headed logic was invaluable, and right now, with his emotions snarled and exposed, Tanner craved logic and facts. But Darcy was not there, and they had no other plan. The three ladies on the settee looked at him expectantly, Georgiana in eager anticipation, Mrs. Seymour in desperate intensity, and Arabella. Would that he could read her thoughts. "Mr. Tanner, will you agree to go to the bookshop on the morrow?" Mrs. Seymour repeated. Arabella's shoulders straightened and her chin lifted. Tanner could see as plain as day that, in her mind, she was already at the bookshop. He knew without a shadow of doubt that if he did not agree to accompany her, she would find a way to go without him. His decision was made. "We will go to the bookshop, but I will not blindly agree to follow your plan if we can think of a better one," he said firmly. Mrs. Seymour pinched her lips together, clearly displeased. "I have no other option but to trust you, Mr. Tanner. I will not disappoint you. I beg you not to disappoint me. My life is in your hands." As quick as a heartbeat, she disappeared through the curtain to be replaced by the smiling dressmaker. "I apologize for keeping you waiting, but it is fixed now." Mademoiselle Laurin held the gown up for inspection. "Nobody will ever know it was torn. Nobody must know." Tanner understood her meaning. Their meeting with Mrs. Seymour had never happened. It was a secret Lord Lofton would delight in using against them. What had they gotten themselves into? Chapter 18. The morning crawled by at an agonizingly slow pace. Arabella attempted to entertain herself, as did Georgiana and Elizabeth, with all the occupations available to a lady waiting indoors. But the clock did not tick any faster, despite their frequent glances at the hour. Georgiana sighed as she fingered through the music she had already played. Elizabeth closed her book. "At times like this, I miss roaming through the paths and fields around Pemberley. There is nothing like a long walk to calm one's spirit and pass the time."
When this is over, I have decided to change my habit of going to the bookshop in the afternoon to the morning. This wait is simply unbearable.
Georgiana set her music aside and pivoted around on the pianoforte bench. Arabella hated being the source of so much anxiety. She wished it had been her hem Mrs. Seymour had stepped on. Mr. Darcy and Tanner appeared in the doorway. They had been out all morning. Tanner had been avoiding her. She had not failed to see his reaction when Mrs. Seymour had practically declared on his behalf the previous afternoon. He had looked horrified. For the rest of the evening, whenever they had crossed paths, he had shied away from her like a second son avoiding a penniless lady. Hardly flattering, but not entirely hopeless. Entering the music room, Mr. Darcy kissed Elizabeth's forehead, then held her hand as he stood beside her. "I received word from my man. With Richard's help, he was able to find Lieutenant Annesley's closest friends. He will inform us of their stand regarding your husband's death as soon as he speaks with them. He estimated a day. 2, if there are difficulties convincing them to cooperate." Arabella was not concerned. Nicholas's friends had seen how badly he had been beaten, and knew what she had sacrificed to care for him until the end. "Thank you for going to the trouble, Mr. Darcy," Arabella said, feeling useless. She ought to be doing more, not sitting in the music room twiddling her thumbs while the gentleman did all the work. Mr. Darcy nodded, his eyes settling on Georgiana. I will be relieved when this is resolved once and for all. I do not know whether this woman is to be trusted, and I resent her involvement of Georgiana in her scheme. As do I. Arabella bit her lips, lest her tongue spill forth a list of all the wrongs she had wished undone of late, all of them her fault. The Darcys, being the kind and generous family they were, would only reassure her of the security of her place in their household. They would act as the best of friends would, when she felt like every second she waited to act was a betrayal of their confidence. She rested her hands against her knees to still them. Tanner's gaze fell heavily on her, and she wondered if he could read her thoughts. What would he do if he knew the contents of her mind? How her stomach had warmed at Mrs. Seymour's comment. That, had he not agreed to go to the bookshop, she would have found a way to go anyway. She ought to be grateful for his protection, but she was restless. If he had a plan, he ought to confide it in her. What was his plan? This uncertainty is what concerns me the most. Until we know what awaits us at the bookshop, we do not know how to proceed, he said. Well, that answered that. He had no plan. Yet. Would he allow her to help when he did? She ought to have protested when Georgiana had agreed so hastily to Mrs. Seymour's deal. But the truth was that Georgiana had agreed before she could. She must have sighed or groaned because everyone looked at her. I am sorry. I am only anxious and restless. I feel I should be doing something, but I do not know what I can do that would not make matters worse. I worry for Mrs. Seymour. If she is trustworthy, her life is in danger because of what she is sharing with us. If she is not... Arabella shivered, unable to voice her fear aloud. She understood clearly before she departed from our company that we would do nothing to endanger the lives or reputations of our family. Darcy has taken measures to protect her, Tanner said, ignoring the smile Elizabeth shot him. He finally called us family, Elizabeth whispered to Georgiana. Arabella had noticed. Our family. Did he mean to include her in his remark? Did he love her? A slip of the tongue never to be repeated in society, he grumbled. He sure knows how to dash a lady's expectations, Arabella thought. But that is how you think of us? Asked Georgiana, blinking her eyes in a manner she knew her brother could not resist. Would it work for Arabella if she batted her eyelashes at him? She discredited the idea almost as soon as she thought it. Tanner was not a man to be manipulated by anyone other than his baby sister. He would see right through Arabella, and she would feel foolish. Aye, he admitted, shuffling his feet and looking down at his boots like a little boy who had just admitted to eating the last of a cake in the pantry and awaited the judgment of cook. As frustrated as Arabella was at Tanner, his obvious embarrassment made her want to leap up and let him hide in her embrace until he forgot his discomfort. Georgiana, Lord love her, leapt to her feet and, rising to her tiptoes, planted a sisterly kiss on his cheek. I love you too, Tanner. Tanner froze, and Arabella thought she would burst with all the tangled ball of frustration, hope, and restlessness he provoked in her. His every feature showed how he adored his sister. So why was it so difficult for him to say as much? Without a word, he leaned down to kiss the top of Georgiana's head, covering over her hand with his own as he did so. His eyes drooped wistfully, and his chin bunched up, and Arabella wanted so badly to soothe his brow and tell him that she loved him until he believed her. It struck her with a force that left her breathless to realize that Tanner was everything she had dreamed of. He was her loyal, steadfast, trustworthy prince. If she could win his heart, if she could be the woman he needed, they would make each other happy. She did not doubt it. Crossing his arms, Tanner cleared his throat and glanced at the wall clock. "Is it time?" he asked Mr. Darcy. "By the time the coach is brought around, it will be. I will send for it." So busy was Arabella's mind enumerating all the ways she could right her mistakes and win Tanner's love. She hardly remembered the carriage ride to the Temple of the Muses. Not until Tanner spoke was she able to concentrate on the task before them. "Why do you come here? There are too many blasted people," he asked Georgiana. His ill humor was understandable. He did not like Georgiana's necessary involvement in such an uncertain plan, any more than Arabella did. Georgiana attempted to lighten his mood, saying cheerfully, "I like to watch people. They are extremely diverting." "I do not like it one bit. We do not even know what to expect when we go inside. If someone is to give us a message, how will we be seen?" he complained.
"Brother, do try to smile. So far as anyone else is concerned, we are showing you the sights of London, and you are indulging me with a trip to one of my favourite places. Maybe we should go to Gunter's for an ice when we are done."
Now that was pushing it too far. Arabella said, "It is not a bad idea, but perhaps better reserved for another day." Tanner's knees bumped against hers, and he tried to move them to the side to afford her more space. Arabella stifled a smile at his attempt to make himself smaller, when he quite clearly was not a man born for carriages, or for weaving through crowds without causing a disturbance. They eventually made it through the people gathered around the shop windows and into the popular bookshop. Several ladies milled about the large room, and before they could make their way to the circular desk manned by several gentlemen conversing with customers and sorting through stacks of books, a young man greeted them. He had fair hair and wore spectacles that made his eyes appear abnormally large. "Miss Darcy, what an honour to receive you at the Temple of the Muses. I took the liberty of wrapping the volume we acquired for you." Leaning forward, he said, "It was no easy feat, but I wholeheartedly hope it is everything you need it to be." He handed 4 packages to Tanner, adding, "The other novels you requested are here as well. Is there anything else with which I may assist you today?" Georgiana replied,
"Thank you. You thought of everything."
Turning to Tanner, she said,
"I am so anxious to read these. I fear I will be poor company. Might we return another day?"
"I would never deny you the pleasure of a good story." He thanked the book clerk, and they soon, although not soon enough to satisfy Arabella's burning curiosity, found themselves seated again in the carriage. Tanner ripped the paper off the first book. Georgiana took it from him.
"I have read this. It is a novel about betrayal and redemption."
Appropriate. But unless Mrs. Seymour's plan included hitting Lofton over the head with the large tome, it would do them little good. Tanner stripped the paper off the second volume, and Arabella strained to read the title. An account of an expedition across the New World. That is not it either. There were still 2 more books to uncover, but Arabella's anxiety grew. The third was a work of Shakespeare. Hamlet, read Tanner, setting the book beside him to open the last package. Flinging the paper to the floor, he held it up. It was a journal made of black leather with the Lofton family crest branded in gold leaf on the front. Tanner pulled a paper from his pocket and opened the diary, comparing the handwriting.
It is a perfect match. Mrs. Seymour gave us Lord Lofton's journal.
He flipped through the pages, stopping when he found the place where Ambrose had torn the paper he had concealed in his pocket. The pages aligned exactly. A folded piece of paper fell out from the diary, and Arabella reached down to pick it up. The handwriting was distinct, and the page smelled of jasmine. "It is from Honoria," Arabella said, reading aloud. "This is the journal dated at the time when Lieutenant Annesley was murdered." Arabella's hand dropped. Murdered? Curiosity triumphing over her shock, she continued, reading as fast as her breath permitted. "Ambrose tore a page from it, planning to use it against Lofton as proof of his involvement in your husband's death, and thus protecting you from his accusations. His mistake was in warning you before telling Lofton what he possessed. Lofton is unaware Ambrose stole the page. Do not make the same mistake. Use this against Lofton. Let him know you have proof, which you will make public unless he agrees to cooperate. The written confession in his own hand is stronger than anything Lofton can contrive against you. Therein lies your power. Lofton holds his own reputation in too high a regard to challenge you if you threaten to reveal his sins to society. Turn the table on him. Blackmail him as he has blackmailed others. Then flee. Give yourself the gift of a fresh start in a place where an honest woman can earn an honest living without being looked down upon. It is what I would do. Do not attempt to contact me. I cannot be found. And please, try to think kindly toward Ambrose. He did what he thought best. God be with you, Honoria Seymour." The note crinkled in Arabella's hand. That is it. This is the best plan she offers. For us to breathe threats, then flee? Not to mention her plea for Ambrose. Mother had suggested a superior motive. But Arabella could never forgive her brother for keeping her parents away from her as he had done. It was unforgivable. Tanner did not reply immediately. He flipped through the pages of the diary, his finger moving down the pages as he skimmed.
We are not the only ones trapped in his web. His game is much bigger.
He closed his eyes and leaned his head back against the carriage cushion.
We cannot reveal his activities without exposing the secrets of the gentleman he exploits along with him.
That was a problem. They would rid themselves of one enemy, only to gain more. Thinking aloud, she said, "What if we gained the support of the gentleman mentioned in his diary? Perhaps they will be willing to risk their secrets being made known if they are freed of Lofton." The idea sounding better by the minute, she added enthusiastically, "It will take time,
But with all of our efforts combined, it can be done. Then we could confront Lofton. Tanner opened his eyes, pressing his fingers against his temple.
We need to book passage on a ship, he said, astonishing Arabella.
He wished for her to leave? And just when she had sorted out her feelings for him? Her hurt quickly turned to anger. What kind of woman did he think she was? To flee without a fight? To leave before she could avenge Ambrose's death and gain her father's forgiveness? Every fibre of her being rebelled at the suggestion she leave, and her heart broke that Tanner had been the one to suggest it. But she was a fighter, and every bit as stubborn as Tanner. If he did not want her around any more, Arabella had no other option but to prove to him that he was wrong to send her away. She would fix her own problems, and she would do it without Tanner's help. Chapter 19. Tanner sympathized with Arabella's agitation. He, too, had hoped Mrs. Seymour's plan would be more solid. But it did not take into consideration how others would be affected. He could not in good conscience reveal the secrets of others just to get to Lofty, no matter how badly he wanted to. Arabella would never leave before the problem she believed to be of her making was resolved. Not Bella. Mrs. Seymour's suggestion for them to flee was unthinkable. As Tanner flipped through the pages and noted all the families Lord Lofton manipulated and controlled, it made him sick with rage. It also proved to him that their every move was being watched. Already a plan formed in Tanner's mind, thanks in good part to Arabella, but he wanted Darcy's input before he acted. He wanted to discuss it with her, but the stormy glare Arabella cast him, Tanner thought it best not to broach the subject just then, not in her present state of upset. Arabella's hand barely touched his as he assisted her out of the carriage, and she marched into Darcy House, dragging poor Georgiana along with her. Tanner did not know whether he should apologize or not. He had no clue what he had done, but he sensed that he was, somehow, at fault. He watched her skirt disappear around the corner at the top of the landing, while, out of the corner of his eye, he saw Darcy emerge from the direction of his study in the corridor. Tanner walked up the steps, hesitating once he reached the top. Which way should he go? Arabella or Darcy?
Mrs. Annesley appears rather put out. What did you say to her?
Darcy asked.
I have no clue, but I believe it has to do with this.
Tanner handed Darcy the diary and the note he had pried away from Arabella.
She just learned that the man she thought was a friend is responsible for her husband's murder, as well as that of her brother, and that is not all.
Darcy shoved his hand through his hair and squeezed the back of his neck.
Mrs. Annesley will be in good hands with Elizabeth and Georgiana. Come, let us design a strategy worthy of Richard in the study. There is no time to waste.
Tanner followed him, trusting his sisters would ease Arabella's upset, and determining to ask her about it later. He detested misunderstandings, and years of working with housekeepers and barmaids had taught him two important things. When in doubt, ask. Also, an apology went a long way in keeping any relationship civil, especially when his offense was a figment of their perception rather than a reality based on fact. 2 empty food trays and a dried-up decanter later, he and Darcy sat heavy-limbed around the mahogany desk. Papers scattered the surface.
Are you certain you wish to do this? It is risky. If no gentleman is bold enough to take his stand with us against Lord Lofton, word will get around to him, and you stand to lose everything you have worked so hard to protect. He would delight in exposing your greatest secret." Darcy crossed his arms and considered Tanner. "I see no other way. We must approach these gentlemen individually, honourably, and ask them to speak up against him. All we need is one respectable member of society to cast doubt over his character. Then, when we reveal what we know, we will have the support of the very gentleman with the authority to put Lofty away forever." "Lofty? I like that." "I thought you would," Tanner said, the gravity of their situation weighing on him and smothering his humour. "Darcy, I will only go through with it if I have your full support. I have laid out my plan to the last detail to you because I am unwilling to drag you and Georgiana down with me if it fails. However, this is not completely without risk to you. I am sorry."
Darcy rifled through the papers scattered over the desk surrounding the diary. That little black book of horrors.
"I trust you, Tanner. Now, that only leaves the pugilist match. He challenged you publicly. How do you mean to respond?" "I can see no way out of accepting. It is as much a challenge of honour as it is of skill. What gentleman would support a man he perceives as weak?"
Darcy nodded.
"As much as you call it a savage act, pugilism is a gentleman's sport. By accepting Lofty's challenge, you are living up to the expectation society imposes upon a gentleman. You will gain their approval and acceptance quicker."
Tanner did not have it in him even to straighten his shoulders, so disheartening was Darcy's reminder.
"That is the great weakness in my plan. If Lofton reveals the truth of my origins, I will lose the support I might have garnered from our peers. I will come across as ambitious and presumptuous, pretending to be something I am not. We will have lost before having a chance to begin." "Then we must begin straight away. You must train hard before the eyes of the very gentlemen we wish to persuade for their cooperation, and we must gain their support before he can act against you. Or our plan is for naught,"
added Tanner, wishing he could see a better way. Darcy drained the amber remnants in his glass, setting it down with a thud against the wooden desk.
"Very well. We will go to Gentleman Jackson's on the morrow. I will send word to him to expect us. Then we will pay my judge friends a call at Lincoln's Inn. They will be happy to assist us." "You are certain they are trustworthy? We have to speak to several gentlemen, but the fewer we involve unnecessarily, the better."
Darcy chuckled.
"They are old friends of Lord Havisham. I met them when we suspected Mr. Collins was not who he said he was. I would tell you more, but now is not the time."
His fingers brushed against the newspaper, and he pointed to it.
"I will secure a passage in the name of Mrs. Annesley for the day following the match. Have you told her what you mean by this?" "No, but I will. I would no sooner deny her the right to make her own decisions than I would give up my inn."
He rubbed his chest, already feeling empty. He had so little to offer, just him and his inn. What if she chose to leave? A woman who had suffered as much as she had deserved a fresh start and all the happiness she could hold.
"You miss your inn,"
Darcy said. Tanner shrugged.
"It is my life. Right now, Mrs. Molly would have me kneading bread. She says I make the softest bread when I am agitated."
He chuckled sadly, missing Mrs. Molly's fuzzy hair and rosy cheeks.
"Shall I tell cook to allow you in her kitchen?" Darcy teased. Tanner grunted. I have tried already. She made it clear to me that only Arabella is allowed in her sanctuary.
Darcy levelled his gaze on Tanner, considering him coolly until Tanner squirmed in his chair. He had not meant to speak her name aloud.
Do you love her? Darcy asked.
Tanner shifted his weight, the leather chair protesting beneath him.
I do not know what it is I feel, he said in defeat. She is the first image in my mind when I wake. She is foremost in my thoughts, influencing my every decision. I have never allowed myself to dream, knowing such things to be out of reach for someone like me. But I imagine my life with her. I have tried not to, knowing I am only setting myself up to be gravely disappointed. But I am powerless to stop when I have never wanted anything more in my life. What is it you want? To make her happy, every day, until she forgets what it was like to ever feel alone and wanting. I want to make her feel as beautiful as I see her.
Darcy leaned back in his chair.
If that is not love, Tanner, I do not know what is.
He might as well have punched Tanner in the gut. Twisting, breathtaking, anxiety-wrought questions plagued him. What if Bella did not love him in return? What right did he have to even dream she might? He, an impostor, a stain, a common man with a borrowed name and nothing but a tavern to show for his lifetime of work. Chapter 20.
I thought we were going to the boxing saloon,
said Tanner the following morning. Once again he found himself on Bond Street, a place he would rather forget than return to, and the realization was disconcerting. He eyed his brother suspiciously, praying he had not somehow tricked him into another visit to the tailor. Darcy's laugh did not ease his concern.
Gentleman Jackson is a study in the latest fashion, and the owner of the best boxing school in London.
Tanner had difficulty imagining how pugilism could possibly be considered a gentlemanly sport. But such were the oddities of society, and he refused to waste his time and mental resources comprehending them. Gentleman Jackson's rooms were large and packed with gentlemen of all ages and sizes with bare, sweaty chests. They sparred like gamecocks wherever they could find the space for it, the bolder ones in the prominent, roped-off areas in the centre of the room. They were the ones who would teach Tanner the most. He watched them, already studying their swift movements. The smack of leather gloves beat in a steady, comforting rhythm. It was work. Work was good for the soul, and Tanner was relieved to rid himself of the concern making his limbs feel tight and heavy, barbaric sport or not. In the middle of the room, sitting on a wooden chair at a round table and scratching in a ledger, was a man wearing a red coat with gold buttons and a striped waistcoat to match. His perfectly coiffed hair was shaped into delicate curls at his temples, proclaiming him a dandy at first sight. His thick hands and muscled shoulders, however, marked him as a fighter. He rose when he saw them approach.
Mr. Darcy, I received your message this morning, and I'm delighted to assist you.
Leaning in and dropping his voice, he added,
His lordship trains at Castle Tavern with Tom Belcher. He has lured several of my clients away, and...
He paused to look Tanner up and down. With a nod that clearly marked his approval, he continued,
After this, I think I shall get them back. With interest.
Losing no time at all, the strange gentleman pugilist cleared an area in the middle of the saloon, where all eyes followed them in haughty disdain for the newcomer,
who commanded the master's time and attention. Do they have nothing better to do? Thought Tanner, trying to ignore them.
Gentleman Jackson handed him a pair of gloves.
No sense beating up your hands before such an important match. We will wear these.
Tanner worked up a light sweat taking off his tight-fitting coats, while Gentleman Jackson leaned against the pole, holding up the ropes, and examined him like a groom at Tattersall's would look at a horse.
I understand your knowledge of the sport is rudimentary, so let me begin with the fundamentals, Mr. Tanner.
He held his hand up and wiggled his fingers.
There are only 5 rules you must remember. No hitting below the belt. No hitting while your opponent is down or on his knees. Wrestling holds are only allowed above the waist. If you are knocked down, you have 30 seconds to get back in your square to resume the fight, and you must have a trustworthy gentleman on your side to help prevent disputes and settle them when they do arise.
Darcy answered without being asked.
I will do it.
Gentleman Jackson slapped his hands and rubbed them together.
Good. Do you have any questions?
He asked Tanner.
Hits and holds are limited to the ribs and face. Get up fast if I am knocked down.
With a cackle, Gentleman Jackson said,
Good enough. You are a quick learner, I see. Now let us check your footwork.
The fighter moved like a whirling dervish around him, and Tanner lunged and shuffled to keep up with Jackson.
You are surprisingly nimble for a man your size,
Jackson finally said, allowing Tanner a moment to catch his breath.
Let me help you correct your posture.
With a tap of his fingers, he nudged Tanner's head forward and his fists up.
Hit this as hard as you can,
Jackson said, holding a gloved hand up. Tanner wound his elbow back and let it fly, his knuckles popping when he connected with his target, his fist shoving through the padding and stinging his skin. He wound back to repeat the motion with his opposite arm, satisfied with the burn in his shoulders and the sweat trailing down his back. Just as his body reacted when he moved barrels and sacks of flour around in his storeroom. Another exhilarating smack, a matching sting on his other hand, and Tanner was promptly brought back from the haven of his inn to the sweaty saloon where he was on display. He cringed when a few of the onlookers clapped, dropping all pretense of their own exercise to observe him. Jackson pulled off the gloves, rubbing his palms and wincing under his wide grin.
I have not felt the like before.
Tanner dropped his fists.
Did I hurt you? I am sorry.
He stepped forward to better see the damage he had done, cursing the enthusiasm and elation he had felt moments before. Gentleman Jackson's head snapped up to glare at him. Poking him in the chest, just as Mrs. Molly so often did, he said,
Lofton will not concern himself with your welfare once you step inside that ring. You must rid yourself of that weakness. You must show no mercy. Can I not simply throw him off balance and knock him down?
Tanner asked, fearing the answer when Jackson pressed harder against his chest.
Scrapping and bullying are ineffective against a fist as powerful as Lofton's. You will lose. Try it against me.
Jackson stepped back, not even bothering to shed his coat, so certain he was of victory. Tanner knew he would lose, but he had to try. And try he did. Tanner weaved and swayed, lunged and jabbed, but Jackson's feet remained firmly on the ground. His blows were fierce and true. Tanner's plan to knock Lofton down with the least amount of brute force possible burned up and crumbled like a tallow candle wick. His desperation grew as the minutes passed, until the front of Jackson's damp shirt and neckcloth clung to him, and droplets of moisture streamed from the tips of his curls so carefully arranged around his face. Frustrated and bruised, Tanner charged with his head down like a bull, like he had done so many times in his youth to end a fight. Keeping his arms up, he latched onto Jackson, lifting him up over his shoulders, then throwing him down like a sack of potatoes. Only then, when the master lay prostrate at his feet, did Tanner stretch to his full height, his chest heaving up and down and his lungs burning for air. Extending his hand to Jackson, he helped the gentleman to his feet. There was more clapping, which Tanner was embarrassed to see that Darcy joined in on, and Jackson smacked him on the back as if they were old friends now. Nobody but Tanner could have heard Jackson through the cheers and remarks. "I will have to best a few of my students now, or I will never live this down. And you owe me a new waistcoat. I do believe mine's split right down the middle," he said, before he raised Tanner's arm into the air and cheered along with the rest of his students like the good sportsman he was. Tanner was mortified. When he saw Arabella's father directly to his left, dabbing his face and shrugging into his coat, Tanner wished the plank floors would open up and swallow him whole. With furrowed brows and a decided frown, Mr. Hardcastle shook his head, communicating his disapproval. But it was the wrinkle of his nose before he turned away, that demeaning gesture of repulsion, that cut Tanner to the quick. Darcy and Jackson surrounded him, and Tanner attempted to pay attention, but all he could see was Arabella's father's face before he left. The disgust. Who did he think he was, pretending to be a gentleman, allowing himself to befriend Darcy when he should keep his distance, falling in love with a woman so far above him he could never reach her, a woman whose father despised him before even knowing how his origins punished everyone around him? Jackson's next words cut through the fog of Tanner's self-deprecating thoughts. "You took me down, but in doing so in the manner you did, you proved my point. You have up to 50 rounds with Lofton. You spent a great deal too much energy to knock me off my feet only once. No man could do that 50 times over. It is not good enough, Mr. Tanner." Tanner's heart sank. He had failed already. With a wry smile, Jackson continued. "But it is a very promising start. I look forward to our next round. I expect you here every day between now and your fight." It was a glimmer of hope, but paled in importance beside Mr. Hardcastle's marked disapproval. Tanner nodded and forced a smile as was expected of him. Then he did the only thing he knew would cheer him. He focused his mind on the work before him. Thus, Darcy's suggestion was a welcome one, which Tanner grasped onto wholeheartedly. "Come, Tanner, we have a great deal to do today. The judges await our call." Chapter 21. Arabella heard the sound she had been listening for all afternoon and well into the evening. At the soft click of the front door and the scuffle of boots, she tossed her needlework aside and hastened out to the landing. She saw Tanner and Mr. Darcy heading toward the stairs, no doubt to make their way into Mr. Darcy's study, where they would continue to exclude her from involvement in their plans. Georgiana, in a moment of weakness, for which Arabella was grateful, but for which she lightly chastised her young friend, had succumbed to her curiosity and peeked inside that same study. The diary had been there along with a neat sack of papers with notes scribbled on them beside it. The note on the very top had sent Georgiana straight to Arabella, and its message had riled Arabella's blood like only Tanner was capable of doing. He meant to send her away. Arabella had followed Georgiana back to Mr. Darcy's study to see it for herself. It was wrong of them to intrude into the master's sanctuary without his permission, but Arabella's guilt diminished when she saw the note. Purchase passage to Charleston, Mrs. Annesley, and companion. What right did they have to send her away without even asking? Elizabeth was shocked as she and Georgiana had been. And now, Tanner would answer for his presumption. She met the gentleman halfway down the stairs, anxious to intercept the bothersome brothers before they had a chance to disappear, and all the righteous indignation melted on her tongue before she could pronounce a word of complaint when she saw Tanner. He stopped when he saw her, his shoulders bent and his head bowed, too tired to take another step. His cheek was swollen with a red welt. His bottom lip was split down the middle, so that any attempt to smile or speak would hurt. His left eye was blackened. Gently, she lifted his chin up so that they were eye-level on the stairs. "Mr. Darcy, do you have any witch hazel in the house?" she asked, without taking her eyes off Tanner. She remembered that she was supposed to be angry at him and Mr. Darcy. But even though she had been rightfully upset, she could not bring herself to feel anything but compassion for the beaten man wincing as she traced her cold fingers over his bruised skin. "Why are you doing this?" she asked. "I have to," he said, his swollen lip slurring his words. He would take on the world if it meant keeping his family safe. It was not fair. It was her brother and her past choices which had put them in danger in the first place. It was her burden to bear, not Tanner's. Mr. Darcy sent Lawrence to Tanner with a bottle of witch hazel in hand and the promise of a steaming bath to ease his aching muscles. Tanner's attempt to disguise his limp only added to Arabella's brooding guilt. It was not fair for him to take on the burdens of everyone. No wonder he wished for her to leave. She had inadvertently caused enough suffering as it was, and she recoiled at the thought of more to come. That was what Tanner sought to prevent. But at what cost to him? At what cost to the Darcys? Would they never have peace again? And all because of her? Her anger narrowed its aim until it focused on the one man who deserved every bit of her ire, the Viscount Lofton. With a purpose, Arabella returned to her room where she penned a note and handed it to the footman to deliver immediately before she lost her nerve. Excusing herself from the dinner table due to a headache she had intended to feign, but which became quite real, she retired early, hoping sleep would help pass the time until morning. It did not. Echoes of "what am I doing?" prevented rest, so that she was awake and dressed in her riding habit before sunrise. Swallowing her fear and her pride, she asked the groom to fetch Brutus. The look on her face must not have allowed for further questioning or argument, for after a moment of hesitancy, the groom disappeared to do as she had requested. She paced and fretted, but she could not back down now. The message had been sent, and she had to try. Brutus would protect her. While she doubted the wisdom of her plan, she was not so foolish as to go without some sort of chaperone. Great. Since when, even in her own distressed mind, did a horse qualify as a chaperone and protector? Still, when she settled into the side saddle and Brutus charged forward, her concerns lessened with each powerful step he took toward the Ladies' Mile, where she had arranged to meet with Lofton. As she had hoped, there were a few other riders about, taking advantage of the early hours for uncrowded and unobserved exercise. Lofton was already there, waiting for her. "Miss Hardcastle," he greeted with a toothy smile that did not reach his eyes. "Thank you for meeting me, Lofton," she replied, pulling to a stop when Brutus's agitation prevented her from going any nearer. He clearly did not like their present company. He laid his ears back and looked at Lofton and his mount from the corner of his watchful eye, prepared to bolt or charge. He felt like a coil ready to spring below her, and she tightened her grip around the reins in preparation. "I admit I am curious why you chose to meet me in a public place, alone." The way Lofton enunciated "alone" chilled her through. Shrugging her shoulders and glancing around, she said flippantly, "You only think I am alone." He looked around them, and she lifted her chin, gaining confidence when she sensed a flicker of doubt in his countenance. With a soft chuckle, he said, "I do hope you are enjoying your time in town, and it is my greatest hope that you will allow me to secure your first dance at Mrs. Trollope's soiree. You are attending with Miss Darcy, are you not?" "I did not call you here because I wish to spend more time in your company," she said bluntly. His fake smile faded into a sour sneer. "You always were too direct. It is what I loved most about you." "Love? You did not love me." He clutched his heart mockingly. "Oh, I forgot. Only money-grubbing officers and illegitimate sons are worthy of your heart." "Insult me all you like, but I know what you really are. I have proof you killed my husband. It was nothing for you to arrange for a man to challenge him when he was caught cheating. What appeared to be nothing more than a tavern fight was manipulated by you when you paid that man to beat Nicholas to death. I will not allow you to harm my friends as you did him. It ends right now." "What proof?" he mocked. She had given this a great deal of consideration. "Ambrose saw to it. You killed him too late." Arabella would never betray another woman to Lofton. She would protect Honoria's involvement with her own life. But Ambrose was already dead and could suffer no more at anyone's hand. He had given them a page from the diary, so it was not a complete lie. Lofton's jaw clenched. "I always get what I want. You defied me when you ran away. You made me look like a fool, and for that you must pay. You and your precious friends." He seethed through his teeth. Jolting forward, he reached out to grab her arm. But Brutus was ready for him. Ramming against Lofton's horse, Brutus bit Lofton on the arm as he struggled to keep his own mount under control. Tugging on the reins and shouting, Arabella tapped on Brutus's side and braced herself for a gallop across the park, praying Lofton would have sense enough not to follow her. Surely he had more sense than she had. What had she been thinking? On what grounds had she believed it possible for her to convince Lofton to leave her, her family, her friends, and, from the list of names she had seen in Mr. Darcy's study, half of London alone? Why had she thought acting on her impulses would turn out any better for her this time than it had in the past? She knew the household was awake by the time she returned, and her mistake made her heart sick. Her only consolation was the sizable bruise Lofton would have on his arm. Pulling an apple from the pocket sewn into her habit, she gave it to Brutus. "You earned that, my friend." Walking to the house, her feet weighing heavier with each step, she forced herself inside to her fate. She deserved to be sent away after what she had done, but it was not in her nature to give up the fight just yet. She just needed to make certain her blows hit the right person. Chapter 22. Tanner paced. The day was early, and already it was wrecked. Arabella was gone, taking Brutus from the stables, and leaving a cryptic note that only worried him more than it was meant to allay their fears. Half of the household was out looking for her. Where had she gone? Would she come back? Why had he not asked the footman to keep his post in front of her door? The newspaper crumpled between his fingers. His pulse raced, and hammers pounded in his head when he skimmed over the article again. As if Arabella's disappearance had not incited enough anxiety, Lofton had made good on his threats, only he seemed to have shifted his attention to Tanner. He supposed he ought to be relieved. Better him than Arabella. It was a small comfort. "We knew it would happen," Darcy said stoically. Tanner admired his calm. "It is as bad as I imagined it being. Worse, even," replied Tanner. "The timing is most unfortunate, but we must proceed." "And quickly," added Mrs. Elizabeth. Georgiana was uncommonly silent, stirring her tea while she stared into her cup. Tanner dropped the odious newspaper on the table. "There is not a home in London that will admit either of us after this. Darcy, he questioned your honour publicly, in the worst possible way. All the reasons I had to keep our connection secret are used against you in this paper." Portions of the article ran through Tanner's mind faster than he could chase them away. Welcoming a disgrace into his home, and if that were not inappropriate enough, introducing him into the society of unsuspecting individuals so far his superior, he is not worthy to scrape the muck off their boots, as if they are above common decency and societal decorum, tainted by association, ruined prospects. Who would wish to attach themselves to a family who so willingly flaunts the values by which we live, and in doing so sullies not only their family name, but the good reputations of those with whom they associate? Tanner looked at Georgiana, who now picked at her food, but had yet to take a bite. "I am so sorry, Georgie." Her eyes and cheeks were fever bright. "I am only sorry to see you suffer, Tanner. Society has no hold over me because I care not for its members' opinions. They do not give any more consideration to my happiness than I do to their strict and unjust norms." She sat taller in her chair and tossed a ringlet over her shoulder. "Besides, I aim to shock everyone when I marry a man below my station." She looked at Darcy and winked. He smiled, though Tanner suspected that the idea of their little sister being old enough to marry was as disagreeable to Darcy as it was to Tanner. "I wish nothing less for you than what I have with Elizabeth." Darcy reached over and took his wife's hand, continuing, "Do not settle for wealth or a title. They mean nothing if you are not happy." Elizabeth's eyes sparkled in mischief. "Try for a barrister. With our tendency to stumble into mysteries, we could use a man of the law in the family." Tanner's chortle was cut short when Georgiana blushed. Why would she blush? She is too young. She is only recently out in society. He looked at Darcy, whose normal composure was replaced with a flash of panic. He swallowed hard, his free hand trembling slightly as he cleared his throat and reached for his teacup. Mrs. Elizabeth giggled. "If your sister being old enough to marry disturbs you, let us pray we never have—" Her smile faded, and her laughter dried up. She, too, lifted her teacup, muttering, "Daughters," into it. Darcy squeezed her hand, and Tanner felt horrible for being so consumed in his own worries. He had failed to notice how frail Mrs. Elizabeth looked that morning. Darcy's extra attentiveness, Georgiana's silence. It all made more sense now, and Tanner swore to himself he would not do anything to upset her further, no matter how wretched he felt. Before he could think of what to say to console her, a ghostly figure stopped in the doorway of the breakfast room. Tanner shot up from his chair, charging around the table to embrace Arabella. He had feared she had run away, and now that she had returned, He wished to hold her so close to him she would never leave again. But he stopped, remembering himself in time. Standing as stiffly as Arabella stood before him, Tanner shifted his weight back and forth, hoping she would say something. I tried Mrs. Seymour's plan. It did not work. Never in a million years would he have expected to hear those particular words from Arabella. Remembering his pledge for Mrs. Elizabeth's benefit, he mumbled, "Just shoot me now." "Not in the breakfast room, you will not," exclaimed Mrs. Elizabeth, bravely masking her personal disappointment with humour. Georgiana asked, "Is there anything left that could possibly go wrong today? Did it all have to happen this morning?" Arabella looked between them, her eyes flooded to the brims, but her chin set at such a defiant angle. Tanner knew she would not let a tear spill. The desire to pull her into his arms, to reassure himself that she was safe, and reassure her that all would be well, was overwhelming. Needing something to do lest he acted on his impulses, he busied himself by pulling a chair out and motioning for Arabella to sit when she stood dazed still in the doorway. "Go wrong? What else has gone wrong?" she asked, blinking her eyes up at him uncomprehendingly. He tried to explain. "It has been a morning for—" Tanner searched for the right word. Nightmares, soul-crushing disappointments, reputation-ruining public condemnations. "Surprises," he finished. Arabella sniffed, her chin quivering as she said, "You will wish to send me away immediately when I tell you what I have done." "Why do you think we would ever send you away?" Tanner asked, trying to lower his tone when his question sounded like a shout in his ears. She lifted her chin, beautiful in her bravado. "Do not feel the need to appease me. I know you purchased passage to Charleston in my name." "I will not deny it, but the intention was most certainly not to send you away unless you wish to go," he said, looking to Darcy for confirmation, when his reply did nothing to appease her anger. Infernal woman, jumping to conclusions just like she had jumped on Brutus and run off. Tanner felt the blood drain from his face as he finally understood what she had done. She had tried Mrs. Seymour's plan. She had met with the villainous blackguard alone. He said, "Wait a minute. You met with Lord Lofton?" A hush spread over the table as they waited for her answer. When she nodded, Tanner dropped his head into his hands and rubbed his fingers over his pulsating temples. Arabella had spirit, he would give her that. But she would be the death of him, figuratively and quite likely literally. He wanted to tie her to the chair she occupied with his cravat. Then he intended to scold Brutus for conveying her to Lofton, but discounted the ridiculous idea when he knew where the true blame lay. What kind of a man blamed his horse? Darcy said, "Please, tell us everything." Arabella began by retelling the explaining of thoughts and sentiments leading to her bold move, and Tanner listened intently while pondering various ways to keep her safe. Was there no tower in which he could lock her away until he could rid them of the scoundrel breathing fire at them? No, she would escape. She had enough gumption to attempt to slay her own dragons. Tanner admired her all the more for it. Bella was not a simpering lady needing to be rescued, although that did not dissuade him from wanting more than anything to be her hero. His thoughts came to an abrupt halt when she finished. He reached out to seize me by the arm. Tanner's fists clenched. Arabella continued, "And that was when Brutus came to my rescue." out-heroed by his own horse, but Tanner did not care.
"What happened?"
he asked. Brutus rammed into Lofton's stallion and bit Lofton before I could turn away. Georgiana clapped. Brutus bit Lord Lofton, our hero. I do hope he left a significant bruise. Mrs. Elizabeth laughed too hard, her eyes sparkling with much more than her normal mischief. When tears began streaming down her face, she attempted to hide behind a napkin before anyone noticed. Georgiana stopped laughing. Darcy looked at her in concern, as did Arabella. Stroking his wife's hand and kissing her palm, Darcy said softly, "We are all together now. Nobody should have to bear their troubles alone when we are blessed with friends and surrounded by family." Tanner tried to smile at her, but he had to resort to a bob of the head when the tight skin around his lip threatened to tear again. 'Twas a good thing he was not a vain man, or his pride would take a thrashing over the next few days while he strolled about with scabs and purple bruises adorning his face. The butler entered the room, bearing a tray with a letter on it. He handed it to Darcy, who wasted no time in opening it. Darcy grimaced, tossing the papers on top of the table and shoving them away from him. "The good news keeps coming," he said sarcastically. "What is it?" Georgiana asked. Darcy directed his reply to Arabella. "Lieutenant Annesley's closest friends are prepared to testify against you for his murder. They are willing to swear you helped him along, though it is clear to my man they hope it does not come to that. He is convinced they have been bribed or otherwise coerced to speak against you." Tanner gritted his teeth together. Lofton. Elizabeth placed her hand on Darcy's arm. "You must go. You have much to do, and I am perfectly content to spend the whole of the day in our garden. You must not waste precious time worrying about us. And so I promise you that not one of us ladies will leave the house or accept any calls today." Georgiana raised her hand in agreement to the oath, as did a subdued Arabella. Darcy caressed his wife's hand against his cheek. The last thing he would want to do was leave her in her delicate state. Tanner could not ask Darcy to depart from her to help him carry out a plan that was certain to fail. Mrs. Elizabeth, however, was insistent. "Go. That horrible man has involved our family in this, and he must know against whom he set himself. We cannot back down now." Darcy knew better than to argue with her, so he did as she bid. "Come, Tanner, we have a great deal of calls to make today. If anyone will see me." Those he did not scare away with his bashed face would never allow him an audience after they read the newspaper. "Why would they not?" Bella asked in an offended air. She looked to Tanner for an answer, so he pushed the newspaper she had not yet seen toward her. Her eyes moved over the page, her breath coming in huffs as she read. Pursing her lips together, her cheeks as red as the roses behind his tavern, she asked, "Have I ruined your plans?" It was everything Tanner could do to restrain his hands from cooling her cheeks at her concern. "Do not blame yourself for this. Lofton had to have it arranged before you met with him. We only need one listening ear, and we have 4 days before the fighting match to secure it. 4 days, and we will forever rid ourselves of Lord Lofton and his influence," he prayed. "How can you be so certain?" she asked. "Because there is no room for uncertainty." Lofton had already cast shadows over Darcy's name because of Tanner. It only remained to be seen when Lofton would attack Arabella. Tanner had no doubt he would use Arabella against the Darcys, just as he had used Tanner. He would stack society against them until they were ruined. And Arabella was dead. Lady or not, she would hang if a jury found her guilty of murder. He would not fail her. Darcy rose. "We must go." With a parting glance at Bella, Tanner joined his brother, preparing himself for what was doomed to be a despairing day. The strength of Tanner's current plan depended in great deal on the willingness of society gentlemen to cooperate with him. He would take their claims against Lord Lofton to the newspapers, just as his lordship had done to him and Darcy. But who would listen to him now? Chapter 23. Tanner tried not to fidget in the carriage, but Darcy must have sensed his nerves. "You have nothing to hide any more. Without your past burdening you, you are truly free. I rejoice that I can now proudly claim you as my brother. It is a point against us that Lofton was the one to reveal it before we could. But we must not despair. People are, in general, good and kind," Darcy said. Tanner appreciated his vain attempts at cheer. "I have too often experienced the worst of people to hold such an optimistic view. I once thought as you did. Elizabeth helped me see that storms are only temporary. Even the darkest night is powerless before the rays of the sun." He sighed, as if his words applied as much to himself as he meant them for Tanner. "Inspiring and poetic," Tanner remarked. "Her words, not mine. Elizabeth brings joy wherever she goes. I cannot bear to see her unhappy." "This, too, will pass," Tanner said, wishing he could ease the pain in his brother's eyes, wishing he could turn Darcy's disappointment into the joy he so deserved. "We will work through it together, as brothers, as a united family." It was a tempting thought. Tanner twisted his hands all the way to the gentlemen's club, where Sir Francis Templeton was known to take his breakfast every morning. Tanner held no delusions of being permitted on the premises. However, he had to try. Darcy walked inside as if he owned the place, Tanner following him and attempting to exude the same confidence that came so naturally to his brother. A man who Tanner suspected was the manager of the establishment joined them before the footman could close the door behind them. "Good morning, Mr. Darcy," he said with a slight bow, ignoring Tanner completely. "Good morning, Mr. Martingale. I trust Sir Francis is at his usual table with the newspaper. We are to meet with him." Darcy took a step forward, and Mr. Martingale stepped in front of him with his hands up. "He is at his table, and I am certain he would be pleased to see you, Mr. Darcy." The manager looked warily at Tanner, continuing, "Unfortunately, you know we discourage the admittance of guests to our club. Were it solely to my discretion, I would allow an exception in your case. However, the other members of the club might take offence." Darcy stiffened. "We cannot have that. We will take our leave, Mr. Martingale, and only return when our company is welcome." "Mr. Darcy, you are always welcome. It is only—" "I have heard quite enough," interrupted Darcy, turning on his heel. "Good day," he said, on their way out of the door. This was not starting out well. Georgiana picked the early spring blooms, arranging them in a crystal vase beside Elizabeth. It was a thoughtful detail, and Arabella was pleased to see the initiative Georgiana took to bring cheer to her sister. Arabella pretended to do needlework, but her scrambled thoughts tangled the thread. She prayed the gentlemen were kind to Tanner today. Lord knew they needed some good news. Elizabeth read aloud, but her voice did not carry the same vibrancy she normally lent to the characters. Her heart was not in it, After some minutes, Elizabeth lowered the book to her lap and fell silent. In a whisper Arabella might not have heard had the breeze not helped carry it to her ears, she said, "It was another letdown." Hearing her suspicion confirmed aloud did not make the news any less disappointing. In a flash, Arabella was at Elizabeth's side, and together with Georgiana, they held her as she sobbed. Arabella rocked softly back and forth, humming softly and patting her hair. How many times she had wept alone, without anyone to comfort her in her times of need. How many times she had wished for the arms of her mother and the gentle counsel of her father. The emptiness which had consumed Arabella made her squeeze Elizabeth all the tighter to her side, and the longing she felt for her own family to welcome her back ached with a force that left her breathless. She could use their counsel. She would listen this time. Elizabeth sniffed and breathed deeply, so that Arabella loosened her hold around her. "Thank you. I feel better now. My heart's desire will have to wait. But I refuse to give up hope." Elizabeth's firm chin softened with the hint of a smile. Georgiana took her hand.
"You will be the best mother. The halls of Pemberley will echo with laughter such as has never been heard."
Elizabeth wiped a tear from her cheek. "William will make a wonderful father," she sighed, adding, "I want to make our family complete. I want to see his character reflected in our children, to laugh and love them unconditionally from the very start of their life. I feel as if I have too much joy and love within me. William has blessed me with so much, and I have the best of friends. But I feel I will burst unless I am able to share it." Georgiana said quietly,
"I long for the love of which you speak, unselfish and pure."
What lady did not? Arabella wondered. Elizabeth turned to her. "What do you long for, Arabella? This is a morning for bearing our souls, it would seem." She held back her first thought, saying her next. "I want my family back. I want a home of my own where I can feel useful and necessary and wanted. Cherished, even, if that is not too much to ask. I do not want to be a delicate prize to be admired, to play at housekeeping while my decisions are overlooked. I want to matter." Even when she tried not to speak of Tanner, he seeped into the conversation.
"You matter to Tanner,"
said Georgiana.
"Do you love him?"
The breath Arabella held at the mention of his name came out in a rush. "He wants to get rid of me." Even as she said it, she knew there was a perfectly reasonable explanation for it. Tanner had not looked guilty when she had mentioned it earlier. Georgiana chuckled.
"Either way, I will miss you. If you love him, you will not give him up so easily."
Arabella tried not to smile, but Georgiana was right. Perhaps it was her greatest fault. But Arabella had always gone after what she wanted wholeheartedly. While her past decisions had not gone in her favor, she was convinced that with Tanner she would be safe. He would not betray her. There simply must be a reasonable explanation for the odious note on Mr. Darcy's desk. It must be a misunderstanding. But how could it be? The note said to purchase passage in her name. Oh, the misery of uncertainty! She would ask him and be done with it. The truth, whatever it proved to be, was infinitely preferable to this self-inflicted wavering torturing her mind. The sound of approaching footsteps returned her to the present. She had hoped it might be Tanner, but it was the housekeeper bearing an envelope.
A letter arrived for you by messenger, Mrs. Annesley.
For me? Arabella reached out to take it, perplexed, when the only people who would think to write to her were sitting in the garden with her.
The messenger has already left. He would not wait for a reply or for remuneration, said the housekeeper.
Thank you, Arabella said absent-mindedly as she turned the envelope over in her hands. There was no writing, no address, no name other than her own. The housekeeper turned to Elizabeth, asking about the menu and offering a measure of privacy to Arabella. She opened the page, and the sweet scent of jasmine wafted up from the paper. Mrs. Seymour. The connection filled her with concern. What if Arabella's meeting with Lofton had inadvertently put Mrs. Seymour's life in danger? What if Lofton knew Ambrose only had one page? Not many would have had access to his private journals. Only the person he most trusted. His mistress, Honoria. Arabella groaned. What had she done? Hoping to allay her fears, she began reading the letter. It was addressed to Honoria. The handwriting was familiar to Arabella, but she still gasped in surprise when she turned the page over and saw it was signed by Ambrose. Stilling her hand to stop the words from fluttering before her, Arabella read. My dearest Honoria, just writing to you about what I have done, what I have been obliged to do, makes me sick. My only consolation is your understanding and good opinion. I apologize for not keeping my appointment with you, but my father sent me to deliver his latest letter to Arabella, my sweet, unsuspecting sister, whom I love more than she can ever know. As horrible as her union proved to be, I cannot help but praise the heavens above that she did not marry Lofton. The cruelties of her husband are nothing compared to the viciousness of which his lordship is capable. Of that you know all too well, my love, and I am ever alert for an opportunity to free ourselves from his so-called friendship. It is my sole purpose in my wretched life. You are my only comfort, the only one I trust to guard my great secret. It pains me not to be able to be of any assistance to my own sister, who has suffered more from my selfishness than any other. I hate it that she must be allowed to continue to think the worst of me, but I cannot risk discovery for her sake. Lofton already holds too much influence over my family, and the only way I can keep him from completely ruining them is to keep Arabella away. I must keep her away from him. I must protect her and our beloved mother and father without arousing his suspicions. For once I am gone, a fate I fear every day of my cursed life, who will protect them from his bitter revenge? I have already interfered too much. He is determined to avenge himself against the one woman who dared defy him, and I must do what I can to prevent it, even if she hates me, even if I must endure the disapproval of my own father while he holds his lordship in the highest esteem. A trap I fell into too easily when I ought to have known better. Will I never finish paying my debts to him? Am I forever to take the fall and accept the blame for his indiscretions? Forgive me, dearest. Seeing my sister pale and broken has left me bereft. And yet I can do nothing. One day, I vow to right this mess of my own foolish creation. I will make things right by Arabella when only months ago I sold her soul to the devil to cover my debts. I owe her everything I took away from her. I owe her freedom and the love from the family she believes has forsaken her. I will explain to my father the measures I had to take to protect them. Then she will be rightly restored to our family, rightly returned to their favor. I only pray they may some day be able to forgive me. I am unable to forgive myself. There is no redemption for me, I fear. But I can live with myself, knowing I have done everything I could. Only death will stop me. One day,
We will be free of him, dearest. We will begin anew where we can live with honour and virtue. Perhaps after some time our past will lose its bite, and we will find a measure of happiness with each other in our new life. I pray it is so. It is my only dream. Yours forevermore, Ambrose Hardcastle.
Arabella clutched the lace at her collarbone. Every emotion she had ever voiced against her brother swelled in her throat so that she gasped for breath.
"Are you well?"
Georgiana asked. Folding the letter with trembling fingers, Arabella squared her shoulders and cleared her throat. "I will be," she managed to choke. Clearing her throat, she added, "I only need time to comprehend what I just learned. Then I will share it with you. I promise." Georgiana returned her attention to Elizabeth and the household's menu with the housekeeper. Ambrose had been protecting her and their family this entire time? He had been a good man? Her decision to elope had not been so foolish as she had believed it to be. She was not such a poor decision-maker after all, aside from today's display, of course. Her mind reeled as Ambrose's true motivation helped her see everything in a friendlier light. It infused her with hope. There was only one dark mark, one truly terrifying negative. Her family was still in danger, and without Ambrose to protect them. She clasped the letter to her bosom, determined to finish what Ambrose had started. What better way to honour his memory than to take down the man responsible for his wretched life, for his death, for her isolation, for the Darcy's tarnished name, for Tanner's worst insecurities having been laid bare for society's scorn. Lofton would be stopped. Justice and decency demanded it, as did Arabella. She was a woman scorned, and Lofton would be made to feel the full consequences of his deeds. Only this time, she would not act alone. Chapter 24. The day did not improve as it progressed. "You should continue without me, Darcy." "And act as if I am ashamed of my brother? No, it would only fuel their prejudice, and I refuse to be the means by which they would justify their behaviour." Tanner appreciated Darcy's tenacious adherence to his own values, by which he still tended to weigh and judge anyone who would be his acquaintance. But enough was enough. "You would make society change overnight to accommodate me? It is too much to ask when we need their cooperation. It is not the time to fight that battle." Darcy pulled out the list of names they had taken from Lofton's journal. "There are more names here. Let us go to them first." Tanner stared at his brother with his firmly set chin. He would not be persuaded. "You are stubborn." Darcy's retort was sharp, but marked with a hint of humour. "Then I am in good company." Tanner would have spared them the time and trouble, but Darcy was determined. However, even Darcy had to admit defeat when every house turned them away. Darcy was as wound up as Miss Lydia's excitable spaniel. Something beyond the snubs they had endured all day ate at him, and Tanner did not wish to return to Darcy House with him in that state. "Care to join me at Gentleman Jackson's? That is, if he will allow us inside his saloon." Tanner should not have added that final remark, but bitterness won over sense, and Tanner acknowledged that it was not only Darcy who needed vigorous exercise to appease his frustrations. Bond Street was not far, and what Tanner had meant as a sarcastic remark made his steps a little more hesitant than they had ever been before when they arrived at the boxing rooms. As usual, the saloon was full. and a quiet fell over the gentlemen gathered there when he walked in with Darcy. "Here we go again," Tanner mumbled. "Don't be ridiculous. Here comes Jackson himself," Darcy said, already smiling in greeting to the proprietor. Jackson walked between them, putting his arms around their shoulders and pulling them deeper into the room. "I defy any man who would look upon you with disdain. A gentleman is as a gentleman does, and you, sir, are a gentleman," he said in a voice that carried through the rooms, breaking the silence and giving way to the normal chatter and smacks expected in such a place. He looked around satisfactorily. "There. Most of my students are younger gentry open to newer ways of thinking. Besides, Mr. Tanner, I was born into a family of builders, and yet society calls me gentleman. Do not give in to them. You are bigger than they are." Tanner scoffed. "I am bigger than most people." Darcy did not crack a smile. Instead, he glared at anyone who dared meet his eyes around the room. "I meant in character, of course," Jackson said, with a mischievous twinkle in his eye. Slapping his hands together, he said, "Very well. What shall we do today? From the looks of your brother, he would make you a worthy sparring partner." Jackson pulled out 2 sets of gloves and set their coats on a bench near a ring he cleared for their use. Darcy paced and flexed his limbs. No sooner had Tanner turned to him with his hands up, signaling that he was ready, than Darcy lit into him with the passion of a man with nothing to lose. Darcy's fists were fast and packed a powerful punch that left stings all over Tanner's torso and arms. They were going to be sore on the morrow. Tanner lost track of time, but he would not stop until Darcy was ready. Desperation lent Darcy abnormal strength and energy, and Tanner struggled to keep up without inflicting an injury for which Mrs. Elizabeth would scold him until finally, mercifully, Darcy lowered his fists. What a sight they must have been, drenched in sweat, their breeches sticking to them as if they had stepped into a river. They panted, red-faced and bruised. Shoving their coats to the side, Tanner sat on the bench with his head between his knees. After a few deep breaths, he trusted his lungs not to burst enough to sit up. He and Darcy sat beside each other, too body-weary to care what happened around them. "I love her so much, Tanner," Darcy said. Tanner turned to face him, not knowing what to say. Darcy continued, "I have tried to show her, to tell her that the honor of having her in my life is enough, that she is enough, but she cries at night and I'm powerless to stop it. I've never felt so helpless before." The irony of Darcy's situation struck Tanner. Gentlemen who did not wish for their indiscretions to be made known to their illegitimate children were, more often than not, cursed with a smattering of unwanted children. On the other hand, it was not uncommon to hear of honourable gentlemen who were deprived of offspring for no apparent reason. There was nothing just about it, and there was nothing Tanner could do to change things for his brother. If you asked her, I bet she would say you are enough too, Darcy. You will find a way to comfort each other and be happy together. You are too stubborn to give up or lose hope. Darcy lifted his finger. Tenacious. It sounds more agreeable. Relieved to see his brother's humour restored, Tanner fell into silence. Thank you. I needed this, Darcy said, donning his shirt. You needed to beat the stuffing out of me? Some brother, Tanner pretended to grumble. Come, let us return home. I need to see Elizabeth. You need to bathe, Tanner countered. Darcy strode across the saloon, a man on a mission to comfort his wife. It was as it ought to be, and Tanner's chest swelled with pride because of his family. They were the sort of people Tanner would wish to be related to if offered the choice. And he was. Tanner did not know how it was possible, but Lawrence already had water heating in the kitchen when they returned to Darcy House. By the time Tanner struggled out of his boots and coats, his bath was ready. As he sank into the steaming water, he wondered at the contrasts between society and individuals. Society saw him as a black mark, whereas there were individuals, men like Darcy, whose opinions of a man were formed not by his birth or his connections, but on his virtues and merits. Men like Gentleman Jackson were given a place in society not because they belonged there, but because they earned the respect of the men who were raised to look down upon him. Perhaps in time, Tanner would earn his place too. He imagined greeting Darcy and Georgiana with embraces when they stopped by his inn. Bella would cry in joy when she saw Georgiana again, and she would make them one of her fancy desserts while they talked without the fear of anyone overhearing their conversation. Once Arabella entered his thoughts, it was a simple matter to continue dwelling on her. He could not imagine how awful it must be for her to know her family did not want her. She had been loved and cherished in her family, and she would be again, Tanner determined. He would break down the entrance door if he had to, but he would make her father see reason. He could do no less for her. He loved her too much. Scrubbing and soaking, Tanner dressed in his normal attire. The rough linen of his shirt and the length of his trousers felt right against his skin. He set out to look for Arabella. He did not know what to say when he found her, but he needed to see her. Music fluttered down the corridor, turning Tanner toward the music room. If Georgiana was playing, Arabella would be nearby. His steps slowed as he drew nearer. It was a melancholy tune, not the kind of music Georgiana preferred. He opened the door gently and saw Bella. Chapter 25. Arabella's fingers stumbled over the ivory keys when the squeaking hinge of the music room door pulled her out of her reverie. "I am sorry. I had thought to find Georgiana playing," said Tanner, clasping his hands in front of him. "Please, stay." Her face flushed at her impropriety. She was alone, and she had invited Tanner to stay with her when she ought to have let him leave. But standing there, larger than life in the cramped doorway, he looked as if his afternoon had been harder than hers. "Difficult day?" she asked. He stepped forward, leaving the door open. At least that. "It was awful. My brother has never had to endure so many refusals in his lifetime. I suspect Georgiana will not be receiving any more invitations or callers for the remainder of the season." With a sigh, he sat on the bench beside her. "You feel you are to blame?" she asked, trying to focus on the conversation instead of his nearness to her. He ignored her question, asking instead, "How is Mrs. Elizabeth?" "She mourns the lack of children in her household." Arabella paused, overwhelmed by the guilt her own thoughts brought upon her. "And I thank God every day that I have no children. Is that not wicked of me?" She had struggled with her conflicting emotions the whole afternoon, and the exertion had left her exhausted. It was what had led her to the music room for a few minutes of time alone. What would Tanner think of her brazen comment? "Too many babes are born unwanted into this world. It is not their fault, nor should you feel guilty for not wanting children." He misunderstood her. She would love to hold her baby in her arms, just not Nicholas's baby. "It is not that I do not want children, just not like that. With no family, without a father they could look up to."
You were fortunate then,
he said, his eyes drooping in the corners and his eyebrows pulling together like a hurt puppy or an unwanted child without family or father. "Dear Lord, that was not what I meant at all," she exclaimed. Could she have more effectively rubbed salt into his wound? Tanner chuckled. "I had a wonder of a mother. She made up for it as best she could. She married a good man who gave her 4 more boys besides me." "Do you not want children of your own?" "I am too busy running my inn to have a family," he answered gruffly. Knowing she must tread cautiously, she commented, "You treat your inn with the care a father would give a small child. Mrs. Molly looks at you with the adoration of a proud mother. I can see why you love it. It is like a family in itself." Tanner's posture relaxed, as did Arabella's. She had said the right thing. After a few minutes of thought, Tanner nodded. "I had not thought of my inn like that, but I think I agree with you. My inn is the one place I truly belong, where I have a say that matters." He shifted his weight, the tension returning to his shoulders. While his posture gave away his discomfort, Arabella was grateful for the insight this comment offered. He sounded as lonely and insignificant as she sometimes felt. While she loved being Georgiana's companion, Arabella could not remain in the Darcy household forever. It had been a safe hiding place for a time, but she could not hide for the rest of her life. Wanting to ease his embarrassment, Arabella asked, "Even with all the travellers and strangers with whom you must do business? I would think a man such as yourself, who does not easily befriend others, would find that tiresome." He chuckled. "You understand my character well. It is difficult to explain." "Please try." He pondered for a moment, weighing his words. "I love offering something permanent and stable during the uncertainties of a traveller's journey. I like to watch how they relax by my fire with a tankard of my good ale and a plate of cook's beef stew in front of them. When the weather is poor, the villagers know my inn is warm and safe." She ought to have known. Tanner protected people. He took care of perfect strangers just like he had cared for his mother when he was a boy. "I would love to know your mother. What is she like?" she asked softly, her curiosity winning over her caution. Arabella was rewarded with a smile. Tanner's entire countenance softened, just as it did when Georgiana was in the room. "You would love her as much as I do. She was born a beauty, and in my mind she is still one of the most beautiful women I have ever known. She is like you, Bella." The way Tanner looked at her made her feel young and desirable again. Feeling a blush creep up into her cheeks, she asked, "Was she as impulsive as me?" "Enough so to fall in love with the master of Pemberley, and to act on the pulls of her heart." There, she had done it again, more salt in the wounds of his painful past. "I am sorry. It was thoughtless of me to ask." "I want to tell you." Arabella met his eyes, and she sensed his trust. Tanner said, "She never spoke much about what happened when she found out she was with child, or how she was asked to leave Pemberley in her delicate state. But I know that Mrs. Reynolds took pity on her. She helped her find a respectable job at a tavern, but her beauty was more of a curse than a blessing, as was I. Once certain gentlemen found out she had a son, they assumed the worst of her.
Because of me, she had to be wary. Because of me, she lost her employment.
You were only a child.
I attacked a gentleman who pulled her onto his lap, laying his grubby hands all over her. He actually thought she enjoyed his attentions when she struggled to free herself from his grasp.
Arabella gasped. What a terrible thing for a boy to witness. What did you do?
I made him let go of her.
He bowed his head as if what he had done was shameful. You protected her. You did what you ought to have done, what a real gentleman would have done had one been present.
Tanner scoffed. We slept in a barn that night, having nowhere else to go. My anger left us without a roof over our heads and no means to buy bread. If it were not for Mr. Tanner's brother, the groom, who let us sleep in his stables that night, I hate to think what might have become of us.
Then you were not completely hopeless, she said, trying to find something uplifting to say, and hearing the words fall flat in her own ears. There was nothing uplifting about despair and ruin. Tanner crossed his arms as if to challenge her statement. As well he should.
It was that night I learned the truth about my father.
You did not know you were Mr. Darcy's son?
Once again she bit her tongue. Everything she said only dragged their conversation deeper into the depths of the past, and nothing good ever came from that. The bitterness in Tanner's tone was unmistakable. I thought my father was a war hero who died bravely on the battlefield. Sometimes I wish it were true. There is more honor in that. My real father was allowed to continue on as if nothing had happened. He married a lady with a fortune and a title, while my mother was cast aside like rubbish, and he was admired as a gentleman.
Anger rose within Arabella, loosening her tongue. The true nature of a man is proved by his works, not because he is born into it. A gentleman is as a gentleman does. She crossed her arms over her chest, trying to contain the strength of her passion, and she had to wonder if Tanner crossed his arms to prevent himself from strangling all the fools in the world. It was a powerful posture. She decided to use it more often. Tenderness returned to Tanner's voice.
Which is why I admire my brother and sister. Despite their upbringing, they are honorable. They do credit to their roles in society, but neither they nor I can make their peers change, no matter how badly we wish for it.
How many times had she wished Ambrose would change, only to learn the only change necessary had been her view of him. Sometimes people are not what they seem. Sometimes they prove us wrong, Arabella said under her breath.
You are more optimistic than I am.
I was wrong about Ambrose. I got a letter today from Mrs. Seymour.
Tanner's eyes grew in alarm. Was there an address?
No, there was nothing in the letter to identify it was from her. I only recognized the smell of her perfume on the page. What she sent to me was a letter Ambrose had penned to her. Ambrose had loved Honoria. He had trusted her, and Lofton had prevented them from ever finding happiness together. Would he kill Tanner? Would he be content when she was charged with Nicholas's murder? What of her family? What of the Darcys? Would Lofton's revenge against her only add coals to his burning resentment? With Ambrose gone, she would never know to what extent he had protected them from Lofton. She had pondered that realization all day, and it still sent chills down her spine. It helped Arabella see the need for allies. She could not fight this battle alone. Pulling Ambrose's letter out of her bodice, she read it to Tanner. It was important to her that he think better of her brother. At a couple of spots, the reading became blurry, but she made it. It should not have been so difficult, but it was. She had hardly known Ambrose, and yet she missed him. She missed the man who wrote Honoria the letter. He would have made a wonderful brother.
"Do your mother and father know?"
Tanner asked. Arabella groaned. "I do not see how they could. While my inclination is to run to my father and explain everything, give him Ambrose's letter if he will agree to see me, I hesitate. Ambrose kept us apart for a reason, and I do not wish to do anything to endanger them."
"Perhaps a change of strategy is required. More is accomplished with open communication than with secrecy,"
Tanner said. "What if he refuses to listen to me? What if he turns me away again? A lady can only take so much rejection." Her argument sounded weak even to her.
"It is disheartening," Tanner said with a low chuckle. "I had more than my fair share today."
She grimaced. She had meant to distract him from his day, not remind him of it. At least he had the grace to cover over her blunder with a smile. It was better than her weak complaints of her problems. Tanner nudged her with his elbow.
"We are not the sort to bow before our sorrows for long. We choose our battle, and we fight."
"Together,"
she blurted out, not feeling strong enough on her own, though she knew in her heart she would fight to the death to keep her friends and family safe, just as Ambrose had done. "Together," Tanner repeated. "We will end this."
"Just like you do at your tavern?" she asked. He looked at her questioningly. She blushed. "When we were in Meryton last year, I was told that while you never throw the first punch or lash out in anger, you always end the brawls that break out in your tavern. When you say you will end this, I believe you, and I want to help you." Chapter 26. Tanner sat beside her on the bench, but for all the distance Arabella sensed between them, he might as well have been out in the stables. He did not want her help. "Let me help you, because this is as much my fight as it is yours. Do not send me away," she pleaded, a little irked he would be willing to get rid of her so easily when her thoughts toward him had been so supportive and tender moments ago.
"Send you away?"
he dared to ask. Arabella went from a little irked to cheek-reddening upset. "I saw the list with my name on it. Have you purchased the passage already?" When he did not have a ready reply, but stared at her with his mouth open and his eyes wide, she added, "When did you mean to tell me about it? In case you have not noticed, I do not like secrets, Tanner." She crossed her arms tightly over her chest.
"Nor do I. That list was in Darcy's study. How did you see it?"
The nerve. "Do not change the subject on me. It is wrong for you to send me to Charleston without even asking what I would do or allowing me to assist you, when this is all my fault. Were it not for me, my brother would still be alive. Your secret would not have been revealed in the newspapers. My mother and father would be speaking to me, and the Darcys would never have known me. Georgiana's season would be a success, and your brother would continue to endure your attempts to conceal your true identity out of love for and loyalty to you."
"You blame yourself still?"
Tanner exclaimed. His refusal to see what she had so clearly broken down for him, and her inability to see a way out from either scenario successfully,
made her outspoken. Why not? You take enough blame on yourself. Why should I not feel the effects of my poor choices?
Because it is not your fault.
As it is not your fault you were born out of wedlock? She spat back.
That is not the same.
Really? How is that? Explain it to me, and I will believe you. She wanted to believe him. She wanted to with her whole heart.
No matter how much I wish it not to be the case, I will curse my birth for denying me the very thing I most want, he said, barely managing to lower his tone.
She tightened her arms around her waist. Indeed. And what is it you most want? She asked sarcastically.
You, blast it,
he boomed. Oh, she whispered, feeling silly now that the pedestal on which she had built her anger crumbled around her. She was just a foolish girl hugging herself when she ought to wrap her arms around Tanner. He wanted her. She stifled a girlish giggle, but she could not control the grin tugging her lips upward. Thankfully, he continued.
I love my family, and I do not wish for yours to come to any more harm. But everything I have done, everything I do, is for you.
How was it possible to go from sadness to anger to elation within the quarter of an hour? Feeling like she might float away to her castle in the sky, she slipped her hand into Tanner's. He would keep her on the ground. Why did you not say so from the start, then? She had hoped he would choose that moment to kiss her. Instead, he offered an explanation.
Because you were raised with so much more than what I can give you. All I have is myself and my inn.
If he would not kiss her, she would have to take matters into her own hands. Turning to face him, she raised her fingers up to caress his smooth cheek. The hair at the base of his neck was still damp, and though he smelled of soap, the scent of rosemary clung to him. She loved it. She loved him. It sounds perfect to me. She knew what would happen if she tilted her chin up, so that is precisely what she did. Tanner's lips were soft and warm as they met hers. His kiss was as tender as his big heart, and when he wrapped his arms around her and pulled her close, she felt like nothing in the world could pull them apart. Arabella had left Tanner so feather-headed he could not find his bedchamber once his legs were strong enough to carry him out of the music room. He ended up in Darcy's study, where he imbibed a much-needed drink before getting his bearings enough to return to his bedchamber. Arabella wanted him, too. She had kissed him. And what a kiss! Tanner had thought he would melt into Darcy's fancy carpet. He dreamed of her that night, waking in a merry mood despite the ineffectiveness of his plans. Nothing was working to their advantage. Not one gentleman had agreed to so much as meet with him, much less give his cooperation. The fight was in 3 days. The following morning his stomach was too aflutter to eat. Asking for Brutus to be readied, Tanner paced back and forth, with an occasional peek up the stairs for a certain lady, in the entrance hall when a messenger arrived. "Mr. Jonathan Tanner?" the man asked the butler, at which Tanner stepped forward.
I am he
said, extending his hand for the letter the messenger held. Giving him some coins for his troubles, Tanner popped the seal open. It was signed by Mr. Stanhope, the gentleman from whom he was purchasing the Meryton Inn. Why was he writing? Tanner had never missed a payment, and the inn was in excellent repair. He scanned the first paragraph. It was an apology. As he continued down the page, Tanner's heart slowed,
and the paper weighed heavily in his hands. It could not be. Starting at the beginning, Tanner read again, slowly and meticulously. He could not afford to miss any detail. He heard someone come down the stairs and sensed it was Arabella without even looking up. "What is it?" she asked, placing her hand on his arm, offering comfort when there was no comfort to be had. He could not look at her. How could he ask her father for her hand and try to repair the breach between them as he had intended to do just then, when he no longer had a home to offer her? Crushing the paper between his hands, he said, "This is from the man who holds the deed to the Meryton Inn. He said a past debt was called in, and he was obligated to turn his property over to the man he owed." "I do not understand. Can you not merely pay the amount remaining to the new owner? Surely he cannot go back on your agreement when you have already paid him so much." That was the worst news. One look at the name, and Tanner knew his tavern, his home, was forever lost to him. He owed Lofton. Arabella leaned against him, her nostrils flaring and her eyes narrowing as she glared at the letter. "He took your inn from you. He stole your livelihood, your home." Lofton had taken so much more than that. He had taken away any chance Tanner had of making Arabella a part of his life. "You must talk to Mr. Darcy," Arabella insisted. But just then, Brutus was walked in front of the steps. Tanner was in too poor a mood to speak with anyone. He needed a moment to grasp what had just happened and think of what to do. Nobody but Brutus would put up with his surly temper. "I need space. I need to think," he muttered, heading down the front steps. Arabella let him go. But she did ensure the groom would keep an eye on him and bring him safely home. It was for the best. Tanner roamed the streets of London, hardly recognizing where he went until he looked up to see the Gentlemen's Club, where he knew Sir Francis took his breakfast. "What have I got to lose?" he asked, tapping Brutus's sides and crossing the street. All he possessed was with him, the clothes on his back and the horse under him. Since Tanner was to be tossed out of his home, he was happy to have a friend in his loyal stallion. It made him sick to think of Mrs. Molly, though. As soon as the fight was done, he would make haste to Meryton to ensure she and the rest of his helpers were provided for. He would write to her that very day. At the least, he would make sure she knew he would not leave them without the prospect of employment. He would call in every favour ever owed to him to ensure they had positions to go to. He would not leave them to Lofton. Once again he knocked on the door, only to be refused entry, albeit a touch more angrily this time. Tanner looked over the footman's head, trying to see if he might catch sight of Sir Francis, but there was nobody there. Turned away, he attempted to speak with Sir Francis's servants. Surely his coachman was not too grand to grant Tanner a minute of his time. But it was not to be. The coachman was too busy making a repair that needed done before he could collect his master from the club and convey him to his offices. Tanner could not make him pay attention without causing a scene, which might have landed him in trouble with the local constables. He returned to Darcy House hours later, absolutely defeated, but too stubborn to give up. He paced the floors of his bedchamber, trying to think of his next step and growing in frustration when it seemed that Lofton was one step ahead of him every time. He had ensured that no society gentleman would speak with him. Tanner was convinced the fight would not be a fair one, with the crowds clearly on Lofton's side. If that were not enough, he had made sure Tanner had nothing left to return to after his public defeat. Tanner felt like a dog backed into a corner. But he would not cower. He would come out biting rather than surrender. He had nothing else. He took his dinner in his room, not wanting to spoil the meal for everyone else with his sour mood. A knock sounded on his door, and Darcy poked inside before Tanner could tell him to go away. Mrs. Annesley told us what happened. I will go to my solicitor on the morrow to inquire about the legalities. It was thoughtful, but pointless. You would be wasting your time, but I thank you. Mrs. Annesley will require a better answer than that. You bring out the fire in her personality, a necessary quality, I should think, for the wife of an innkeeper. We will get your inn back, Tanner. We cannot let Lofton win so easily. That was it. Of course. Arabella, or rather her father, was the key. Why had he not thought of it before? Darcy, we have approached every gentleman mentioned in Lofton's journal, but we have failed to approach the man most adversely affected by Lofton's dealings. Tomorrow I will call at Shadewood Manor. Do you believe it wise that we go there? Mr. Hardcastle has shown no signs of reconciling with his daughter, and his disapproval of you is marked. I will go alone. What I have to say to him will be difficult enough for him to hear without you there to witness it. Darcy did not look pleased. You are decided? Immovably. I will not budge. Stubborn. Tenacious. It sounds better, remember? Tanner said with a smile, hopeful for the first time since that morning. Darcy grinned. Very well. Tell me what I can do. Let me help you. What do you intend to do about Lord Lofton? Is it too late now to take to the papers? We do not have the support we need. Tanner sighed. I tried Sir Francis's club again today, and was turned away quicker than a drunk reaches the bottom of his tankard. How are our judges doing? They only need gentlemen willing to accuse Lofton of his growing list of crimes, but they are powerless to do anything unless someone is brave enough to stand up against the fiend. Tanner crossed his arms, which is why I aim to convince Mr. Hardcastle to charge Lofton with the murder of his son. Chapter 27. Arabella had not seen Tanner all day. The previous evening, he had taken his dinner in his room, and though Mr. Darcy had conversed with him, no amount of prying could reveal what he intended to do. Footsteps sounded from the corridor, and Arabella rushed out to see if it was him.
"That is not him, Arabella. Tanner's walk is heavier," said Georgiana, plucking the keys of her pianoforte. The sweet young lady had been playing light-hearted songs all morning in an effort to lessen Arabella's anxiety. Still, Arabella peeked down the corridor. It was only a footman. Elizabeth said, "If he declared himself, he will honour his proposal." Elizabeth and Georgiana had extracted every little detail of Arabella's encounter with Tanner from the day before, and she was all too pleased to recount every second of it, reliving their delicious kiss again. Arabella moped. "That is the thing. He declared himself, in a way, but he did not exactly propose." Elizabeth lowered her chin. "I thought perhaps you had left that part out." Georgiana sighed. "Still, how romantic for a dashing man to tell you he loves you." Arabella's heart raced in panic. "I did not leave anything out. He did not propose, nor did he tell me in so many words that he loves me. It was in every way implied, but never said." Elizabeth shook her head slowly. "If Tanner made you feel that he loved you, It was because he meant it. He does not possess a devious or subtle bone in his entire body. True. But he is too responsible to propose when he has no employment and no home. Arabella's voice failed her, and she could say no more. Dropping her head in her hands, she choked out, "All because of that wretched Lofton. I could kill him with my bare hands." "Careful of what you say aloud," cautioned Elizabeth. "You would be the first suspect were something to happen to Lord Lofton." Georgiana asked pensively, "How difficult would it be to slip a little poison into his port wine?" Arabella asked, "Why port?" liking Georgiana's turn of thought, and already scheming how she could take the place of a kitchen maid in Lofton's house. "It is sweet, and would cover the bitter taste. Most poisons are said to be bitter, you know. Or we could lace his beer with strychnine. Some taverns, not tanners of course, do this, or so I have been told." Elizabeth exclaimed, "By whom?" Georgiana shrugged her shoulders. "A couple tankards of bitters ought to do the trick." Elizabeth insisted. "How do you know this?" Georgiana shrugged again. "I read a lot." "Remind me to talk to William about your choice of subject material," Elizabeth said with a chuckle. "William encourages the improvement of my mind through extensive reading. I do not think he will disapprove if I study the effects of toxic herbs and what not," said Georgiana with wide, innocent eyes. "Besides, just because I know these things does not mean I will actually do them," she added, finishing with a mumble, "though it is tempting." Arabella laughed at Georgiana's open speech. Though she had improved by leaps and bounds, Georgiana was still painfully shy. It took a lot of effort to draw her out and to speak plainly. The gentleman who took pains to do so would be rewarded with a clever, humorous wife, who would keep him on his toes with her ability to read people as easily as she read a book. Elizabeth laughed too. "I fear I have been a bad influence. What shall we do when you leave us, Arabella?" Arabella clasped her hands together. Elizabeth arched her eyebrow. "I have no doubt that you will leave us. Tanner is a man worthy of your heart, and I know you shall be very happy together." Together? What sweet, hopeful words. Words to fight for. Tanner was right about her. She would not let him down, nor could she let him fail. She refused to allow Lofton to boast any victory over him when Tanner would do anything, had done everything, to help the people he loved. He had proved himself over and over. What had she done for him? Not enough. That would change. "I do not know what to do. Even if Tanner's plans meet with success against Lofton, he loses everything for which he has worked so hard his entire life. And then, what is left for me but to wait when I am already past the bloom of my youth? I lack patience. I want society to respect Tanner. I want him to offer for me. I want to help him crush Lofton so completely that he would not dare approach any of us ever again. I want Tanner to feel worthy because he is." Elizabeth chewed on her lip. "I see. Let us leave Lofton to the men, then. The way to Tanner's heart is through his inn. We need to find a way to get it back. Then Lofton has nothing against him." "My thoughts exactly," said Arabella. "I was hoping you would agree with me. I have given the matter a great deal of thought, and I believe I have a worthy plan. But it is bold and audacious, and I do not trust my judgment without the support of my friends." Georgiana spun around on her piano bench. "Bold and audacious? Do tell." The three ladies huddled together, Georgiana and Elizabeth paying rapt attention
as Arabella explained every detail she had contemplated thus far. She had only just finished and awaited the response of her trusted companions when Mr. Darcy entered the room. He saw them leaning toward each other. Georgiana's face was aglow with excitement, and Elizabeth rubbed her hands together under her chin with a small smile curling her lips. "What are you discussing so intensely?" he asked. Arabella was encouraged to smile on seeing her friend's positive reactions. His step paused, and his teasing manner turned serious. "Should I be concerned?" he asked. Elizabeth rose from her chair to stand beside him. Taking his arm and pecking him on the cheek, she said, "You will know when the time is right. In fact, the success of our plan depends in great part on your participation." She could not have been vaguer, and her husband did not appear appeased in the least. Georgiana giggled at her brother's caution. "It is bold and it is audacious, and I think it is brilliant." Arabella sighed in relief. They approved. Her plan, though impulsive and impetuous, could not be completely without merit if two other ladies she respected for their intelligence supported it. But there was one vital piece of information she needed. Addressing Mr. Darcy, she asked, "You have been training with Tanner, have you not? How does he fare?" She tried not to betray how important Mr. Darcy's answer was to her, but she still could not breathe with ease. Mr. Darcy considered her intensely, and she could practically see his mind working on her plan. If she was not careful, he would figure it out. Would he approve? Lord, she hoped so. "He is as strong and capable as ever. Gentleman Jackson has faith in his abilities, and so do I. Why do you ask? And why do I fear your answer?" Georgiana rose, joining Elizabeth by the door. "Come, Arabella. My brother has become inquisitive, and I will not have him spoil our fun when we have yet to see your wardrobe." Arabella bit her lips together as she crossed the room to the door, passing Mr. Darcy. The poor man looked more confused than she could recall ever seeing him since he had married. As well he should. As much as she wanted to reveal her plan to him, she would have to test his patience for a while longer. She had a disguise to arrange first. Chapter 28. Foregoing another unwelcome call at Sir Francis's club, Tanner and Darcy called at his home at an hour most agreeable to finding the gentleman at home. The butler looked genuinely apologetic when he informed them Sir Francis was away on business and did not expect to return home until the morrow. Darcy left his card. It was the best they could do. Tanner pulled out his timepiece. If he were to call at Shadewood Manor, he needed to leave. "It should not be this way," Darcy said. Tanner shrugged. "You will be allowed to speak to the gentlemen, whereas they risk their status if they allow me into their home. I cannot say I regret making their acquaintance." He hoped the first circles would do what Georgiana and Mrs. Elizabeth insisted they did best, sweep the scandal under the rug, where it would be ignored when something more shocking came along. They parted ways, Darcy riding to the fashionable neighbourhoods of town, and Tanner heading out into the fringes of London's countryside. Despite the importance of the call and his trepidation in making it, the open space and fresh air relaxed Tanner. Brutus revelled in stretching out his legs on a straight length of road. They reached Shadewood Manor much quicker than they had the last time in the carriage. To Tanner's surprise, he was not turned away at the door, as he thought he would be. Instead, the butler led him to a room with windows overlooking the front of the house. Mr. Hardcastle was there, looking as pious as the marble statue in the centre of his drive. "What brings you to my home, Mr. Tanner?" he asked crisply. Tanner was relieved he would not be expected to exchange pleasantries. Pointedly, he replied, "I am here to plead on behalf of your daughter, and to ask for your help in a vital matter." Mr. Hardcastle nodded for him to continue. Leaving out Mrs. Seymour's name, Tanner related the contents of Ambrose's letter. He spoke quickly and factually. "Are you in possession of this letter? I should like to see it," Mr. Hardcastle said evenly. Tanner had expected the question. "If you want to see it, you will have to ask Mrs. Annesley for it." How odd Arabella's surname sounded to him. He did not like it at all, but he would not offend her father by using her Christian name. "You expect me to trust your word with this account, and no proof?" "No. I could have asked your daughter for the letter to show you, but then she might have attempted to dissuade me from coming here to protect the identity of the recipient of the letter, and to avoid provoking the ire of Lord Lofton against you and Mrs. Hardcastle." Mr. Hardcastle pinched his lips slightly before saying, "You do not think she would trust me?" He was prickly today. Tanner tried to keep the frustration out of his tone, replying, "It is her way of protecting you from Lord Lofton. He murdered your son, sir." "You would endanger my wife and me by coming here?" "You are already in danger, and I feel it necessary to caution you against Lord Lofton." Just as Ambrose had attempted to warn them. As a precaution, Tanner ensured he was out of the way of the window. "He means to ruin not only your daughter, but your family. He means to accuse her of the murder of her husband, a murder which he himself designed. He has already bribed witnesses to testify against her." Mr. Hardcastle stiffened. Tanner continued, "Will you see her? Will you welcome your only daughter home? Will you take care of her and protect her?" Mr. Hardcastle's hesitation tightened Tanner's chest. More than anger toward the gentleman for his stubborn refusal to see what was right in front of him, Tanner ached for Arabella. She would be devastated if she thought, even after Ambrose's interference, her father still did not want her. "She misses you dearly," Tanner said, searching Mr. Hardcastle's countenance and posture for any sign of hope for Arabella. The gentleman's shoulders raised, and his voice snapped. "Do you think I have not missed her?" Stepping over to the sideboard, Mr. Hardcastle poured 2 drinks, offering one to Tanner before taking his seat. He swirled the amber liquid in the glass. "I have been watching you, Mr. Tanner. That you have taken an interest in my family's affairs is of great concern to me. Tell me, why should I trust you?" Tanner understood his caution, but Mr. Hardcastle missed the point entirely. He did not need to trust Tanner if he wished to be reconciled with Arabella. He only needed to talk to her. "I do not think you are the sort of man to allow a misunderstanding to keep you from your daughter now that you know why she kept her distance. She was every bit as hurt as you were, and neither of you are completely at fault. Will you continue suffering, or will you repair the breach inflicted on your family by another?" "Without any proof? Are you so confident I will believe you?" Mr. Hardcastle drained his glass and looked intently at Tanner, adding, "I have read about you in the papers. Who are you to speak to me of trust? When you used your brother to enter into society, presuming to be something you are not." Tanner could not be offended when he had voiced the same argument to Darcy. But it was not the purpose of his call at all. He did not need Mr. Hardcastle's approval, nor would he dare seek it. "I cannot change what I am, Mr. Hardcastle. I am fortunate to have a brother and sister who accept me, despite what others think, and for their constant affection I am most grateful. Yes, I am the illegitimate son of a gentleman, but while that is all society allows me to be, I will work hard to earn my place, humble though it may be, and I will help those who have shown the least bit of kindness toward me, if it is in my power to do so. I am proud my half-brother and sister have befriended me when anyone less generous would consider me a curse on their name. Believe me, sir, I am very aware of my place." All the bluster such a comment would have provoked within Tanner days before was simply not there. He felt no bitter sting of resentment. It was freeing. Mr. Hardcastle furrowed his brow but said nothing. Tanner leaned forward on his chair. He was wasting his time here, but he would make one more appeal for Arabella. "Please consider your daughter. Think of her. She needs you. She has been alone, convinced her own father no longer loves her or wants her in his life." "You believe me as cruel as your father was to you?" Tanner breathed deeply, his patience growing thinner with each passing second. "Ignorance lessens your blame, Mr. Hardcastle. But if you continue to act indifferently toward your own daughter, then you are far crueler to her than my father ever was to me. I never knew his love, so I do not miss it. I was never welcome in his home, so I made my home elsewhere. But your daughter remembers, and she lives every day longing to belong. To you, to her mother, to the place you taught her from infancy to trust." Tanner knew better than to ask for help after that pretty speech, so he rose and bowed to depart. "Wait," Mr. Hardcastle called, reaching out. Tanner turned, and Mr. Hardcastle lowered his hand. Straightening his shoulders and assuming calm, the gentleman said, "I do not know whom I can trust." Tanner did not see the issue. "Trust your daughter." "You made your plea, Mr. Tanner. Now what do you ask for in return? I will hear you out." Tanner pitied the man. He assumed everyone was like his son had pretended to be, like Lord Lofton was. "I had hoped to convince you to charge Lord Lofton with the murder of your son before he has a chance to carry out his threats against Mrs. Annesley. For your daughter's sake, I pray you give it serious consideration." "You want my help for Arabella? How do you stand to benefit?" "I need to know she is provided for and safe with the people she loves, come what may." Tanner's gut wrenched. He wanted to be the one to care for her. "You love her," Mr. Hardcastle said under his breath. Tanner bowed his head. "I do. Yet you do not offer for her. Would you give your blessing if I did?" Tanner asked sarcastically. Mr. Hardcastle studied the floor at his feet, not once meeting Tanner's eyes. With a sigh, Tanner said, "Do not concern yourself, sir. I cannot in good conscience ask her to marry me when I have nothing to offer her." That said, he turned to leave, and Mr. Hardcastle faced the window overlooking the path leading to his home. No doubt to ensure Tanner did, indeed, depart from his property. The groom must have known his call would be a brief one. He had Brutus ready, holding the reins out for Tanner to take. Swinging his leg over Brutus, Tanner settled into the saddle and spun the stallion around to leave, when a rider approached at a happy trot. "Blast," Tanner grumbled. It was Lofty Lofton. The gentleman swooped his hat through the air and bowed his head mockingly. However, Tanner noticed with no little delight the distance his lordship kept between himself and Brutus. "Do you surrender, Mr. Tanner?" he asked with hard eyes and a wide sneer. "Why should I? You have ensured I have nothing left to lose, and everything for which to fight." Just thinking of the deed of his inn, his dreams of helping Arabella make one of her delicious cakes in his kitchen, of working beside her, of sneaking kisses when nobody looked, of sitting with her before the fire at night to talk about her dreams. Being held by the man before him made Tanner's fists itch. Lofton's sneer melted. "Nobody bests me," he hissed. "You will beg me for mercy before I am done with you. The crowds will call you weak, a coward." He rubbed his hands together, his coat stretching over his muscled shoulders. With his years of training, the Viscount had a considerable advantage. Tanner would not have the luxury of making any mistakes. "I have been called many things, and in the newspaper no less, thanks to you. Nothing you say against me can hurt me." Lofton's chest swelled up, betraying to Tanner's gratification how his indifference perturbed the gentleman who so much liked to be in control. "Machiavellian mongrel," he insulted. Tanner sighed again. Really, Lord Lofton was agitating, like a housefly. "Ah, but I am not a murderer," Tanner parried. His lordship pulled back on his horse's reins. "Who would believe you? You are nothing, a deuced bachelor's son." If they kept up this conversation, Lofton would soon run out of insults. "We shall find out in 2 days' time, shall we not?" "The match will change nothing. I will have my revenge in full." Now that would not do. "Why? Do you even want her any more?" Lofton laughed. "Miss Hardcastle? Want her? She is used up." Tanner nudged Brutus forward. "Then leave her and her family alone. Let them be." "Never. Nobody cuts me and lives to tell about it." "Is that why you killed her husband and her brother?" To Tanner, it was as good as a confession. Where was a magistrate when you needed one? Lofton raised his head haughtily, his nostrils flared. "Good day to you, Mr. Tanner. Tell Gentleman Jackson to have you work on your blocking. I am told it is one of your many weaknesses." So, he had spies in the saloon. Lord Lofton's advantage over Tanner in the ring grew. Tanner knew none of his opponent's weaknesses, if he had any. For a man who kept so many secrets, he had surprisingly few of his own. Certainly nothing Tanner could use against him without the help of those he oppressed. A curtain fluttered beyond Lord Lofton, drawing Tanner out of his thoughts. It was time to depart. There was no point in furthering their conversation. Nodding his head, Tanner said, "Until 2 days hence." Just as the ride into the country had brought a measure of relief to Tanner, returning to town increased his anxiety. The air was heavy and putrid. He prayed Darcy had met with more success than he had. But Darcy's first words to Tanner upon their meeting in the library were, "They are too afraid." Of course they were. Everyone was afraid of the Viscount, which was exactly what he wanted. He fed off their fear, growing bolder when no one called him to account for his actions. He was nothing but a bully, and if they had been in Tanner's tavern, he would have grabbed him by the collar and tossed him out already. Tanner dropped into the nearest chair. "They fear he will expose their secrets." Darcy handed him a drink. "In that, we have an advantage. His determination to humiliate you has ensured you have no secrets of which society is not fully aware. You have nothing to hide, and everything to gain." That was a good way to look at it. Tanner downed his drink in one gulp, the comforting burn trailing down his throat. "We must hope that where we lead, others will follow. Once the accusations are publicly made, there is no going back." Chapter 29. Arabella rubbed her sore fingers the following morning. Although she, Elizabeth and Georgiana had seen to acquiring the smallest clothes they could find from the male servants, they had spent the rest of the previous day sewing so as to disguise Arabella's figure without her trousers falling off. No easy feat, as it turned out. She spread the work of their labor out on her bed. It was a proper wardrobe. She would look like a boy seeking excitement at the much-advertised pugilist match. A bit of soot from the fireplace to cover her cheeks, and she had no doubt she would blend in adequately. There was only one thing missing. She reached up to her long, fair hair. That would give her away for a certainty. Why chop it off when a cap would cover it? Going downstairs and out of the kitchen door, she looked for a stable boy, asking if she might borrow the item. Word must have spread amongst the servants. The boy did not hesitate before he disappeared to retrieve a winter cap, nor did he express any curiosity at her strange request. Cook winked at her on her way back through the kitchen.
"You will tell us about it when you have done whatever it is you plan to do, Mrs. Annesley?"
she asked with a full grin. "I will," Arabella promised, hoping the story she would be able to tell them was a happy one. Returning to her room, placing the cap beside the wardrobe she would wear on the morrow, she heard her door open. "Arabella?" asked Elizabeth before she entered the room. "William is in his study. Given the circumstances, we can hardly expect him to be in a merry mood. But I think he will listen to you. Let us go now." Losing no time, Arabella made her way to Mr. Darcy's study, followed closely by Elizabeth. They were permitted inside after 2 knocks. Speaking before her nerves could jumble her words, Arabella said, "Mr. Darcy, I thank you for seeing me. I have a tremendous favor to ask of you." Mr. Darcy laced his fingers together in front of him, his countenance as readable as the portrait painting of him and Elizabeth over the fireplace mantel. Arabella explained her plan as well as the motive leading up to it, her reasons for believing it a good one, and how she knew it would help Tanner. She used every persuasive argument she could conjure, knowing the success of her plan depended on Mr. Darcy's participation. When she had finished, she held her breath and chewed on the corner of her lip. Without his help, she had no other options. Elizabeth stood quietly beside her, smiling and nodding encouragingly at her husband, willing him to agree. Finally, when Arabella thought her lungs would burst for want of air, Mr. Darcy said, "You know Tanner would never allow me to interfere.
He would resent me when we have so recently made peace with each other."
Elizabeth pleaded. "That is why we think this could work. You are not involved directly."
"And if it fails?" he asked.
Arabella had thought of that possibility all night. "If it fails, I will see you are repaid somehow." He nodded. He knew how little she had.
"It is a huge risk to you. Are you certain you wish to go through with this? Could I not just give you the money?"
"You said yourself Tanner would never approve, and you are right. I want to do this for him. His pride has taken enough blows. Please allow me to do this for him my way. I have given this a great deal of thought, and have consulted with greater minds."
Mr. Darcy interrupted. "With my dear wife, you mean?"
He shook his head and chuckled. "And Miss Darcy." Arabella knew the mention of his sister would not help, but neither did she want him to think this was a rash decision made on the impulse of the moment. He grimaced, now looking at Elizabeth.
"This sounds like something in which you would involve yourself." His eyes grew wider. "You do not mean to join Mrs. Annesley, do you?"
"No," Elizabeth said enthusiastically, adding, "Not to say I do not wish to, but even I know it simply would not do. If I went, Georgiana would want to go, and while one of us might successfully go about unheeded at the pugilist match, I doubt all three of us could."
Mr. Darcy chuckled. "How very practical of you, darling."
"I thought you would approve," she said flirtatiously. Smiling warmly at his wife, Mr. Darcy then resumed his businesslike manner. Looking at Arabella, he said,
"You will risk your reputation. Mrs. Annesley, ladies are not allowed to these events."
Arabella's eyes flickered to Elizabeth. This had been the one point on which they had unanimously disagreed. But it was necessary. She said, "That is why, if I am found out, I will take my leave from your household. The scandal would be too great for Miss Darcy after everything that has happened thus far this season. I could not, in good conscience, stay on after causing you more troubles."
"Do you not think Lord Lofton would love to use that against you, Mrs. Annesley? You would be doing his dirty work for him, allowing people to doubt your honour. I beg you to reconsider."
Arabella took a deep breath, her determination stronger than ever. "Then I must make certain I do not get caught." Clasping her hands together, she said, "Mr. Darcy, I am well aware of the consequences. I understand them completely. But the gain to be had by Tanner far outweighs anything bad that could happen to me. I am willing to risk it. I want to do this. In fact, I would hate myself forever if I did not try."
Mr. Darcy groaned. "And I would hate myself if I prevented you from helping my brother. If it works, it is a brilliant plan."
Elizabeth clasped her hands together. Pushing his chair back, Mr. Darcy stood.
"I will get you what you need by this evening. Use it well. God help us."
It was done. Mr. Darcy was in. Tanner knew he needed to rest, but sleep evaded him. He had spent most of the day at Gentleman Jackson's, learning what he could, and knowing it was not enough. What if he lost? What if none of the gentlemen he needed to show up appeared? Not one of them had returned Darcy's call. What if they refused to step forward when it was most critical? What if he accused Lord Lofton of murder before the masses of people, and they laughed? Tomorrow could so easily end in disaster. But if he won, if he could, through some miracle, gain the support of the crowd, he could win Arabella's freedom. Amidst all the uncertainties shone that one simple truth, shining like a beacon before Tanner, and bringing him a measure of peace. Of all the battles from which he could choose, he chose to fight for Arabella. Chapter 30. Tanner did not expect callers the following morning, so when Sir Francis Templeton was announced, Darcy and Tanner did not hesitate to meet him.
Mr. Darcy, Mr. Tanner, Sir Francis greeted with a bow. Please accept my deepest apologies for failing to see you before now. I overheard some conversation this morning at my club, and I know what you are about. I only hope I am not too late to help you.
He pulled his handkerchief out to mop his brow. Surely he had not run the distance between his club and Darcy House, although his ruddy appearance and shortness of breath suggested it. Your club refused to allow us to speak to you, Darcy remarked. Sir Francis stepped forward, taking a seat when Darcy motioned toward the chairs. Rubbing his palms against his legs, Sir Francis said,
I expressed my disappointment to Mr. Martingale.
Tanner leaned forward. If the gentleman already knew what they wished to ask him, then he would not mince words.
Will you accuse Lord Lofton?
Sir Francis wiped his forehead again.
Are you certain you have enough proof against him? You cannot accuse him without convincing proof.
I have dozens of written confessions penned by his own hand. Sir Francis stilled, and Tanner thought he could see the sweat on the gentleman's brow begin to dry as his skin went from a red blush to a more acceptable tone.
Darcy added, 2 judges have agreed to help us, and 4 London magistrates have assured me they plan to be present at the match today.
Sir Francis looked at them from over his damp linen.
All this means nothing if nobody is willing to stretch out their neck, so to speak, and accuse Lofton of the crimes he has committed.
Tanner replied, We need these gentlemen to accuse him publicly. It is the only way. We must turn the crowd against him. That is why I agreed to the pugilist match. We need to get Lofton in a crowd of witnesses.
He will control the crowd. You need more friends present.
Tanner could not tell yet if Sir Francis included himself amongst their friends, or if his anxiety would make him cower. There was only one way to find out.
We are hoping you will consider helping us. All we need is one man brave enough to step forward. Where he leads, others will follow, he said.
Sir Francis shook his head.
No, it is not enough. He has kept gentlemen better than me silent for years. His fortune is a product of his skill at acquiring secrets. Secrets which could ruin most men, myself included, and demanding payment for his silence.
Tanner asked,
Will you help us?
Sir Francis closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose. When he looked at them, he spoke firmly.
I will be honest with you. I do not want to do what you ask of me. I will lose the trust of my customers who have made me a wealthy man.
He paused, and Tanner sat back in his chair before he fell out of it.
However, Sir Francis continued, I have allowed myself to be tormented for one poor decision made years ago, and I wish to be free of it. I would like to act like the honourable man I know myself to be."
Tanner heard Darcy inhale. He had been holding his breath too. Sir Francis pulled out his pocket watch and turned it over for them to see. The likeness of his wife was painted on the casing.
"I see how hard my dear wife works to belong to a society who never lets us forget that our title is a bought one. The same people who conveniently forget to extend her an invitation to their social events when they come to our home and drink our champagne and eat the lavish meals my wife arranges at great expense. She endures their cuts because she believes them to be superior to her."
He replaced his watch in the pocket of his waistcoat, patting it lovingly as he did so. Looking directly at Tanner, he continued,
"She is why I am here. She sent your brother's card to my club, along with a message that you had called while I was away. When my groom informed me you had attempted to speak with him, and that you had turned away numerous times from my club, all over your status, or, like me, your lack of it, I was moved to return your call. Yes, Mr. Tanner, I am prepared to help you. Leave the crowd to me."
Darcy asked,
"How will you persuade them?"
With a cackle, Sir Francis said,
"I overheard the gentlemen at my club, remember? You appealed to their honour, their sense of justice. Mr. Darcy, I applaud your virtue and your belief that all men strive to improve their character, as you do. All the same, I will choose a different method. I will appeal to their pockets."
Tanner blurted,
"You will bribe them?" "It has worked well for Lofton. Why not employ his favourite technique? I am not rich for nothing. It will do my soul good, and it will make my wife proud of me to use our money for a worthy cause. Now," he said, standing, "I must go. There is precious little time. The match is in a few hours."
Shaking their hands, he bid them well and retreated as quickly as he had arrived.
"Do you think he will succeed?"
Tanner asked Darcy.
"We can only hope."
Lawrence entered the library with a towel draped over one arm and a pair of scissors in the other.
"I was instructed by Gentleman Jackson's valet to trim your hair."
Tanner instinctively moved his hand over his head. He could use a haircut, and he had no doubt Lawrence would do a better job of it than Mrs. Molly did. Still, when he saw the long chunks of hair falling to the towels covering the floor in his bedchamber, Tanner lurched forward before Lawrence could cut any more.
"Do you mean to leave me bald?" he exclaimed. "Lord knows I am not vain, but I appreciate the full head of hair I have, or had."
Lawrence replied calmly, firmly pushing Tanner back against the chair and resuming his clipping.
"Gentleman Jackson's valet explained how his master won his first fight. We will not make the same mistake."
Tanner relaxed into the chair. He could not argue with Lawrence's logic when everyone knew how Jackson had pummeled Mendoza in one of the quickest pugilist matches in history by holding him by his hair. To his credit, Jackson was the chief spokesman for banishing hair-holding in the ring.
"Your shirt, Mr. Tanner,"
said Lawrence, when he had cropped Tanner's hair, leaving stubble no longer than his whiskers before a shave.
"My shirt? You are to fight bare-chested, are you not, sir?"
Lawrence asked, his expression expertly trained to a blandly neutral mask, as Darcy guffawed behind him.
When had he joined them? Tanner wished he would leave. "You will cause a new fashion, Tanner."
Tanner glared at his brother. He really was annoying sometimes. Lawrence cleared his throat and held his hand out for Tanner's shirt. Mumbling all sorts of protests to himself, but not speaking them aloud because, once again, Lawrence made a good point. Tanner removed his shirt and looked anywhere but down at his chest. Darcy only laughed all the louder. It was a good thing they were in Tanner's bedchamber, or the ladies would have come rushing in to see what had happened. Mrs. Elizabeth was never one to let a moment of merriment pass her by. Grimacing, Tanner said, "Thank you, Lawrence. I appreciate your attention to detail." He did not mean for the words to come out so sarcastically, but his embarrassment increased with each loud chortle from his irritating brother. Lawrence, like everything, took Tanner's comment in stride. "We can take no risks, and I am not one to ignore the advice of an expert when it was kindly given to me. Lord Lofton cannot be expected to fight by the rules to which you must adhere." Tanner chanced to look down. "I look like a hedgehog," he mumbled. Darcy cackled. "At least Lofton will have nothing to hang on to." "Yes, and you may rest assured that there will be no ladies present," Lawrence added, trying to appease Tanner. "Thank God for that. It is bad enough to fight bare-knuckled and bare-chested." He rubbed his hand over his prickly chest, feeling particularly exposed. Darcy guffawed louder than ever. What had gotten into him? This time, when Tanner glared at him, Darcy wiped his eyes and closed his mouth. His shoulders shook, but outwardly he was a model of composure. Swallowing hard, then clearing his throat, he said, "Quite. I will call for the carriage." Tanner opened his mouth to suggest they take horses, but thought better of it. Negotiating the streets of London would be easier on horseback, but the carriage was a better choice. If his plan did not work, and he had to fight 50 rounds with the more experienced fighter, a carriage would convey him home more gently than Brutus could. Donning his shirt and joining Darcy downstairs, Tanner opened his arms wide when he saw Georgiana. She walked right into them, after which she stepped back and rubbed his stubbly head.
"I like it," she stated. "You will make clipped hair the new fashion."
Darcy chuckled. "That is not the only fashion he will start."
Georgiana looked to him for an explanation, and Tanner shot Darcy such a look as his mother used to give him when he was in deep trouble. His brother silenced, Tanner then looked about the room for Arabella. Mrs. Elizabeth had joined them, but Arabella was nowhere to be seen. "We must be going," Darcy said, leaning down to give his wife a kiss on her temple. "Where is Arabella?" Tanner asked. He wanted to see her before they left. He needed to see her. The guilty glance Mrs. Elizabeth and Georgiana exchanged froze Tanner's blood, as did Darcy's obvious and blatant attempt to change the subject. "We must be on our way. The streets will be crowded," he said. Tanner was not so easily dissuaded. "Where is she?" he asked through clenched teeth. "She is well, merely attending to a matter of urgency," Darcy said, steering Tanner toward the door. Only the knowledge that Darcy would never allow Arabella or any other member of his household to endanger herself got him inside the carriage. But he looked for her through the windows. He could not help it. Tanner brooded all the way to St. Martin's Street. Sitting did nothing to calm his nerves. They knotted up in his stomach until he thought he would get sick. He breathed steadily to calm them, a trick he had learned from the late Mrs. Bennet. Too soon they arrived at Fives Court. Crowds of men, spectators of both the upper crusts and the deepest depths of London, milled about. Tables were set up, and men shouted and waved money to place their bets. It did not surprise Tanner to see how badly the odds were stacked against him. The energy in the building was like the air before a lightning storm. The loud chatter, heckling shouts, and bawdy laughter were like the boom before the sky lit up with light, before the storm hit. Weaving through the crowd, Tanner and Darcy made their way to the ring. It was raised up on a platform in the centre of the large space, surrounded by ropes and men pushing in around them. Darcy reached the ropes before Tanner did, crouching between them to step inside the ring. Tanner leaned down to follow him when something wet smacked against his head, flicking the rancid liquid running down his face out of his eyes. Tanner looked down at his feet to see a rotten tomato. There were too many people standing around, all of them pointing and laughing, to know who had thrown it. Had he been in his tavern, he would have known exactly what to do to squelch a brawl before it even began. But here, in this place, he was not in charge. Chapter 31. It seemed like all of London was present, and still, people packed in the court, pushing against each other to get closer to the platform. The young lads had the advantage of being able to squeeze through to the best spots with their smaller, nimble forms, while larger gentlemen used their bulk to hold their spot once they won it. The only time the crowd split was when Lord Lofton arrived. They cleared a path for him, their deafening shouts stirring up the tension in the growing crowd. The fight was about to begin, and there was no sign of Sir Francis. Nor did Tanner know how he would see the gentleman when he did show up. Darcy bumped him on the shoulder. "They are not here. I have the journal. Do you want me to show it to the crowd?" Tanner crossed his arms. "It would not do any good. Nobody would believe us." "What do you plan to do?" "I will keep looking for Sir Francis, but it will be difficult to see him in this crush." "I will stall for time until they get here." A gentleman, most likely a friend of Lofton's, judging from his extravagant waistcoat and athletic form, spoke to the crowd. Tanner was more interested in scanning the faces. There must have been thousands of them surrounding him than he was in anything the dandy had to say. That was until he presented the fighters. Lofton stepped forward, his arms raised in victory as if he had already won. He smiled and bowed while they cheered for him, calling out his name in support. It was as Tanner feared. Lofton owned the crowd. He fed off their energy. Tanner inspected him, looking for a weakness. He was a couple inches shorter than Tanner, but he was all lean muscle. He would be quick and agile. The very combination Gentleman Jackson had warned was the most challenging to best. Tanner was introduced, and he raised his chin. A few claps and a couple of hushed cheers only fueled laughter and jeers from the majority. The scene was similar to a recurring nightmare Tanner remembered from his youth, horrible dreams from which he had woken up in a cold sweat. It was always the same, and Tanner grumbled at the realization that his fear was realized at that moment. In his dream, he stood in his unmentionables in front of a large crowd while they pointed their fingers accusingly at him and laughed. Their taunts were always the same, and he heard them echoing from the men circling the ring. "Illegitimate. You do not belong. This will teach you. Nobody wants you here." Darcy clapped him on the shoulder before Tanner could pinch himself, reminding him that this was not a nightmare from which he would wake. This was very real, and Arabella's life depended on him winning. "Give him what for, Tanner? You are twice the man he is, and I am proud to call you my brother," Darcy said, pushing him forward into the ring. Tanner saw absolute confidence in his little brother's eyes, confidence in him and his ability to do what needed to be done. It was infinitely better than what happened in his dream. The taunts of the crowd were real, but their words were meaningless. His brother believed in him. He did belong. He had a family, and he would defend the woman he loved against the showman prancing on his side of the ring. He would not let them down. A bell clanged, and the fight began. Lofton bobbed and weaved, dancing around Tanner as the people roared. Tanner pivoted and turned, keeping his hands up to protect his face like Jackson had taught him. His sole goal was to win time enough for Sir Francis to get there with reinforcements. However, when Lofton landed the first punch, Tanner knew he was out of his league. Again they circled like two dogs measuring each other up before an attack. And attack Lofton did. Lashing out faster than Tanner could react, he struck quickly and truly. Over and over he hit, until Tanner felt the ropes biting into his flesh behind him. He moved his hands up, hearing Darcy's protests over the rhythm of his breath and Lofton's fists pummeling his face. Tanner moved his arms up further, only to expose his sides. Lofton redirected his blows at Tanner's ribs, striking him so fast and hard he could not breathe. Tanner moved his arms down, stepping to the side and gasping for breath. But Lofton anticipated that, too. Aiming his fists at Tanner's face, Lofton shoved him even harder against the ropes. Tanner bent over backwards until either he would snap in half, or the ropes would. With a mighty push from behind him, the men in the crowd shoved Tanner against Lofton, who jumped in victory before him, giving Tanner a brief reprieve. Lofton raised his fists in the air and saluted the crowd, their cries growing louder. The round continued. Tanner could hardly see out of his left eye, his cheek was so swollen. But he lunged forward, determined not to be knocked off his feet. A fall would end the round and put Lofton in the lead, and if Tanner was anything, he was solid. He may not be as skilled as Lofton was, but he would not make it easy for him either. Taking advantage of Lofton's proud prancing, Tanner looked over the crowd again. Still no Sir Francis, so far as he could tell. Where was he? Tanner did not know how long he could hold off Lofton. "Remember who you are, Tanner," Lofton taunted. "A nobody. That is all you will ever be." He turned to the masses again, raising his palms up in expectation of their applause. Where was Sir Francis? Tanner's eyes flickered over the crowd, when at his feet a voice he recognized shrieked, "Tanner, watch out!" Down Tanner went before he saw Lofton coming, his face smacking against the plank floor and throbbing at the blow he took to the temple. Tanner landed right in front of her. Even with his vision blurred and the soot disguising her face, he knew her. He would recognize those stormy eyes of hers anywhere. Arabella pulled her cap down around her ears and reached through the ropes to touch his face. It hurt, but he did not care. Her touch filled him with energy. "He may think you are nothing, but you are everything to me. Now end this fight. Throw him out," she said. Tanner got up, his heart soaring, and the blood pumping through his veins, reinvigorating his aching body. Arabella did love him. She loved him enough to risk her reputation by sneaking into a pugilist match to offer her support. His feelings on that were mixed, to say the least. But right now, he focused on the part that made his spirits soar. Bella loved him. He stopped looking for Sir Francis. What happened on that raised platform was for Arabella, and Tanner trusted no other man with her freedom. Arabella was right. If he was expert at anything, it was ending a fight. He had imagined he was back at his tavern so many times, the place he had the authority to refuse service to a man and throw him out whenever he chose. Tanner had not considered that it was not the place that gave him the authority so much as his being willing to exercise it. Lofton was nothing more than a show-off, stirring up trouble like a loudmouth drunk in a tavern. He needed to be thrown out. But how? As Lofton bounced around and raised his hands for applause, it struck Tanner. Lofton might be lofty, but he was not the sort to exercise his skill quietly. He needed to be noticed. He sought approval. The impenetrable mystery of Lord Lofton's character cleared, and Tanner saw what should have been obvious to him from the start. Lofton's greatest secret was not any one evil deed waiting to be discovered. It was his need for his skills to be praised. A trick shot through a window, a curricle charge a hairbreadth from disaster. 2 feats of amazing and surpassing skill, and Lofton had nobody to brag to about them or clap him on the back in acknowledgement of his accomplishment. It all made sense to Tanner now. Lofton's craving for attention was why he had tripped Tanner at Sir Francis's ball. Too bad only a few had seen it. How that must have grated on his nerves. It was why he had challenged Tanner to a pugilist match. What was more public than that? But Tanner had not been raised under tavern roofs since his birth for nothing. He knew how to handle a crowd. He knew how to turn them to avoid a riot. Lofton had said to remember who he was. Well, he was the son of a barmaid, and the proud manager of his own inn while it had lasted. And Arabella chose him. She loved him. If that was not enough to make a man's chest swell, then nothing else would. Tanner would start over again. He had done it before, and no snot-nosed, attention-craving brat in need of a good thrashing would get in his way. Lofton lit into him again, but Tanner charged forward through his blows. Lofton had not anticipated his move and nearly tripped over his own feet in his haste to change direction. His smug smile was gone. Neither his title nor his wealth did him any good in the middle of a pugilist ring where there were few rules and fewer manners. No, Lofton had made a big mistake asking Tanner here. He was out of his element. This was Tanner's turf. In Tanner's mind, he was inside his tavern, defending the reputation of the woman he loved and fighting for their future. Tanner listened for cues from the crowd. He needed to choose his moment well if he was to gain their favor. Lofton lashed out at his side, but Tanner had learned his moves. He fended him off with his fist, returning it to protect his face before Lofton could turn his attention to his nose again. Around and around they went, and Arabella's words sang in his ears and fed his hope as the crowd's jeers died down. They watched in absorbed silence with their jaws open. If Tanner did not act quickly, he would lose their attention. He was an actor in a play, a spectacle in a circus for their entertainment, and entertain them he would, just like he saw to the comfort and whims of his guests. It was time to give them a show. Taking one step back, he dropped his hands slightly. Lofton reacted just as Tanner had supposed he would, showering Tanner with a frustrated flurry of fists. Tanner held his ground until Lofton wound one of his arms back. It was the moment for which he had waited. In one swift motion, Tanner stepped forward until he was face to face with Lofton, bumping him off balance with his chest. Grabbing him by the shoulder, he spun Lofton around, wrapping his arms around the ingrate and holding him like a parent immobilizing an unruly child in front of him with his arms pegged to his sides. Gasps filled the room. Lofton, however, was no fool. Not having the use of his arms, he used his head, lashing back repeatedly. It was too common a move for Tanner not to expect it. Using his size to full advantage, Tanner locked one arm around Lofton, looping the other over his shoulder and pushing his forehead down with his palm. Any lower and he would bite Tanner. It was like juggling a flour sack, albeit a slippery one, and a tray of ale pitchers. Nothing Tanner had not done before. Chortles rippled through the crowd, and Tanner felt Lofton stiffen under his hold. "Unhand me! You cannot do this!" he seethed. "My hands are above your waist. I break no rules." Laughter scattered through the men surrounding them, growing louder and spreading as humour lent them courage. Sensing the opportunity he had been seeking, Tanner lifted Lofton up so that his feet dangled above the ground. Lofton, of course, did not like that at all. He kicked with his feet, them being the only part of him he could move. He felt like a greased pig in Tanner's arms, but he did not lose his hold. The audience was turning. When Lofton's kicks felt more frantic than calculated, Tanner said in his ear, "It is not me they laugh at now." Lofton tensed. "Put me down immediately," he hissed. "Very well, since you asked for it." Chapter 32. Arabella found herself laughing along with the men pressed around her. It truly was a comical scene, with Tanner holding the Viscount's arms and dangling him above the ground, while Lofton kicked like a toddler having a tantrum. She could hear nothing above the noise in the court, but she saw that Lofton said something. Arabella knew from the mischievous glint in Tanner's swollen eyes that Lofton would not like it one bit. Had she been in Tanner's place, she would throw him down like a sack of potatoes. He waited until Lofton resumed his kicking then, just as Arabella had imagined a moment before. Tanner let go. Propelled forward by the thrust of his kick, Lofton landed face first against the planks. He did not get up right away, and the end of another round was called. Round 1, Lofton. Round 2, Tanner. The men assembled around her roared. They pointed and laughed as Lofton rose to his feet. His back was stiff, and his face showed the depth of his displeasure. Bruised pride affected his aim. The blows he had so accurately assaulted Tanner with in their first round missed their mark or lost their impact. He turned to the crowd, raising his hands as he had done before. But he got fewer cheers. Tanner had won them over. He would need bottles of witch hazel and a week of ice baths, but she would nurse him back to health. If he tried to stop her, well, she would just like to watch him try. She could be every bit as stubborn as Tanner, and she kicked harder than Lofton. From Tanner's side, she would be immovable. Even if they lost, and he had to start all over again, she would take pride in working beside him. It was where she belonged. It was where she longed to be. "You are nothing," Lofton shouted, lifting himself back up to his feet. Tanner bellowed, "So you keep saying," with a grin. He did not care what Lofton thought of him. Good. "Nobody wants you here," Lofton continued, lashing out and striking the air when Tanner lunged to the side. "How strange when you invited me here." He ducked to avoid another punch, adding, "If my company is so disagreeable to you, you are welcome to forfeit." That drew some laughter, over which Lofton shouted, "To a man with a borrowed surname, to his real father's shame? Never!" He raised his hands to the crowd, but the men around Arabella looked down at the ground and shuffled their feet. "Is this a pugilist match? Or are we to shout names at each other from opposite ends of the ring? The people came to see a fight. Fight, man," Tanner boomed. Lofton glared at him, and Arabella had to cover her ears at the vocal approval from the spectators. So enthusiastic were they pressed against her so that she had to hold herself against the platform lest they crush her. "You do not have the skill to best me. I am unbeaten." Lofton did not look to the crowd any more. If he even remembered they were present. His eyes narrowed on Tanner, his gaze unwavering despite the cries of the multitude. "You, sir, are nothing but a coward," Tanner charged. At that, the crowd hushed. Lofton puffed his chest out. "You dare call me a coward?" Arabella imagined it was the first time anyone had dared cross him. Besides her, that is, and they all knew how well that had turned out. "You call the shots, but you refuse to get your own hands dirty. You did not have the courage to murder Nicholas Annesley yourself. You hired someone else to do it. You lacked the skill." The crowd was still now. Arabella could have heard a coin drop. Even she held her breath, not wanting to miss a word. Lofton took a swing, and Tanner did not even have to move to avoid it. Tanner pressed forward, crossing again into Lofton's side of the ring. "If that is not the work of a coward, I do not know what is," Tanner prodded. Another swing, another miss. "Oh, wait. I must take that back." Tanner shuffled to the side. "There was Ambrose Hardcastle." It was Lofton against the ropes now. All he could see was Tanner looming in front of him. "You were so weak, you waited until you could shoot him in the back." "That took great skill," Lofton shouted. Tanner stepped back and crossed his arms. "Why is that?" "In the dark, through glass panes." Lofton seemed then to recognize his mistake, adding, "A shot like that would have taken great skill. Few could make it, so I am told." "But you could have done it." Tanner jabbed his finger at Lofton's chest. "Just how do you know this? The details of his murder were only known by a few." Arabella willed her heart to beat quieter. Had Lofton really just cast doubt over his involvement in front of thousands of witnesses? The men pressed around her so that it was increasingly uncomfortable. Lofton was sly. With a stoic calm, he replied,
I heard of it from Mr. Hardcastle himself. He gave me the details of his son's unfortunate demise.
Arabella thought her face would burst into flames. Tanner had all but got a confession out of Lofton, and he would wiggle his way out of it like the viper he was. Well, not this time. Not if she could help it. With the help of the gentleman glad to be rid of her and the small space she occupied, she hoisted herself onto the stage. Standing in the centre of the ring, she pointed at Lofton. "So help me, you will not get away with another crime again. We have proof in your own handwriting, a journal detailing all the sordid details of your cowardly acts."
You!
Lofton charged forward, raising his hand as he did so. But Arabella did not flinch. She did not need to. Hooking his arm around Lofton's torso, Tanner raised him up in the air like a barrel of beer, then slammed him against the ground. The crowd, of course, loved it. They cheered Tanner's name, and Arabella would be the first to admit her great relief when both Mr. Darcy and Lofton's man agreed that the match had come to an end. A rather satisfying one. Lofton won. Tanner 2 for a crowd-pleasing win. Arabella looked at Tanner, sweat dripping from his chiselled chin down his sculpted chest, and she quite forgot where she was, until her father stepped in front of her.
I am Thomas Hardcastle, and I hereby accuse the Viscount Lofton of the murder of my son, Ambrose Hardcastle. I never discussed the details of my son's murder with this man. His open deception and outright admission condemns him before this crowd of witnesses.
Arabella's jaw dropped when her father continued.
I thank you, Mr. Tanner, for your assistance in bringing this matter to light.
Her father turned, looking down at her as he did, with the warm smile she had thought never to see again. He handed her a handkerchief.
You have some dust in your eyes, lad,
he said softly, squeezing her fingers as he pressed his embroidered square of silk into her hand. Arabella's vision was blurred, but she heard everything.
I too wish to accuse Lord Lofton,
called a voice from the floor.
Me too. I also have a complaint.
Sir Francis pushed his way through the masses, followed by at least 5 other gentlemen Arabella recognized from the various balls and events they had attended thus far in the season. Mr. Darcy handed Tanner a towel, then pulled Lofton up to his feet to face his accusers, holding his hands behind his back.
Is there a constable present? He asked.
A man hopped onto the platform, pulling a pair of irons out and locking them around Lofton's wrists. Murmurs grew into angry shouts, and gentlemen shoved against each other.
Tanner shouted, "Will one of the magistrates please come forward?"
3 joined them in the ring, and more gentlemen pressed forward to have their accusations against Lofton noted. Now that the lock of silence had broken, complaints poured through like floodwater. One of the magistrates shouted,
"One at a time, if you please."
The agitation of the crowd grew, and Arabella was happy to have some measure of protection inside the ropes of the stage. She would have been crushed on the court floor. Tanner spoke to the magistrates.
I sense a brawl coming on. You had best get him out of here now if you want him in one piece.
Mr. Darcy tucked the diary back inside his pocket. They did not need it anymore. The magistrate in charge and his constables made arrangements to call at Darcy House on the morrow, an arrangement Mr. Darcy agreed with for the time it would give to tend to Tanner's wounds.
Let us go home,
Darcy said once the crowd began to disperse, more interested in following Lofton than they were in them.
Her father asked. "May I accompany you? I can convey this young lad home safely."
He rested his hand lightly on Arabella's shoulder, and her instinct was to press her cheek against it.
"Excellent idea," Mr. Darcy said, adding with a nod at the crowd and an arched eyebrow aimed directly at her. "If I am not wrong, the gentleman's protection will not go unappreciated."
Arabella jolted upright. "Right! There is a matter I must see to immediately." For good measure, she added, "I am grateful for your assistance, sir." Her father leaned down to her ear.
"If it pleases you, I would love nothing more than for you to call me Papa, as you used to, my dearest girl."
It was all Arabella could do to contain the embraces and kisses she wished to shower upon the two men she loved above all others.
Of course, Tanner would have come first,
but her displays of affection would have to wait. With her papa's help, she saw to the urgent matter Mr. Darcy had alluded to, and when they had finally made it to the family carriage, she switched sides to sit beside her father. Resting her cheek against his shoulder, they started catching up for the years they had lost. "Thank you, Papa," she said, letting her tears flow freely. He reached up to pet her cheek, drying her tears with his thumb.
"Thank your young man," he said.
Arabella snuggled into her father's side, her heart full and her mind at absolute peace. Tanner had given her the best gift of all, a gift she relished in repaying him every day of her life. It made what she had arranged for him all the more satisfying. Chapter 33. Darcy ushered Tanner up to his room, where Lawrence was ready with a cold bath, several white towels, and countless bottles of ointments and tonics. Tanner still felt bruised and tender to the touch after Lawrence's ministrations, but at least he was clean. The rest would heal in time. Until then, he would avoid mirrors, brisk movements, and smiles. Darcy knocked on his door just as Lawrence straightened Tanner's cravat.
"Your family is waiting for you in the music room."
Tanner thanked Lawrence and followed Darcy. He looked forward to hearing Georgiana play. She could lift anyone's spirits with her music, and Tanner wanted nothing more than to relax and enjoy the company of his brother, sisters, and Arabella, who hopefully was home by now. Darcy breezed into the room, but there was no music playing. Strange. That was when Tanner saw his mother. For a brief moment, Tanner lost track of time and place. He was 7 years old, watching his mother smile again for the first time since he could remember, twirling in a circle in the middle of Mr. Tanner's tap room. They were safe. Mr. Tanner had proposed, and she was determined to be happy in her new home. Mother held his face between her hands, her warm eyes brimming with concern, and all Tanner could do was pull her to him and rest his cheek on top of her head. No words could describe how glad he was to see her, and no ache or pain would convince him to loosen his hold until he was ready. Eventually she stepped back, cradling his face and fussing, and making him feel like a boy again. Mr. Tanner stood awkwardly off to the side behind her. When Tanner met his eyes, he nodded and smiled shyly. He extended his hand to Tanner. The gratitude Tanner felt for the man who had raised him and tried to love him as his own overwhelmed him. Pulling on Mr. Tanner's hand, Tanner embraced him along with his mother.
"You are the best father I could have had."
Mr. Tanner got teary. When his words were too choked to be understood, Mother helped him. Putting a hand over her heart, she said, "This is so perfect. It must be a dream. We are overjoyed to see you." Turning to where Darcy sat beside Mrs. Elizabeth and Georgiana, Mother added, "Thank you for your kindness toward my Jonathan. I am sorry. I know what I am to you." She dropped her eyes to the carpet, and Tanner squeezed her tighter to his side. She did not know Darcy as he did.
"Please do not distress yourself, Mrs. Tanner. I would not have invited you here had I not been convinced of your welcome,"
Georgiana pleaded. Darcy said, "My sister is right. Let us not dwell on our past when we should rejoice in the present. From here on, I hope we can be friends."
Mother looked up. "I like that very much. Thank you again, dear Miss Darcy, for your thoughtfulness. Jonathan has always faced his problems alone. He does not realize there are those who love him and wish to help. Or so it has been. I sense a change."
She looked over her shoulder where Arabella sat between Mr. and Mrs. Hardcastle. With one look, Tanner knew all was mended between them. Arabella glowed with happiness. Tanner was pleased with the opportunity to speak to Mr. Hardcastle under more agreeable circumstances. "Thank you, sir. Not only did you protect Arabella's identity at the match, but you spoke out at the precise moment we needed support. Again, I thank you." Mr. Hardcastle raised Arabella's hand to his mouth and kissed it. "Think nothing of it. I am forever indebted to you for returning my precious daughter to us, for helping me see past my own pride." He lowered her hand, continuing, "I saw your exchange with Lofton from the window. I overheard everything." Bunching his cheeks up and patting Arabella's hand, he said, "Lofton will cause no more harm locked up in the Old Bailey." There were too many people in the room to whom Tanner wished to give his full attention. He had so much to say to his mother and father, so much he wished to discuss with the Hardcastles, so much gratitude to express to Darcy, Georgiana, and Mrs. Darcy for making this meeting possible. But above everyone else, he longed to be with Arabella. She rose to join him. Gone were her boyish togs, replaced with a frothy gown that made her look like a pearl surrounded by dewy rose petals. Tanner knew she must have been presented to his mother and father before he had entered the room, but he wanted to introduce them properly. "Mother, I want you to meet Arabella." His chest swelled in pride at the two women on his arms. "She is the dearest, most intrepid lady I have had the pleasure to meet. Her strength fills me with awe, and her gentleness humbles me like no other. Arabella, this is my mother." Before he could add more, Mother left his side to take Arabella's hands between her own. "I am honored to make your acquaintance. You are quite a lady to win my boy's heart, and I love you already." Tanner's swollen lips protested under his smile, but he was too happy. When everyone resumed their seats, Arabella chose to sit beside him. His heart was so full, not even his large body could contain so much joy. Turning to Arabella, he blurted, "You are beautiful, my Bella. I love you." It was not smooth or eloquent, but it was heartfelt and wholly him. With a large smile, Arabella said, "How fortunate for us both.
because I love you too."
Tanner looked around the room. Every couple present sat beside each other with their fingers entwined, perfect pictures of marital bliss. Except for Georgiana, of course. She was far too young to long for love, although the melancholy in her eyes and the wistful sigh escaping her begged to differ. Her eyes met his, and she smiled. That was better. Mr. Hardcastle slapped his hands together.
"May I beg your indulgence and give my wholehearted consent? I wish for my daughter to know she has her family's blessing, and that she and her husband will always be welcome at Shadewood Manor."
Mrs. Hardcastle clutched the lace of her dress over her heart.
"Oh, but you must marry in our parish. It is so close. If you purchase a special license, all of your family can be present for the blessed occasion."
There was nothing Tanner wanted more, and he hated to be the only opposing voice to a suggestion with which he longed to agree.
"It is the best idea, but I fear we will have to wait. I have no home, and no employment. I cannot in good conscience ask for Arabella to marry me until I can properly provide for her."
The room fell silent for a brief second. Lifting her chin in a gesture Tanner adored, Arabella said, "I refuse to wait. I am not a delicate flower, Tanner. I know what I want, and I want you. I have the means to help." She looked to her father, who nodded and grinned. Tanner's face grew warm. Had she convinced her father to provide the dowry he had denied Lieutenant Annesley? He did not want it.
"Thank you, but I will provide for my family and take pride in doing it well. I am not marrying you for money. I never thought you had any."
Her eyes grew, confusing him further when they positively gleamed with mischief. "I am quite wealthy at the moment. In fact, I really should give my business partner his portion." She picked up a leather satchel from the table beside her father and opened it. Pulling out more banknotes than Tanner had ever seen in one place, she counted several out. 1,000, 2,000, 5,000, and still she continued. Tanner's jaw dropped when she counted £10,000 and handed it to Darcy. The rest she attempted to stuff into her reticule. When the notes did not fit, she said as she returned to her place beside him, "That leaves us with a tidy fortune." Georgiana interjected, "I should say 100 to 1 odds." Arabella grinned impishly at Tanner. "Which we will not allow to go to our heads. First things first, I suggest you pay the remainder of what you owe for your inn. I have a few suggestions for improvements we can now afford to make to the tavern and rooms, if you find them agreeable. Oh, and I should very much like a new dress and bonnet for our wedding."
Tanner was stunned. "It is yours to do with as you please. As am I. I cannot deny anything you wish," he added, when she frowned at his pushing away of her reticule.
"Why will you not take it? You won it."
"I won it?"
"Mr. Darcy was kind enough to put up the initial amount. I went to the court and, taking advantage of the odds against you and feeling confident in your ability, I bet the lot of it on you to win. We have already sent a message to Mr. Stanhope, and with the help of Mr. Darcy's judge friends, we expect the deed to be restored to its rightful owner soon."
Tanner did not know what to think. A sensible man might have been upset. What if he had lost? He was humbled by her faith in him. And Darcy's! To put up the amount he did, he must have been convinced Tanner would not let him down. Georgiana exclaimed,
You smashed him. I wish I could have been there to see it.
Mrs. Elizabeth laughed when Darcy cast Georgiana a disapproving look. Shoving him on the shoulder, she said, "Now, William, you know it is a fact that ladies are deprived of all the fun you gentlemen take for granted. You can hardly blame us for wishing to share in some of the excitement." And then there was Arabella. She was a lady, but she did not allow the strictures of her place to restrain her, which meant she was better off in the environment he could provide for her. There would be plenty of outlets for her more spirited side, and Tanner could not wait to explore them with her. Facing Arabella, he said, "You were the one who took the risk. It is yours to do with as you please." She lifted her chin. "You agree that it is foolish to send me away, then? I have no intention of going to Charleston on the morrow." Tanner chuckled. "We could not very well purchase a ticket in Mrs. Seymour's name without drawing Lofton's attention, could we? I never wanted you to go, but I wanted you to have the freedom to choose."
Good. I choose you.
Had a man ever been as happy as Tanner felt then? "Your wish is my command."
Really?
she asked with a devilish arch of her eyebrow. He nodded. "Really?"
Then, will you marry me before the passing of a se'nnight? I should very much like to have our family present at the wedding, and I long for you to take me home. We should have your deed by then."
Dropping her voice, she tenderly touched her fingers to his cheeks, saying, "I do not wish to wait a day longer than necessary to be your wife, your partner in life." Tanner wrapped his arms around her and kissed her. She tasted as sweet as she had the last time they had stolen a kiss in the music room, his favourite room by far, and he secretly hoped one of the improvements she would suggest would be the addition of an instrument in the tavern. With all his family present and Arabella in his arms, Tanner was truly complete and blissfully happy. He knew now what love felt like, and he held her closer to him. Epilogue. Tanner chuckled along with his father at their women in the carriage. Arabella pressed her face against the window of the conveyance Darcy had insisted they borrow, while his mother did the same on the opposite side.
Look, I see smoke from the chimneys. It is just as I remember it. Only the rose bushes have grown. I cannot wait to dig around, and Tanner—"
Arabella reached behind her for his hand without pulling her eyes away from the glass.
"I have some ideas for a garden behind the tavern. Would it not be lovely for our guests to have a romantic place to stroll on a clear evening or a warm day? I am thinking a trellis with climbing roses would be a wonderful addition."
"That is an excellent idea. I do hope you will visit us as soon as you can. I do not have much female company since Mrs. Molly left, and I would love to hear your suggestions."
"Oh, Jonathan, is that the parsonage where that dreadful maniac attacked Mr. Bennet?"
Mother asked, reaching behind her, just as Arabella had done without pulling away from her view. "Yes, Meryton went through a turbulent time, but it has calmed since the Darcys departed." At that, Arabella sat back against her cushion.
"I do hope their troubles are over."
Mother chuckled.
"With a handsome lady like Miss Darcy out in society? My dear, their troubles have only just begun, I fear. I do not know how they will manage with Mrs. Darcy in confinement."
Tanner bolted upright, rubbing his head when he hit it against the top of the carriage.
"What?"
Arabella asked.
Mother looked every bit as astonished as they were.
Clasping her hands together, she said in a prim tone,
"I assure you, it is quite natural for a married woman to come with child. Or
should we have discussed this matter before your wedding night?" Tanner's face burned, and Arabella giggled behind her hand, saying, "It is kind of you to treat me like a maiden when I am far from it. But how do you know Mrs. Darcy is with child?" Mrs. Tanner smiled softly. "I cannot say for certain, nor did I wish to voice my suspicions to them when they have had so many disappointments. Mrs. Darcy and I discussed the subject at length during our visit, and I sensed a change in her during that time. She seemed more peaceful, more content. If she is not with child now, she will be soon." Father patted her hand. "With 5 children of her own, I consider your mother an authority on the subject." "Just as I am convinced you will make me a grandmother before the end of the year," she continued, smiling again at Tanner and stirring the blush that had only just cooled. He looked out of the window, anywhere but at the eyes watching him, and was relieved to see his inn. "We are here." He hopped out of the stifling coach into the cooling breeze before the carriage had completely stopped. Mrs. Molly waved a white linen on the front step of his inn. When Tanner handed out his mother, Mrs. Molly stopped waving, needing the handkerchief to dab at her eyes. When he helped Arabella out of the coach, her excitement carried her to them in a series of hops and squeals.
"You did it! You really did it!"
Mrs. Molly grabbed Tanner's hands before she dropped them to squeeze Arabella and Mother in her embrace. Pulling back, she continued excitedly.
"He never listens to me. I never expected him to bring you back. And with you, Mrs. Tanner. Oh, this is a happy day."
Without another look at Tanner, Mrs. Molly led the ladies into the kitchen. Their laughter and chatter were heard for the rest of the afternoon, and the guests of their tavern were served the finest meal to ever grace its tables. Tanner scrubbed and polished, feeling the need to touch every bit of furniture in his tavern again, reacquainting himself with his inn. It truly was his now, his and Bella's. His father joined him, full of praise for the work Tanner had done and planned to do. Tanner understood the good man had loved him like a son from the moment he had married Mother. It filled Tanner with pride to consider him family, and it made his happiness for his mother complete. Her past did not define her, nor would Tanner allow it to define him any more. The present was much too glorious, and the future too full of hope for that. Later that night, Arabella joined him before the fireplace. There was a chair beside him, but she delighted his heart when she chose to sit on his lap. Digging into her apron pocket, she pulled out a packet of letters tied together with a pink ribbon. She plucked at the satin. "This was my ribbon. Ambrose tied my letters and Father's in them. All of them are here." "You still have those?" "It has been a busy week, and I wanted to burn them when I felt most at peace and contented." Leaning forward, she tossed them into the fire. "Are you truly contented? You know, with the fortune you won, we can hire someone else to run the inn while we retire and live a life of ease on a country estate," he suggested, watching her reaction intently. Shoving his shoulder, she said saucily, "You mean live like a proper lady and gentleman of society? Perhaps buy a title, as Sir Francis did, and throw extravagant parties?" Tanner teased, "Sir Jonathan and Lady Tanner." With a laugh, she burrowed against Tanner's chest and tucked her head against his neck. "That is Mrs. Tanner to you. It is the best name, and I would no sooner alter it than I would change our life together. Not for the world." Pointing to an empty corner in the room, she said,
I should very much like, however, to change that empty corner. It is an ideal spot for an instrument. Do you not agree?"
"Excellent idea," Tanner said, his voice gravelly with her nearness.
"I have developed a special fondness for music rooms," she whispered, turning her face up and brushing her lips against his chin.
"Your wish is my command," he said, cradling her to him. She hummed, driving him mad when she nibbled her bottom lip.
"Words every lady wishes to hear. Well then, Jonathan Tanner, I would like for you to kiss me."
Bella was so easy to please. Tanner took great pleasure in granting her request again, and again, and again, until his painful memories faded, and their future melded together in an inseparable bond of belonging, trust, and respect, an immovable love to last an eternity. And they lived happily ever after, with no more troubles than the average newlywed couple endures. If only the same could be said of the Darcys.
This has been The Immovable Mr. Tanner, a Pride and Prejudice variation. A Meryton Mystery, Book 4. Written by Jennifer Joy. Narrated by Nancy Peterson. Copyright 2018 by Jennifer Joy Ramirez. Production copyright by Jennifer Joy Ramirez.
Thank you for staying. Now, just how realistic was it for Tanner and Blackthorn to face off in a boxing match and for Bella to sneak in and make a small fortune off of the winnings? Well, let me share what I learned with you during my research. You see, boxing was easily one of Regency England's most popular spectator sports. At one match alone, over £200,000 were wagered on the outcome. It was not uncommon for 20,000 people to view a match. Fortunes were won with a swing of a fist. Tanner's match with Blackthorn was at Fives Court, St. Martin's Street, which operated as a boxing venue from 1802 until it closed in 1826. Understandably, proper women were not supposed to attend. However, some came in disguise, like Arabella. Others, less concerned with their reputations, just came openly. One of the sport's most influential boxers was Daniel Mendoza. Before he came along with his scientific-style defensive moves, opponents stood still and swapped punches. Imagine how revolutionary it was to see him sidestepping, moving around, ducking, and blocking punches. He opened a boxing academy in 1789 and published a book called The Art of Boxing, where he taught his techniques. By 1795, his style was well known, and he was bested in the ring. Mendoza, however, went on to open a pub in Whitechapel called the Admiral Nelson. So who was the young buck who beat him? John Jackson came from a family of builders. He only fought 3 times, winning 2 of the 3 fights. But beating Mendoza, the reigning champion of the time, in only 10 minutes was enough to make the new winner a celebrity. His excellent manners, elegant, very bright and colorful dress, and cultured speech won over the public, and he became known as Gentleman John Jackson. During the London season, he taught boxing 3 times a week at number 13 Bond Street. When he retired, he created his own boxing academy at 13 Old Bond Street, a place which became quite popular and fashionable among the gentlemen of the first circles. Lord Byron was one of his students. He said, "At rate, exercise is good, and this is the severest of all. Fencing and broadsword never fatigued me half so much." With the approval of the upper crust, it's no wonder why boxing became an accepted manner of settling affairs of honor instead of dueling with sword or pistol. Of course, Tanner, influenced by years of hefting heavy beer barrels, had a style all his own, a little WWF influenced. If you want to read more of young Tanner's story, I have a bonus chapter up for you to download here. It's called How Jonathan Became Mr. Tanner. Did you enjoy listening to the Immovable Mr. Tanner? Then please like this video and subscribe to my channel so you don't miss anything new. Until the next audiobook, bye.